Were put into bat by Surrey first thing yesterday morning. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. Your commentary team today, delighted to welcome, as ever, the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church. Morning, Mark.
Good morning to you, Mr. Rowd.
A little bit later on, we shall hear from Lewis McManus, Northamptonshire wicket-keeper, who is unfortunately not able to play for the rest of the season, having broken a finger and had surgery on it, but he'll be joining us throughout the day. And we're also delighted to welcome, from the South East Stars and Oval Invincibles, Eva Gray. Morning, Eva.
Morning, Radders.
Good to have you with us. And, well, I think yesterday you'd have to say Northamptonshire shading it, although the wicket of Emilio Gay right at the back end of the day just brings Surrey back into it a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it? Because Emilio Gay, it turned out to be the last ball of the day, hooking Gus Atkinson out to Tom Curran, going for a magnificent 145. We sort of said all day yesterday, it was almost like he was playing against a different attack than everybody else, but brilliant innings from him. But what it does do is it gives Surrey a sniff this morning in the fact that they've got Keogh, who's played really well, but he's got to start again on 75, and Vasconcelos out there to get started this morning.
And it is Vasconcelos to face Gus Atkinson, completing the over from last night. Round the wicket bowls to Vasconcelos. Well, that's a decent way to get off the mark. First ball, very full, little bit wide outside off stump, and just punching it away through the covers for 4. So it also brings Northamptonshire a second batting bonus point. Northamptonshire up to 253 for 4. 4 balls Atkinson has to complete in this over. And from Northamptonshire's point of view, it really is just a question of trying and get as many batting points as possible, and that's certainly the priority. It's something they didn't do down at Southampton, of course. Need to do it here. 2 slips in place. And Atkinson round the wicket again, very full once more to Vasconcelos, so full that he's jamming it out into the covers. He's now studying the bottom of his bat. Had rather a cracked sound to it. Hopefully no damage done. The weather, we had rather an odd day yesterday, wasn't it? It was on and off rain showers and rather muggy. A little bit cooler this morning. A bit of cloud around, but we've got sunshine at the moment. The forecast, I think, is pretty good for most of the day. There's Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, who's playing it back down the pitch for Atkinson to field off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think tactics from Surrey this morning were, but it's a slow pitch. We were saying that yesterday. It is a slow pitch. So I think that probably tactics from Surrey here are keep it as quiet as possible for the next 12 and a bit overs, because then the new ball's available for the likes of Roach and Worrell.
Unleash Kemar with a new ball. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Vasconcelos, plays it out into the covers, where it's fielded by Cameron Steele, who seemed to do about 75% of all the fielding yesterday. End of the over. Scoreboard hasn't caught up. Maybe it's water got in the works or something. It's frozen, but it's 253 for 4 at the end of the over. Vasconcelos has made 4. Rob Keogh on 75. And of course, we do have slightly longer session times today as we look to make up the time from yesterday. So it's 10 minutes late for lunch, which is horrendous.
That's not
so 12:40 for lunch, and I think it'll be then 20 past 3 for tea, and a little bit of a delayed close as well. But we'll keep you updated with that as we go along. We lost, obviously, in the day yesterday the equivalent of 28 overs, so a little bit to make up.
Well, the main thing of yesterday, batting wise, was that partnership between Rob Keogh and Emilio Gay. At one stage after lunch, Northamptonshire found themselves 94 for 3. As it'll be Jordan Clark from the David Capel end to get us started, and Rob Keogh just pushing this one down towards deep backward point. They'll pick up 2, so a nice start for Rob Keogh, playing that one down out towards Ben Geddes. They pick up a couple, but of course, Eva, you weren't here yesterday, but what we did notice is it is a slow pitch, this one. So that new ball could be absolutely crucial. After this over, there'll be 11 overs until that new ball, because we saw Messrs Warren and Roach yesterday suddenly get it right as this is turned by Keogh off Jordan Clark into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. So it's interesting this morning because, as I say, Surrey want to try and keep it as quiet as possible. Northamptonshire just want to bat.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's key to just kind of get through to this new ball with these two still there, and then just move from there, really. But interesting to see we've just got the 1 slip. behind the bat, but 2 catches there for Rob Keogh, a short mid wicket and a short extra. So as you say, a slow pitch, just trying to get the batter coming forward and driving basically.
I watched you on Sunday knocking stumps out the ground. Middle stumps cartwheeling left, right and centre with Eva Gray bowling on Sunday. As over the wicket then comes Jordan Clark to Vasconcelos, who's driving thick edge, flies away past Worrell in a sort of 4th slip position. I think it's come off the toe end of his bat and he squeezed that into the turf, and that's whistled away for Vasconcelos' 2nd boundary of the day. He's moving on to 8, but just sort of squeezed it down off the toe end of his bat and whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. And 256 for 4 now on Northamptonshire. Of course, the First Division table looking very interesting at the moment as Jordan Clark is in, Vasconcelos is forward, punching up towards Kemar Roach, stood up there at mid-off, because the lead for Hampshire, Surrey getting a bowling point yesterday, that's down to 7 now. And also it's announced this morning that Lancashire have been docked 6 points. So Lancashire have lost 6 points, but Surrey dearly want to win this game. Northamptonshire would be, I think, pretty happy with a high-scoring draw. As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Vasconcelos, drives in towards Rory Burns at short extra cover, and there's no run. And the reason I say that, Eva, is it might be Surrey that have to push the button a bit when they get out there with the bat.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they've got the firepower in this order, haven't they? I think Ryan Patel, we've seen him be the aggressor throughout Surrey's season, really, in red ball cricket. So, yeah, I think he'll look to be really positive when he gets out there eventually. Over
the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. Oh, and that one's a full ball that's actually almost bounced beyond the stumps. Very wide from Jordan Clark, and Vasconcelos absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. So it's a nice solid start for Northamptonshire this morning. 260 for 4 they are. Keogh has 78. 8 to Vasconcelos. And, well, yesterday, as I say, Emilio Gay took all the highlights quite rightly with 145, and he scored all the runs, really, at one stage yesterday. Well, when he was out for 145, that was out of 249. But at tea yesterday, he was 107 not out of 166. Terrific innings, it really was.
Here's Gus Atkinson to continue from this indoor centre end, and bowls to Rob Keogh's in behind that, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, it was an innings right out of the top draw yesterday. His 3rd Championship 100, his first one away from Canterbury. And yeah, it was good to talk to Emilio. We mentioned yesterday I was quite looking forward to having a chat with him afterwards, because he's just extremely positive and very enthusiastic and very honest as well. We're talking about the nature of his dismissal, which we'll touch on in a second, as Keogh faces this next ball. Very full, driven away down to a fairly wide-ish 3rd man. And they're able to come through for a single. Keogh up to 79, Northamptonshire to 261 for 4. And I was saying about particularly what happened with Northamptonshire down at Southampton, and 1 or 2 incidents with light and whether to go on or come off. And he said, well, yeah, OK, it was a bit disappointing to get out right at the end and then come off straight away. But Vasconcelos faces Atkinson once again, very full, played back down the pitch by Vasconcelos, and there's no run. But he said, you know, to be honest, if you're sort of saying, would I have played a different shot? Probably not.
No.
And I don't think it certainly wasn't a question of not being able to see the ball by that stage. So he was fairly philosophical about it, and it was a very honest but very positive interview, really. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls short of a length, pulled away by Vasconcelos. Only getting a single, I think. There is a man out there, Tom Curran, down in front of the old scoreboard. 1 more to Vasconcelos, who goes to 9, 262 for 4 Northamptonshire.
What's also going to interest me is if there is any spin as well, if there is going to be any turn, because of course Surrey have gone in with Cameron Steele as their spinner, but it will be very interesting to see if there is any turn, even if it's slow.
Just a slip in as Atkinson bowls to Keogh, once again opens the face, runs it down to Wideish third man, and there's another single to be had. Takes Keogh into the 80s, 80 to Rob Keogh, and Northamptonshire to 263 for 4. Thought Cameron Steele bowled all right yesterday.
He did,
Just
absolutely.
about a fairly short stint, but right at the back end of the day. But certainly asked a few questions, and well, very nearly had Emilio Gay with a full toss. Hashim Amla diving away to his right, couldn't quite hang on at mid-off. Atkinson to finish the over, round the wicket to Vasconcelos, aiming to play it on the onside, hits him on the pad, runs out towards mid-wicket. Rory Burns quickly to the ball, and Rob Keogh had taken a couple of steps down, thought about maybe a leg bite, decides against it. End of the over, 263 for 4. Keogh is 80, Vasconcelos is 9, and Gus Atkinson's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 29.
Yeah, a couple of balls in that over from Gus Atkinson, just pulling his length back slightly. I think we've seen so far this morning they're trying to get the ball up there. The field suggests as well that they're trying to get the two batters on the drive, and that's kind of the obvious plan in the way that they're going to get them out this morning. But yeah, got these 2 short catches again here for Rob Keogh.
Yep, short mid-wicket, short extra cover for Jordan Clark. And he's in, and Keogh's forward and just nudging this one down through backward point. Looking for a second positive running, but Geddes is up to do the fielding. This is beginning to remind me slightly of Surrey's game at Scarborough. Now, you've got to know me well enough now, Eva Gray and Andrew Rad, that last night, Rock and Roll Church lay on his bed and got his notebook out to look at some scores. And I was looking, because at Scarborough, Yorkshire, 515 in their first innings. But then Surrey replied quickly with 521. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's turning this one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. And that was on a good pitch. Good pitch. No great pace to it. Even at Scarborough, for a Scarborough pitch, there was bounce and carry, but it wasn't one of these rapid ones. And then Surrey managed to knock Yorkshire over in their second innings for 220, and Surrey, in the last over, got themselves over the line to win the game. Now, I'm not saying that will happen here, but I think Surrey know whatever Northampton put on the board, they're going to have to try and get up to it or past it and do it quite quickly. As here is Jordan Clark. This is turned by Keogh into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single, and that'll be 1 more to the total.
But I mean, just to go back to what you and Eva were saying right at the start of the day, it is, judging on how these Northampton pitches, and this I would say is a fairly typical Northampton pitch. I'm sure Lewis will have some thoughts about that later, but on this, the new ball is always so important, and I think that is really going to be an important phase in this match coming up in 10 overs time.
And what Surrey did at Yorkshire as well was second time round, used that new ball up top very, very well. So over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. This is driven by Vasconcelos out towards the sweeper on the cover rope, which is Tom Curran, who of course was back yesterday after 3 years of not playing red ball cricket. He seemed all right when I saw him this morning. I think he possibly would have liked a pitch with a little bit more in it for his first game back, because he sort of had to take that role of just hang it there outside the off stump for a few overs, if you would. But
certainly wasn't Chelmsford in April, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, but it's very good to see him back out there playing the longer form. Got a committee meeting now between Hashim Amla, Rory Burns and Jordan Clark. And now they're moving Ryan Patel back into that slip cordon. And I think that's because Keogh obviously has just been looking to run the ball down through that backward point region. So actually Worrell's sort of a deepish gully as well now, as Jordan Clark is in and Keogh works this off the stumps out towards Cameron Steele at deep mid-wicket, and they will take the single. So we are definitely in this little battle now up to the new ball, aren't we? I think we knew what was coming, but this is definitely now keep it quiet until that new ball comes, and then use that new ball as well as you can.
Yeah, definitely. I think they know the threat that Roach and Worrell have with that new ball, as you were saying.
In comes Jordan Clark once again to Vasconcelos, who's let that go, and it's bounced once in front of Jamie Smith, who's done pretty well there to get something behind that. So end of the over, 268 for 4. And as I say, I think if you're Surrey at the moment and you're looking to win this division, then you've got to work out a way of doing that in this game. And if you're Northamptonshire, then you just want to have a solid performance over 4 days. That's the thing here, isn't it?
I think, to be honest, and I'm not sure whether they would state this publicly, but I think 3 draws would do very nicely.
With some batting points as well.
With some batting points in all the circumstances would do the job, I think. Here's Gus Atkinson running into bowl to Rob Keogh. That's a good ball outside the off stump. A little bit of life, a little bit of bounce. Keogh looking to run it down to third man, which he's done successfully a number of times this morning. The third man is now up. We have a gully and a deep backward point. Was Lewis McManus agreeing with me? Then I couldn't see him behind me. Was it?
I don't think he was. No.
I don't think he was.
Was he not?
No. 3 wins. Very positive. I'm very cautious, of course. Here's Atkinson in, bowls to Keogh, drives nicely out into the covers. Fielded out there by Tom Curran at extra, and there's no run. We will, of course, keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in Division 1 as well. They are playing up at Headingley after a lot of rain around there yesterday. Yorkshire bowled out for 134 and Essex are 15 for 1. Nick Brown's gone early to Jordan Thompson. At Edgbaston, Somerset are playing Warwickshire. Atkinson in again, bowls to Keogh. Just drops it down on the onside behind square. Was there any bat on that? Let's have a look. Yes, there was. Bat and pad. So a single to Keogh goes to 84 and Northamptonshire to 269 for 4. Somerset 190 for 9, so they may get a batting bonus point, but Warwickshire have picked up already the 3 bowling points. Down at Hove, Sussex bowled out for 220 yesterday. This in Division 2, of course. Worcestershire 88 for no wicket in reply. At Leicestershire, where they had a lot of rain at Grace Road yesterday, Leicestershire 109 for 3 against Durham. And at Lords, Glamorgan bowled out for 214, Middlesex 142 for 4. Atkinson round the wicket, short, pulled away by Vasconcelos, down to deep fine leg for a single. Takes Vasconcelos to 12 and Northamptonshire to 270 for 4.
Ben Geddes didn't enjoy that, I don't think. He just got in at short leg and Gus Atkinson banged that one in. And Vasconcelos pulling, and Ben Geddes was sort of, his head was between his legs there.
Well, was Ben Geddes actually, did he manage to find a laundrette last night?
No, I think he found a new pair of trousers.
Is Atkinson in, bowls to Keogh's nicely in behind that, plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. Yes, if you weren't with us yesterday, at one point Ben Geddes did a big sprawling dive into one of the old wicket ends and emerged with the dust all around him and with a pair of trousers that looked as though they'd been used to clean the backyard. But he's obviously managed to find a clean pair, or as you suggested yesterday, spent most of last night in the laundrette. Here's Atkinson to finish the over, bowl short, and Keogh just bows underneath it rather than ducking underneath it. End of the over, 270 for 4. Keogh 84, Vasconcelos 12.
Yeah, looking fairly easy to bat on this morning so far. Rob Keogh added 8 off 10 and Ricardo Vasconcelos 12 off 15, so just ticking along nicely, and as we've been saying, just looking to get through to this new ball and get themselves in this morning before taking on that challenge.
Just again looking at the table and from a Yorkshire Northamptonshire point of view, Somerset as well, I suppose, in that sort of middle to bottom half. Kent not playing this week as well, that's the other thing. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to Vasconcelos, shots are driving away, the left-handed Vasconcelos, and away for 4 it goes. And that's a great bit of placement as well, because they've got the short extra and the extra cover, and a man sweeping on the cover point boundary, and he has just lent on that. And very punchy player, Vasconcelos.
He had obviously a disappointing run in red ball, which led to him being left out of the side down at Cheltenham, but started to really come back to form during the Royal London Cup. Made a very good 100 here against Glamorgan.
Jordan Clark is into it, and he's up on his toes and working this one out towards deep mid-wicket. And we'll pick up one more. He's on to 17, 275 for 4.
And then made another one in that very high-scoring game up at Blackpool when he and Emilio Gay shared a long opening partnership. So Northamptonshire will be hoping that Vasconcelos is recovering his touch and will have a strong finish to the season, because he's obviously crucial to this Northamptonshire side.
He's looked good this morning, 17 off 17 balls. As Jordan Clark is into Rob Keogh, and Keogh's just working this off the stumps out towards deep backward square to the birthday boy as well. It's Cameron Steele's birthday
Is it really?
today, so many happy returns to Cameron Steele. He's still wearing the same trousers as yesterday because he's the designated shiner. So he's still wearing this. So he didn't get a pair of trousers for his birthday, but it's Cameron Steele's birthday today, so happy birthday to him.
Well, it was Freddie Heldricks yesterday, Northamptonshire's left arm wrist spinner, who's playing for the seconds down in Sussex, and apparently his birthday present was to spend most of the day at second slip.
Well, that's not a nice way to spend your birthday. It's forward, goes Vasconcelos, pushes this one out into the offside. He'll pick up another single. More to the total and more to Vasconcelos.
Don't think I've ever seen Freddie Heldrick in the slip cordon before. I'm looking round to Lewis behind me now. I don't think it's...
Maybe he was allowed in there because it was his birthday.
Well, this is what I was thinking. I
Maybe
think Graham White had decided that was
Where would you like to field for your birthday?
that was the perfect gift.
You're not going to catch anything in there, but go in second slip. It's your birthday. As forward goes Keogh and pushes this one off a goodish length out towards Jordan Clark. There's no run. Actually, the weather's quite nice this morning. I've been boring Eva with my walk in this morning from the hotel. Poor Eva. Every time she comes, there's a story with my walk in. Or
Well, I can suggest an alternative route tomorrow. If you go up St Giles Street through the Cultural Quarter, very, very nice part of the town.
as Clark is in, slower one this, and waiting for it is Keogh, and just nudges it down into the leg side. Will take a single. Another over ticks past, 7 till the new ball. 278 for 4. 79, apologies, on Northamptonshire. Actually, nice walk in this morning. The weather was all right. Plenty of sights to see, I have to say, on my way in this morning.
I was going to say, you didn't describe it as nice to me.
Well, no, it was surprising, I think, because it's sort of some lovely architecture.
There is.
Yes.
As I say, there's different ways of getting here. I might suggest a different one tomorrow. Here's Gus Atkinson starting his 10th over. Starts off with a very full ball and is just squeezed away down to third man by Rob Keogh. So he's played that shot a few times this morning. There was a third man down early on. There isn't now, and that's run away for 4 to the front of the Spencer Pavilion. Takes Keogh up to 86 and Northamptonshire to 278 for 4. Yes, you can make a little detour to the Royal Theatre, as in the Royal and Derngate, 2 theatres there. The Royal is the old Rep, as it's known. Absolute gem of Victorian theatre architecture, if you're interested in that sort of thing. Is Atkinson in again? Bowls to Keogh, plays it down to backward point this time. Tom Curran fields, and there's no run. It is an absolute beauty. Whether it would be open, there'd be anybody to actually let you inside, but there's a wonderful fire curtain that was painted there by local artist Henry Bird many years ago. My dad's on it.
Oh, is he?
And
there we are.
amongst other former luminaries of the Northampton repertory players,
yes.
so it's worth a look. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to Keogh, plays it again into the cover, just a backward point where Curran comes into field. They think about a single, decide against it, stays at 282 for 4. And also the Guildhall, which is a beautiful building, with a little annex now that has some statues of prominent figures in Northampton's history in a little courtyard there, which is worth a look.
Good stuff.
Not yet. Not yet. It's Atkinson in again, short of a length, and Keogh getting on top of the bounce, turns it down to long leg for a single. Keogh to 91, Northamptonshire to 283.
Surely
for 4.
There is a statue of Wayne Harkins there, I hope.
Well, possibly that's only a matter of time.
Yes.
Not least for his garden produce these days, and his pie baking, which is if you follow Wayne on Twitter, he did his first pie recently. He's very proud. It looked very nice. I said he should bring one over to us. Atkinson round the wicket to the left-handed Vasconcelos, short again. He's pulled it down to long leg and he's caught. And Atkinson once again employing the short ball very effectively, as he did last night, to get rid of Emilio Gay. This time it's Ricardo Vasconcelos, hooks it straight down long leg's throat. And Northamptonshire are 283 for 5. And if Surrey were just hoping to pick up a wicket before the second new ball, they've managed to do so. 283 for 5 it is.
Yeah, he's looked good this morning, Vasconcelos, but he's just fallen into the trap there. The 2 men out waiting for that shot, and just got slightly inside it, looking to kind of turn it around the corner, and yeah, guides it down to fine leg.
That's a bonus for Surrey. But fair play to Gus Atkinson, because they're always in the sort of modern world of cricket. There's that enforcer role, isn't it? When nothing's happening and you bung it to someone. And Neil Wagner's brilliant at that, isn't he? Sort of, he's the quietest enforcer I've ever met, Gus Atkinson, because he's such a lovely lad. But that's 2 now, where he's been given this role of just running, bang it in, come round the wicket and see if he can make something happen. And Ryan Patel didn't have to move there. Straight down his throat. So that is a bonus for Surrey, because, as I say, we are looking for this new ball, and that's still 6 overs away. So Vasconcelos, fair enough, took it on, but it's pretty good effort that from Gus Atkinson to get it up above that sort of head high on it, because he wasn't completely in control of the hook shot, and straight down Ryan Patel's throat. But entertaining, not that from.
It was. He was flowing like the Nile for a while, wasn't he? But just taking on the short ball, as I say, Gus Atkinson picking up the wicket of Emilio Gay last night in not wholly dissimilar circumstances and fashion, but save Zabe coming out to the crease now at number 7. Zabe, who's been absent from the championship side since the game against Surrey at the Oval back in May. No slips in evidence, but there is a forward short leg as Atkinson bowls round the wicket. It immediately, not unsurprisingly, tests him out with a short ball, which Zabe ducks underneath. Successful over for Gus Atkinson, who's bowled 10 overs, 2 for 36. Rob Keogh is 91, safe Zabe yet to get off the mark, and Northamptonshire 283 for 5.
Yeah, he's done all right here, Gus Atkinson. As I say, Neil Wagner is the master at this, isn't he?
Yeah, played a bit here a few years ago.
Fascinating character, Neil Wagner. I saw an interview with him where he said, with that New Zealand attack, he said, listen, we've got Bolt, Southey, Henry. He's the big tall lad who played for Surrey last year. Now he's the... I've forgotten his name now. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. McManus. I say he played for Surrey last year. He bowled about 6 overs at the Aegeus Bowl against you. So, but Wagner said, I'm not going to get... I can swing it, but they all can as well. And he said, my point of difference is that I can do that on a flat pitch.
Do something different.
Ryan Patel is into the attack now to bowl his swingers. And the first one is a full toss. So that's turned by Rob Keogh out towards deep mid-wicket. So I think Ryan Patel here will get 3 overs from the David Capel end. But he does have a little bit of a golden arm, does Ryan Patel. You have to sort of treat him with a bit of respect.
Yeah, Luke Proctor does a similar job, I think, for Northamptonshire. I was thinking last night, also watching some of the highlights of the 5 overs in the Test match, talking about also golden arms, the cricketer, wonderful cricketer after whom the trophy is named, Basil D'Oliveira. When I first started watching cricket for England, he was the man. Ray Illingworth toss him the ball, and he would so often get a wicket, like Doug Walters used to do for Australia. Partnership breaker.
Over the wicket comes Patel. This is punched off the back foot by Safe Saib. Down towards backward point. There's Kemar Roach. Well, of course, he still holds the record for the least number of deliveries to get to a 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket from the start of his spell. Ryan Patel, 5 in 11 balls against Somerset at Guildford. Somerset batsmen just kept either nicking it or missing it. As in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel, and this is tucked away. Back up the pitch to him, and there's no run. And that was 2018, and actually that spell turned that game completely on its head at Guildford because nothing was happening. And he got bunged the ball, and 11 balls later he had 5 wickets. So.
I was going to say, it's usually a bit of road at Guildford, isn't it?
He just got it to swing. And as I say, they either kept nicking it or missing it. Over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. So turning this one up towards Hashim Amla, stood up there at mid-on. So he's got a slip, then a short extra catching, a cover, the backward point, mid-off. Tom Curran's all on his own, sweeping out there on the cover rope. There's the deep mid-wicket, which is Ben Geddes. And then Dan Worrell, just behind square on the leg side, who's already starting to warm up. Here's Dan Worrell as a helicopter flies overhead. Patel over the wicket to safe side, was driving out into the offside. Oh dear, Gus Atkinson's let that go completely through his hands. So Ryan Patel won't be best pleased about that, and they'll pick up a couple of runs there, and safe side is off the mark. So it's Gus Atkinson possibly thinking about his next over there. So he runs straight over the ball, so safe side's off the mark. I spoke to Gus last night, 284 for 5. He's such a lovely lad, he really is. He always looks like he'd rather not do the interview. As over the wicket comes Ryan Patel, and this one's tucked away into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single.
Well, he knows if he's going to get a church grilling,
Yeah,
then,
absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
ask the questions that no one else dares to.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but no, it was interesting about the pitch. Just, you know, he said it is a slow pitch, and we're going to have to work hard, and we're going to have to sort of come up with ways of taking wickets. As Ryan Patel is over the wicket to Rob Keogh, and Keogh cuts down to Worrell below us. And they'll get another single as the sun comes out. Yes, Carl Jameson. I met him once in the lift in the hotel, and he's a big old boy, he really is. But poor fella, the last year, Carl Jameson, he was obviously with New Zealand. He was locked down in the Aegeus Bowl for the World Championship final. And then Surrey signed him, played a couple of 2020 games, but then he was back at the Aegeus Bowl, then got injured and spent virtually 3 weeks at the Aegeus Bowl in the hotel. So, and then flew home. But he was lovely, you know, in the lift. He was a lovely chap.
Nice hotel. Keogh on strike. Gus Atkinson comes in and bowls to him, and he plays that one back down the pitch for Atkinson to field off his own bowling. Keogh on 93. That's 2 championship hundreds to his credit so far this season. One in the first game of the season against Gloucestershire, and then one here against Warwickshire. Mentioned yesterday, went past 5,000 first-class runs earlier in the season, and 100 appearances, first-class appearances for Northamptonshire. Here's Atkinson bowling around off stump, just outside. It's again steered down to third man, just opening the face by Keogh. Picks up a single. No slips in at all at the moment. Not at least for Keogh. He goes to 94, 291 for 5.
Keogh making it quite hard for the Surrey bowlers here. Any width outside off stump is guiding down to third man, but as soon as they stray onto the stumps, he's just tucking it into square leg and looking really busy at the crease.
Forward short leg in for safe Zabe as Atkinson bowls round the wicket to him outside off stump, and Zabe bringing the bat inside the line as that flies through to Jamie Smith behind the stump. So 4 overs to go after this one before the second new ball will be available. I'm presuming Surrey will take it straight away. Just be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. Here's Atkinson running in again. Bowls short once again to safe Sabre, this time ducks underneath it, and it goes through to Jamie Smith. Must thank Mickey Fenn, who got on to me this morning on Twitter, talking yesterday about Josh Cobb, and he may be most effective in the Northamptonshire batting order, and he sent me some very interesting statistics, which we'll perhaps talk through a little bit later on, suggesting that what we were talking yesterday, number 4 may not be his most effective place, statistically at least. Here's Atkinson in, bowls another short ball to safe Zabe, who once again ducks underneath it, and there's no run. So they're going to tempt him. There is a long leg down on the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion. There's a deep square just in front, probably about 10 yards in from the boundary. On what is the longer boundary, this pitch over more towards the west side of the square. Here's Atkinson round the wicket again, bowls to Zabe, once again bowls short, once again Zabe ducks underneath it, goes through to Jamie Smith. That's the end of the over. 291 for 5. Rob Keogh is 94, safe Zabe is on 3, and Northamptonshire, well, with 4 overs to go until they're faced with the prospect of the second new ball. Just going to update BBC Radio Northampton in a second into their 11 o'clock news bulletin, and then we'll get Lewis McManus in have a chat with us. Northamptonshire 291 for 5, resumed this morning on 249 for 4, so they've added 42 runs in the first half an hour, but they have lost the wicket of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who took on the short ball from Gus Atkinson and was caught at long leg by Ryan Patel. He made 18, but Rob Keogh still there on 95, 5 short of what would be his 3rd championship century of the season. Sabe is 3 not out, and Northamptonshire chasing batting bonus points, 292 for 5. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton. You take over, Churchy.
It's going to be Ryan Patel again from the David Capel end, coming in over the wicket to Sabe, who's punching this one up towards mid-off. And there is Kemar Roach to do the fielding. Just seen that Alice Capsey signed up for the Melbourne Stars. Eva Gray.
Yeah, she's been scouted there by JB. our
Yes, I know.
coach.
John Batty as the head coach of the Melbourne Stars. So, I thought we were getting a bit of Dion Moore there. As in over the wicket comes Ryan Patel. And this is driven by Safe Side, straight back up the pitch. And the fielding's done again there by Ryan Patel off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, quite a big move for her, I think. Yeah, we've seen her do well in the 100 and for England most recently this summer. But yeah, be a big ask as one of 3 overseas in that team. But I'm sure she's more than capable.
Over the wicket once again comes Ryan Patel. Safe Side drives out there towards Gus Atkinson. It's an interesting one for Safe Side, because as Radders was saying, he hasn't played a championship game since the Surrey game back at the Kia Oval. He's coming in now. He knows what's coming here from Surrey. He knows Atkinson's just going to bowl short at him. Plus he knows that Worrell and Roach around the corner as Ryan Patel is in, driving. His Safe Side. Good stop from Jordan Clark in there at short extra cover. And there is no run. So big opportunity here for Safe Side, but he knows what's coming.
It is. Made a very good 100 here. His maiden championship century here last year against Sussex, and we thought that was a bit of a breakthrough for him, and proceeded to play pretty well all season. That hasn't quite clicked for him this year in red ball.
Sun's out now as Safe Side forward. We'll get a single, just nudges this one up towards Hashim Amla up there at mid-on. That's the end of the over. So today, starting at 249 for 4, so 293 for 5. Surrey will be happy with that wicket. And we're going to get an over of Cameron Steele, I think. And then it'll be Messrs Roach and Worrell.
I think so. We'll just get Lewis McManus in place of Eva, who will be back with us a little bit later on. A cast of thousands today, which is absolutely splendid. May even get Sir Kevin Howells to join us a little bit later. You never know your luck. He comes over from his eyrie at the other side of the ground. It is going to be Cameron Steele to bowl his leg spin with a slip in place, and bowls to Zabe, goes for the sweep, and he's out. And that's another huge bonus for Surrey. And what an inspired bowling change from Rory Burns. Brings on Cameron Steele. Safe Zabe goes for the sweep, misses. Big appeal for LBW. He's gone. And another wicket for Surrey and a second bowling bonus point before the second new ball. Northamptonshire 293 for 6. And, well, we welcome Lewis McManus to the commentary box. And that was just what Northamptonshire didn't need.
Yeah, it's not what we would have had in mind. It's a tricky situation, really. I sort of heard you say earlier, you have got runs in your mind, especially before the new ball. But obviously Surrey can play to that as well, and it's exactly what they would have wanted, to get another wicket just before this new ball, with 2 real high-quality new ball bowlers to kick things off. So, yeah, it's really important here now that Keezy rebuilds with Salesy, who's coming out, and try and negotiate the next sort of half an hour with this new ball.
Must ask you about your finger injury, which looks fairly unpleasant. Did it here in the Royal London Cup match against Derbyshire, which is actually the last day's cricket we played here, wasn't it? Back in the end of August. What exactly happened with that one, those?
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd week or so after it happened. The ball just sort of didn't carry to me, and it just sort of jammed my fingers into the ground. it didn't feel horrendous when it happened, but it didn't feel right. And yeah, I went to sort of go get it checked out, and initially they said it was okay, which I thought I got away with one, to be honest, from how it had felt. And yeah, sort of a week passed by, and
Steele bowls his next ball to James Sales. Sales his first, punches it off the back foot into the covers, no run.
so yeah, like a week sort of passed by. I hadn't really made any progress, and I got it checked up again, and yeah, there was sort of a bit of a nasty fracture.
Steele in, hangs that outside off stump. Sales not to be tempted, doesn't play a stroke, goes through to Jamie Smith.
Yeah, sort of nasty fracture right on the joint, which yeah was not the sort of news I was looking for, and then managed to get surgery done really quickly. So that was just over a week ago now.
Steele bowling short of a length, turned away off his hit by James Sales, who's off the mark, goes down to deep backward square. And they're through for a single, so Sales is away, one to him, Northamptonshire 294 for 6. But unfortunately, that's your season done and dusted.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very frustrating. I was, especially in 4-day cricket, I think as a team, we've done really well. We've competed really well throughout the season. There's been the odd game where we haven't quite got over the line or held on for a win.
Steele bowling to Keogh, plays that defensively back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, sort of got over the line. The pitches have been a little bit flatter than what they have been in previous years. And then there's a couple of games which would have been nice. I mean, Hampshire last week to sort of hold on for a draw.
Steele to finish the over, bowls to Keogh, goes to that paddle sweep round the corner. He's going to get a single down to deep backward square, and in doing so keeps the bowling as well. So that's the end of the over, a successful one for Cameron Steele. 5 overs, 1 for 21. Northamptonshire 295 for 6, 2 overs to go before the second new ball is due. Rob Keogh is 96, James Sales is 1.
Yeah, and the other thing with that wicket of Safe Zahid is, well, Cameron Steele's birthday, so that's a nice present, first ball, but also it means that Surrey picked up a second bowling point.
Yeah.
So we sort of need to, well, I need to keep an eye on those things because I completely forget about them. So Hampshire's lead now is 6 points. There you go, you see. I'm keeping right on top of this at the moment.
Commendable mental
Thank you very
arithmetic.
much indeed.
Very good.
Thank you very much indeed. But also, I think there for Surrey as well, it's a bonus that because that new ball coming, James Sales just out there. Brad, did you do this? He's on 96.
Thanks very much. Keogh on 96, and that's down the leg side and short, and Keogh not to be tempted. Goes through into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So Gus Atkinson switching to the David Capel end. With the forward short leg in, the umpire's trotting across from square leg to point. Saying yesterday, Lewis, that Rob Keogh's commendable innings, not least because he's had one of those slightly frustrating trots in the last few innings in red ball cricket. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls to short of a length. Keogh dropping it down on the offside, go through for a well-judged single. Jordan Clark coming in from cover to field, but they're through for the single. Keogh to 97, 296 for 6. We were saying since the 100 against Warwickshire, I think in the last 10 innings, past 50 once against Lancashire here, but other than that, it's just made starts, hasn't really gone on.
Yeah, I think Kesey obviously sets himself high standards. He wants to be sort of a heavy contributor in that middle order, and he's had a great year. Obviously, if he can get over the line here and get up to 3 figures.
Short goes Atkinson, ducked underneath it James Sales, and there's no run.
We'll put him in good stead for a really good finish. I think last week was obviously a tough wicket against a very good bowling attack at the Aegeus. But yeah, on the whole, he's played some really important innings for us. Gloucester,
Yes.
First game of the year was a huge innings. It's put us in a position really where if that game, I reckon, is a sort of 3rd, 4th game of the year.
Atkinson bowling very full to Sales, driven up to Burns at mid-wicket, there's no run.
We'd probably chase that. I think we were pleased with our performance. I think that's kind of one where you think, I think we could have probably got over the line there and chased that score. And that was down to Kesey. It was a fantastic 100 he got against a good bowling attack in obviously early season conditions. So yeah, he's been a great contributor throughout the year.
James Sales on strike as Atkinson bowls to him. He plays that down to backward point where Amler Fields, and there's no run. Yeah, he also, of course, have good memories of batting against Surrey, because in that long run chase last year that you and I were commentating on, Mark, what a wonderful game of cricket that
really
was
well.
here 12 months ago. He played really well for 99. He said it was the first time he'd ever been out for 99 in any cricket. But a very, very valuable innings that helped in the end Northamptonshire to win, with this man on strike now making the winning hit. His Sales facing that ball from Atkinson, who finds himself turned away out to deep mid-wicket by Sales for a single. Sales to 297 for 6. That, of course, was James Sales's first-class debut, taking Northamptonshire to victory. Their first victory over Surrey in the Championship for 17 years. The previous occasion captained by his dad back in 2004. We had another one of those, of course, this year at Canterbury rather, when Northamptonshire won their first Division 1 match since 2004, which David was captain, and James took the winning catch down at Canterbury. So
Yeah, I just remember his dad hiding last year behind the scoreboarders.
Sales faces that ball from Cameron Steele, plays it down to backward point, Roach Field.
Kept seeing him just lurking, didn't we? He was trying to stay away from everybody, didn't want to speak to anybody, just wanted to watch his boy bat, which I thought was lovely.
It was a tense finish, but a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket. Steele in again, bowls to Sales, who looks to on drive, and he goes to Atkinson at mid-wicket and there's no run. Sorry, I've pinched your over.
That's all right, but still for me, one of the best nicknames in cricket, David Sales.
Jumble.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, these days with you modern youngsters, Mr. McManus, they're never that clever, but that one's very good. As in, over the wicket goes Steele, and this is punched by Sales off the back foot, out there towards cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think James Sales has adopted that as well.
As he is, he's got the right.
Yeah, which was always bound to
Mini
happen.
jumble.
Yeah, exactly.
Car boot, as in over the wicket once more goes Cameron Steele. That's a full toss. That's nicely put away by Sales. And this will be 4. Hashim Amla's giving chase. That's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4. That will bring up the 300 as well for Northamptonshire. So, Mr. McManus, another batting point. They're all important, these, at the moment, aren't they? 301 for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge point. Yeah, they all count at the end of the season, and obviously going into this last block of games, for me, I sort of really had in mind if we can chase down 4th place. Obviously, last week's game didn't help the cause in that, but I think there was a lot of chat at the beginning of the year about wanting to compete with the big teams, but there was that sense of sort of trying to stay in the division, which is fair enough. But I think
something Northamptonshire never managed to do before. I think that was also the big thing, that in 3 of previous attempts, gone up, come straight back down. So to stay up would be a big thing in terms of the club. Sales on on 97, and Steele bowling from the very flighted delivery, turned out by Keogh out to deep mid-wicket. So he pinches a single off the last ball of the over. Takes him up to 98. Northamptonshire to 303 for 6. That's the 80 overs gone. So the second new ball is due, and already it's being brandished to the scorers up in the box.
Keeper Roach walked up and just basically took it off the umpire there as he was taking off his jumper.
So it is going to be the second new ball, and as we've said, this is really now a crucial phase. Although, to be fair, as I say, Surrey having picked up a couple of wickets already this morning. Vasconcelos for 18, Zabe for 4. Northamptonshire resuming on 249 for 4. Are now 303 for 6. Yes, there's all sorts of possibilities with James Sales, isn't there? January, I suppose you could have.
It's just a very clever nickname.
The gift that keeps on giving. But
yeah,
no,
it is.
But what a player. His dad was 23,000 runs in all competitions for Northamptonshire. Fine player. I think most Northamptonshire supporters would say the best player in Northamptonshire history never to win a test cap. Rob Keogh on 98, facing Kemar Roach with the new ball, wide outside the off stump, cuts it away down to third man. It's 4 runs, and it's 100 for Rob Keogh. Well played, 102 not out. He acknowledges the applause from the balcony and around the ground. It's a 3rd Championship century of the season for Rob Keogh, his 14th for Northamptonshire, which puts him level with Ben Duckett in the all-time list. Keogh reaching his 100 off 153 balls with 13 fours, and no one more delighted around this ground than Rob Keogh. What a super innings and a very popular success, greeted with great acclaim on the balcony as well.
Kemar Roach is in, and Keogh's driving straight back down the pitch, and that hits the stumps. But yeah, it's been a very good innings this from Rob Keogh. Came in yesterday with Northamptonshire's 94 for 3. Emilio Gay on a different planet to everybody else yesterday, but kept him company. And actually, when he came in, he gave Emilio Gay a little bit of a break, because he scored his runs pretty quickly at the start, did Rob Keogh. So he's played really well here. As over the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and Keogh's just pushing this one down through the vacant backward point region, and that'll be one more to the total.
Yeah, obviously any 100's a great 100, but I think, like you said, there's nothing more satisfying as a player getting runs when your team's in a bit of trouble, and I think that's exactly what Keezy's done here. Like you said, three wickets fell quite quickly. He's sort of come to the crease and steadied the ship, and now reaping the benefits on day 2, and hopefully he can carry on and chip away at these bonus points for us. And obviously, a couple of wickets time, he's then got to maybe change the way he plays a little bit with the tail, but from now on it's just sort of try and negotiate this new ball with Salesy and keep pushing that total into a position where we feel like we can't lose the game.
Yeah, and Surrey will just be hoping that Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell can get this new ball to swing. That's what they'll be hoping. And it has, actually, the sun's disappeared a touch now as well, so there is a lot of cloud cover. Sales waits for Kemar Roach, who's in and forward. Goes Sales, plays this one out into the offside, because we've seen Kemar Roach bowl some absolutely devastating spells when he gets the ball to go. You were on the end of that, the Hampshire last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a ridiculous spell of quick bowling.
Yeah, I think
last year, wasn't it?
First and second innings. And
yes.
Second innings, especially on what was a dry wicket, he got the ball tailing late.
He can get that to happen, as he's in here, and a little inside edge, I think, from Sales. Just looking to work leg side. It was going leg side anyway, and that rolls away. And there is no run, 308 for 6. But yes, what I remember from that game was all of a sudden he just started getting it, for you right-handed, getting it just to come in with conventional wind swing at pace. And he was a bit impossible, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's got a sort of very skiddy, quick arm at the crease, which makes it that little bit harder to pick up. But also, you get that impression with him that it swings quite late. Obviously, I mean, these two are up there with the best 2 opening bowlers on the circuit, and like you said, they'll be hoping for the ball to swing. I'm sure if anyone can, it'll be these two. And Worrell's obviously been an amazing signing for you guys.
I didn't realise how good he is until I saw him for Surrey. And I think yeah, absolutely. And I think they've been able to use him in the right way as well, just in those sort of short spells, really.
Was quite outstanding in that game at Northamptonshire played down at the Oval, wasn't he? That first ball with the new ball from Dan Worrell goes through Rob Keogh as he was trying to play that away through mid-wicket, I think, and it just swung late, and it ended up beating the outside edge and going through to Jamie Smith. That's interesting if that's the shape of things to come. 2 slips in place. It is quite overcast now. The forecast shows a bit of rain further south, but not very far further south, sort of Oxford, Milton Keynes way. They were suggesting that was probably the northern extent of it, but it was going to be a little bit cloudier up here. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Keogh, once again beats him outside the off stump. Goes through to Jamie Smith. One little stat I will share with you as far as Rob Keogh's concerned, and we talk quite a lot about the fact that in terms of his number of runs scored, number of centuries scored, he's gradually working his way up the Northamptonshire all-time list. There are now only 28 players in history who have scored more first-class hundreds for Northamptonshire than Rob Keogh, which puts him in fairly exalted company, really. Here's Worrell in again and bowling to Keogh on leg stump, clipped away through mid-wicket. Just going to be a single as it goes out to deep mid-wicket, fielded in front of the West stand by Ben Geddes. One more to Keogh, 104 to him, 309 for 6. I say he's now level with Ben Duckett in the all-time list. Next ahead of him on 15, here's 4 names to conjure with. Rob Newton, recently retired. Mick Norman, opening batter in the late 50s into the 60s. Valence Jupp from the 1920s. And the late, great David Capel. Wow. He's made 1500s for Northamptonshire. Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Sales, plays it down to backward point. And there's no run, fielded there by Cameron Steele.
Some good names on that list, isn't there?
Well, there are, and it was nice actually talking to Emilio Gay last night, and he was saying about that partnership record that was broken yesterday, which involved David Capel and Richard Williams, and he was saying, you know, Cape's absolute legend because he would have been around the club when Emilio was starting to get involved and coming up through the age group in the academy. Still spoken of, great affection around the club, needless to say. Next ball, very full again from Worrell. Played down to Steele again at backward point by James Sales, no run.
The name on there that really interests me is S.D. Peters.
Stephen Peters.
Yeah, great player.
Pedro.
Yeah, great player, Stephen Peters.
He was a fine player, a fine captain as well. He had 22 hundreds for Northamptonshire, which is, and obviously add on to that the ones he made for Worcestershire and Essex as well. Fine player.
100 in a World Cup final as well, of course.
98, yes. Yep. Here's Worrell. Running in from this indoor centre end and beats Sales outside the off stump. Certain amount of interest from third slip, but not from anyone else. End of the over, 309 for 6. Sales is 7, Keogh is 104.
At some stage today, I'm going to ask Mr. McManus about one of my favourite ever games that he was involved in, and he scored his maiden first-class 100 in it, which was now 2016, I think that was, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Surrey in Hampshire.
Yeah.
What a game of cricket that turned out to be.
A lot of runs scored.
There was huge amounts of runs scored.
Got a feeling Batty got 100.
He did, yes. Aaron Finch played in that. And you batted brilliantly in that game, but it was sort of one of those games that goes right to the end. Here is Kemar Roach then from the David Capel end, and it's a full toss actually to Rob Keogh, and he's driven that back down the ground, and he's got a fingertip to it as Kemar Roach, and they will pick up a single. 310 for 6.
Yeah, I think sadly we were on the wrong end of that result. I seem to remember, did Mika get a few wickets?
You've led me straight into, of course, the England veterans team today. They open up in their first game if they can find the ground. So that's what I'm waiting to see. As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone by Sales outside his off stump because Stuart Mika is in that England Legends squad. I should think it'll probably be in the side as well. Yeah. But Mal Loy's out there as well. Ricky Clark, Jade Dernbach. Chris Tremlett, yeah. He's looking ridiculous as always, we were saying yesterday, in his massive shirt.
Dimmy Mascarenhas.
No, there we are. Oh, have they announced their starting 11?
That's just the squad.
Oh, that's a shame. Chris Schofield, of course. As Kemar Roach is in. Oh, driving in the air, gone. Sales has chipped it straight to Ben Geddes at extra cover. So the new ball's done the trick. Not in the way we probably expected, but Sales there just looking to drive. Probably took a bit of pace off it again, I think, did Kemar Roach, and he's just chipped it straight to Ben Geddes and cannot quite believe it. And Sales goes for 7, and that is 310 for 7, Lewis McManus.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Obviously, it's not what you probably have in mind when you think of a new ball and these sort of high-quality opening bowlers we've got here. But I actually think that is probably the mode of dismissal. That and caught mid-wicket, which is probably going to, I think, as the game develops, probably be more prominent. See, like you said, it's a slow wicket. I think if you can bowl in partnerships and create what we sort of call as dry spells, where there's runs aren't flowing very freely, you then start to, as a batsman, probably force one that's probably not there, and then that brings in the catches either side of the wicket. So yeah, they've started off very well here with the new ball, and obviously it is a key time. I think if we can get up, sort of negotiate the rest of this new ball and really try and push sort of past 350. I don't think Keysy has to change how he plays quite yet, but it's obviously it's on the horizon, maybe where he maybe starts to maybe farm the strike a little bit, or look to be more aggressive to take this team sort of total a little bit higher. But yeah, it's be interesting to see how the wicket does develop. I can't see it really getting any quicker. So it is going to be hard work for the bowlers. It's going to be a matter of building pressure and trying to get wickets that way.
Yeah, so Surrey have their 7th wicket. Lizard Williams is making his way out to the middle, left-hander. The other thing I was looking at yesterday was sort of, and Surrey could get rolled over here, but their first innings totals this season, Surrey, and their lowest is 308, which is a couple away from where Northants are now. As Roach is into Williams, and Williams' first ball, he's up on his toes and punches out into the offside, and that's been really why Surrey find themselves where they are. 428 for 8 declared, 467, 308, 603, 401, 671 for 9 declared, 382, 673, 515, 319 and 316. So they've always got themselves up over 300 in the first innings.
The Oval's obviously renowned for being a nice place to bat, but this year they have changed the pitches a little bit.
Yeah, they have. As round the wicket once again comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone outside the off stump.
I mean, I was surprised. I think last year they were slowly changing them. When we spoke about that game where Roach got a few wickets, that was a greener wicket than what I've seen. But you definitely, this year when we arrived at the Oval, I haven't seen a pitch like that before. And I don't mind it at all, because I think it's obviously a very fast scoring ground. A good paced wicket. It just offers the bowlers a little bit.
Absolutely. I think they've been great wickets there this year. As round the wicket once again goes Kemar Roach, and Williams pushes at this outside edge all along the floor, and it's a good diving stop that from Rory Burns, because he had Ryan Patel diving straight in front of him. But the wicket of James Sales, and gone for 7, 310 for 7. Yeah, I think what's been is you've summed it up perfectly there. If you bowl well there, you can get your wickets. Bat well, you're going to make your runs. And but I think that's been the key thing from a Surrey point of view. Is their first innings, lowest first innings total, 308. So the reason I'm mentioning that is that they would like to finish this off quickly now, and then if they could get up around that, then they're sort of in this game again.
Here's Dan Worrell, starting his 18th over of the innings, bowling on leg stump to Rob Keogh, works it down towards fine leg. Good sliding stop in front of the new pavilion, but they're still able to come through for a couple. Takes Keogh up to 107, and Northamptonshire to 312 for 7.
Bit of noise coming from Wendell over there.
Yeah, he was on fire yesterday. He was bowling yesterday.
His winter hat on.
Did you see him? He was actually. It looked as though he was limbering up and was trying to
get Rory Burns' attention for a bowl.
To actually get on. Very incredible.
Obviously, I've only known him for a couple of months, but the lads do say he's on at them to get into nets and get himself a bowl.
Outside the off stump goes Worrell. A drive and a miss from Keogh goes through to Jamie Smith. Yeah, well, because he plays for Northamptonshire over 60s, so he's he probably feels he's a county. Well, he is indeed a county player himself. So
he was chatting with Emilio Gay last night as I wandered back.
And Emilio actually went over to see him, which was great. Just straight after doing the interview with me, he went over to have a word with Wendell. Great stuff.
No, he's brilliant. I think he brings that West Indian passion that they've got for cricket, and he's here most days.
Doesn't miss many, does he? Next ball from Worrell is driven up to extra cover by Rob Keogh, and there's no run.
He had that one moment yesterday though where he went to get his flag to celebrate the 250, wasn't it? And then I think to get to the 200. Then Keogh got to 50. He just sat down and had to get up again and get his flag again. So he was up and down yesterday in that over quite a bit. But no, he's great entertainment. Just watching him as much as anything.
Here's Worrell in again, bowls to Keogh, and that's a little Jaffa. That's delivery at pace. It's bounced a little bit as you would expect with the second new ball. It seamed away as well, and Keogh not managing to get anything on it, I'm sure to his relief. But this is a good testing little spell from Dan Worrell, as you would expect. Apparently, I've just had a message from Phil Roby with us tomorrow on commentary saying Wendell has had a bit of a bowl in the nets, and it's a story he will share with us when he's on with us tomorrow. Here's, here's Worrell, and KO this time he's cross with himself because he was having a little fence at that one. That was a little bit wider outside off stump, didn't need to play it. Just had a little involuntary flick at it, and he's annoyed with himself, and he's just had a little wander away to square leg to clear the mind. Big job for Rob Keogh to do here. Northamptonshire needs to certainly get, I think, one more batting point ideally, get up to 350. But Keogh, as Lewis was saying, is going to have to do it with the tail. Williams, Sanderson and Jack White. Here's Worrell in, bowling short this time, and Keogh ducks underneath it, goes through to Jamie Smith to make sure that there's no single to be had off the last ball of the over. There's an irate dog somewhere around. This is not something you often hear here at the county ground. 312 for 7, Keogh's 107, Lizard Williams yet to get off the mark. Williams was left high and dry, of course, down at Southampton when we saw the rain coming up. Were you on the ground at that for that closing stages, Lewis, at BGS?
I was, and I actually left sort of 5 minutes before the end, but I was driving in the direction of where the weather was coming from. So I texted one of the lads and I said, is it raining yet?
As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Williams, beats him on the outside with a lovely delivery. Lovely length that from Kemar Roach.
Yeah, great start here for them with the new ball. But yeah, I got a reply saying, yes, it is raining, but we've just lost the last wicket. So yeah, it's obviously disappointing to lose so close to that. But I think if we're honest, throughout the game, we probably outplayed by Hampshire. They
2.5 days play, but basically we were beaten in. But
here is Kemar Roach running towards us, coming round the wicket to Williams, and Williams lets this go outside his off stump.
But it's like you say, I think from Northamptonshire's point of view, it was just frustrating that they were literally 30 seconds away, because it was one of those infuriating ones. You know where we are, our commentary position, which is a wonderful view on the third floor of the hotel up on the camera gantry. We could see it coming up from behind the hotel. We got it on the radar. We could see it coming in. And yeah, probably 2 more deliveries. And I think that would have been a draw, which would have worked nicely to Surrey's advantage as well.
Round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to Williams, and Williams forward punches this one up towards Jordan Clark at mid-off. Well, it's only natural that I'm sure you sort of sit there and think about a couple of minutes in the game that nothing really happened, but it's cricket, isn't it? And
it is,
a long old season.
And it is. It's a game of fine margins. I think there was a wicket. I think it was Cobby got LBW, and there was a bit going on there with whether we should have been on the pitch or not.
Here's Roach once more. Comes round the wicket to Williams. And Williams shout for LBW. He's got bat on that. Oh, no, he hasn't. Finger's gone up. I thought I heard 2 noises from up here, but umpire Lloyd has put up the finger. Kemar Roach wasn't entirely convinced with that appeal, but up went the finger, and Williams has to go. I thought I heard another noise, and round the wicket was Kemar Roach. And, well, it's an interesting one, but it's out. If he didn't hit it, it looks out. But it was just a reaction of Kemar Roach there. He sort of didn't really go up as Kemar Roach normally does, and then up went the finger. So Williams goes without scoring, and it's 312 for 8. Not sure how you saw that, Mr. McManus.
It looked very straight, didn't it? Like you said, whether it was 2 noises or not, I didn't know if that was I don't know if it was an appeal of surely that's out, or a sort of stumbled appeal. I'm not sure, but yeah, they've been right on the money here. I think they probably didn't start off the day brilliantly, but maybe they had in their mind just to try and get to this new ball and give it a good crack with these 2 guys. But I mean, they've really hit a good area with this new ball and made it difficult for the new batters coming in. But I think Kesey's role slightly changes now, where he's got to maybe look at turning down the odd run with Jack and Sando now, and then Jack after him, to just try and negate this new ball, but also keep pushing that scoreboard up. So we've we've got a good first innings score, really.
Just looked at the live stream. That is not you, Mr. McManus, or you, Mr. Rubber. That is a frightening sight, because that's commentary box cam there. Oh dear, I didn't realise that. So yes, that scared me. And it's Sanderson out there in the middle. But yes, it was a funny old appeal, that, from Kemar Roach, because it wasn't the sort of appeal where that's absolutely plumb. I don't even need to. But I wonder whether it hit both pads, and that's what the two noises were. But anyway, here comes Kemar Roach to Sanderson, and Sanderson pushes the first one out to backward point, and Worrell is doing the fielding, and Sanderson is off the mark straight away. I'm just checking how many balls there are in this. Yeah, one. So yes. So Keogh now has got a bit of work to do to get himself back on strike. But I think that was more Mr. Sanderson getting off the mark, wasn't it? 313 for 8.
Tired bowler at point as well. He knows what that feels like.
So he shot out the blocks there. Ben Sanderson to get himself off the mark. 313 for 8. Keogh is on strike. Kemar Roach is in. It's short, and Keogh's pulling, and it's just over the top of Tom Curran. It was always going to be short, but it didn't really get up. And now Keogh to pull it away for 4, and he put it away very nicely indeed. There were some cries to catch it, but I don't think Tom Curran was capturing that. It was over the top of him and away for 4. So Keogh has 111, 317 for 8, but it does mean that Sanderson will be on strike to Dan Worrell.
Yeah, I think he'll be quite positive here, Sando. I think he's actually contributed quite handy with the bat a couple of times. I think did he get 40 or 50 against Kent here?
Yeah, got 30, 38 here with what was then a record last wicket partnership for Northamptonshire against Kent with yourself.
Yeah, I think he's a handy batter, and I think he's probably a slot lower than maybe where he could bat. So Northampton to be hoping he can some handy runs here. 3
slips in place as Dan Worrell comes in and bowls to Sanderson, plays it to Steele at point, and there's no run. I was going to ask you, Lewis, whether you thought that, bearing in mind that Ben Sanderson's taken 33 championship wickets this season, 350 in his career with Northamptonshire thereabouts, whether he's enjoyed any of them more than the straight 6 at Canterbury. I think that's the what you don't see Ben Sanderson smile a huge amount on the field, but I think rarely have I seen him look quite so suffused with joy when he hit a straight 6 at Canterbury. Here's Worrell. And again, bowls to Sanderson, covers up, plays it back down the pitch. Worrell fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, they always like getting their own back on a bowler or something along those lines. But yeah, he has, like I said, he's contributed with sort of handy 20s and 30s throughout the year, which doesn't sound a lot, but when you are chasing down the odd bonus point, we sort of have in mind for our last 3 wickets, if we can get sort of 50 runs or something, it is very frustrating as a bowling side.
Worrell in bowls to Sanderson, drives nicely through the covers. He's going to get certainly 1, in fact he's going to get 2. Come back for a second, chased out there towards the main scoreboard by Gus Atkinson, but they're able to come through for a couple. Sanderson to 3, 319 for 8.
Yeah, I think lower order runs really have a big impact on the momentum of the game. Like I said, Surrey will be hoping that they can get these last 2 as quickly as possible. And obviously Northampton will be hoping longer we can drag this out, more runs, the momentum you then take into your bowling innings. So it's a huge part of it. And the successful sides in Championship cricket.
As Worrell bowls to Sanderson, punches it away through the covers. Another run here, chased back by Cameron Steele, and Rob Keogh was thinking about a second, and it was a good bit of fielding, sliding stop on one of the old pitches by Cameron Steele. Keeps it to 1, Sanderson to 4, 320 for 8. Yes, he's made, going into this innings, 149 runs in the Championship this year. As you say, some very useful contributions down the order. He'll tell you, of course, in the 1-run defeat at Headingley last year that if he'd have been on strike instead of Wayne Parnell for that last ball, it would have been job done. But here's Worrell in again. Appeal for LBW, looked to be heading down the leg side, and that's what the umpire thinks as well. So not out is the call. Rob Keogh looking to work that away through the onside. Looked from here to be missing leg stump. Just have a little look on the replay, which is coming up on the stream. Yeah, it's correct shout by the umpire, missing leg stump.
Yeah, but Rob Keogh there, you can see what his thinking is now. What have we got? 1 ball, 2 balls left of the over. So he's got to try and, if he can, find a single off this delivery, or try and smash one out the ground and then get a single off the last delivery.
Worrell in again, bowls to Keogh, drives and misses outside the off stump. So that was, in fact, the end of the over. I think they must have missed a ball at some point, but it is the end of the over. 320 for 8. Keogh is 111. Sanderson is 4. We'll get Eva Gray back into the third voice seat now. And thanks, Lewis. We'll see you a little bit later. So Eva Gray will be taking Lewis McManus's place.
Can't take my eye. Poor Mr. McManus with his finger. I broke this hand shutting our patio doors. Andrew had, yes, yeah.
Not quite as glamorous as against Derbyshire and Royal London Cup match.
Perhaps
he's more glamorous. I don't know.
Not at all. But no, they're brave, these keepers. They're lunatics, but they're brave. I'll give them that. Here's Kemar Roach then, coming in over the wicket to Sanderson. Oh, beats the edge. So Roach is sitting on a 5 for here as well. That's a great ball as well to Sanderson. It really is. Because Sanderson can bat, but that's a good delivery. Welcome back, Eva Gray. It's been good from Surrey this morning. They've got themselves back into this, haven't they?
Yeah, lots happened since I disappeared. Yeah, a really good spell here from Kemar Roach, and well backed up down the other end by Worrell. I love watching these two bowl together.
They're very good together, aren't they? As Kemar Roach is over the wicket here to Sanderson, and Sanderson, good shots, just clip this away into the leg side, come back for 2. So that shows that Keogh is very happy just to let Sanderson bat. So I think Rob Keogh's just going to play his way, trusts Ben Sanderson, because so often you see it that sort of there's a partnership down the back end of the order, and fields are changing, and one batter wants to get on strike and not let the other one, and the whole thing can sometimes sort of meander along for ages. But here, Keogh sort of said, right, Sanderson can bat so he can face if he needs to. As here is Kemar Roach to Sanderson, shot up on his toes and just punching away through extra cover. He was off his feet there. Off goes Hashim Amla in hot pursuit, loses his hat. I think he's got that inside the rope eventually, and they'll get back for 3. But that's a lovely shot from Sanderson. Off his feet, punched it away through extra cover for 3. And you can see why Rob Keogh's quite happy here. Eva Gray to have Ben Sanderson on strike.
Yeah, proper shot that. It was just setting him up with the away swing. That one tailing just into his midriff.
Roach over the wicket to Keogh, and Keogh's forward, driving up towards mid-off, and there's no run. The other thing I always think in these situations is for the 2 men stood at slip, and you often hear this, Burns and Paterno. Burns is thinking about how do I get these last 2 wickets, but they're also thinking about batting. That's the other thing. So if Northamptonshire can stay out there for another 45 minutes, hour, that will just annoy those 2 opening batters as well. So they want to get this finished off, but Northamptonshire will still think there's runs out there to be had. There are with shots like that from Rob Keogh. It's just a single, but he's gone after that wide outside the off stump and flashed it off down towards Dan Worrell for a single. And that'll be 1 more to the total. So they've already, these 2, added 14 for this 9th wicket. Just to point out as well that Surrey 1 wicket away from a 3rd bowling point. Northamptonshire 24 runs away from a 4th batting point as Roach is in, and Sanderson chips this one in the air into the leg side. They'll get 2 again. This can happen because Surrey, of course, are attacking, trying to get this wicket when Sanderson's on strike, so that there are lots of gaps for him. But he's playing it very well at the moment. He's on to 11. Rob Keogh, outstanding 100 here, 112 not out, and 328 for 8, Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with how Northants have gone about it this morning. I think sometimes you could see in that build up to the new ball, kind of the mindset of just stay there, get yourself back in the morning and kind of play from there. But they've been really busy, especially Rob Keogh, and he's continued to do that even with wickets falling around him. So it just takes the pressure off, and if the runs keep going as you losing wickets, then it makes it a lot easier.
Dan Worrell starting a fresh over to Rob Keogh, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. We're talking about the England legends playing this afternoon against Sri Lanka. The full England squad, we're talking about some of the players involved. Darren Maddy's also involved in that squad. Matt Pryor, handy bloke to have in as your keeper batter, with also Phil Mustard, who could do a similar job. Tim Bresnan, Nick Compton is in there as well. Stephen Parry, Lancashire left arm spinner. Worrell in again, bowls outside the off stump, flayed away by Keogh out to deep cover. They're going to take on the arm, they're going to come back for 2, and he's going to do so comfortably. It's well run by Rob Keogh. Must admit, first thought was that's probably just a single, but Keogh was, well, he set off determined to go back for 2 and did so successfully. 114 now to Keogh, 330 for 8. Stuart Meeker, of course, you mentioned, Tim Ambrose and of course the great Darren Stevens.
Well, he won't be out there, will he, D. Stevens? Because he's got a final to play on Saturday.
Yes, he's down on the list, but I don't think he's actually present.
No.
Here's Worrell again, bowling very full, squeezed down to point where Steele fields by Keogh, and there's no run.
I don't know if I've missed him, but Jade Dernbach's out there.
Yeah, Jade's out there as well. Yeah.
He
was in all the photos anyway.
He was our bowling coach during the 100, and he was using it as prep for this.
Of course he was.
And he was coming off half run from 6 foot, however. And it's just not very useful, this, Jade.
No, of course he was. There you go. Get himself ready.
Priorities. Here's Worrell in bowls, and it's nicked by Keogh, and it's a nasty one for Rory Burns at first slip to have to take, as it lands just in front of him, and they finish up as it ricocheted off Burns, coming through for a couple. It ran down towards fine leg. Burns had to retrieve it, and that's again good running and good awareness from Rob Keogh. 116 to him, 332 for 8, but it was a nick at speed, and as I say, it was a nasty one for Rory Burns to have to try and stop. Wasn't a chance. He did get a hand on it, but ricocheted off, and they were able to come through for 2. 332 for 8, 18 more for another point. Worrell in bowls to Keogh, nudges it down to third man off the penultimate ball of the over, so Sanderson's going to have, I think, 1 to face. Goes down to third man where Roach fields in front of the Spencer Pavilion. Triple Nelson on the board, 333, 117 now to Rob Keogh.
Interesting this as well, because Keogh and Sanderson will also say to themselves that Roach and Worrell can't keep going forever with this new ball. So yeah, they can bowl another 3-4 definitely in this spell, but they can't keep going forever.
Worrell in his 20th over in the innings. Runs in and bowls to Ben Sanderson, who it's outside off stump, fairly wide, and just when he thought, well, Ben Sanderson, just leave it alone, leave it to Rob Keogh at the start of the next over, goes for a rather expansive drive, like a sort of poor man's Tom Graveney. Doesn't make contact, goes through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. 333 for 8. Keogh is 117, Ben Sanderson is 11, but as you mentioned, Mark, handy runs, these two have already put on 21.
I just wonder if Ben Sanderson almost saw that as a free hit,
yeah,
in the fact that Keogh would definitely be on strike for the start of the next over, so if it's out there, I'm going after it. And he did go after it, he got nowhere near it, but he did go after it.
It looked good.
It looked excellent.
Apart from not making contact.
Well, I love that. I've said that all season. I love those where you see a shot and it looks amazing. If they took a photo of the shot, it looks absolutely brilliant. The fact is, it got nowhere near it, and it's in the keeper's gloves behind. But that snapshot would look amazing. So it's going to be Kemar Roach. He's going to have a sweeper on that cover boundary now for Rob Keogh. Just the one slip. As Roach is over the wicket, and Keogh's looking to flick leg side, and Kemar Roach is annoyed there because I think he got a little inside edge onto his thigh guard. And I think he thought it might fly into the leg side for a second there, sort of clapped his hands in the middle of the pitch to Kemar Roach.
And Sanderson was setting off for the single. I think he's obviously trying to protect
I think he
Rob
wants
Keogh.
to be on strike.
No, I think he's trying to protect Rob Keogh.
He wants him to get a red inker, doesn't he? Good for the old average. Well, he's played some lovely shots so far, Ben Sanderson. Roach in once again over the wicket. And Keogh's picked him up here off a length and swung him leg side. He's got enough of this. That's going to race away down towards the long on boundary rope for 4. So on a length, put away by Rob Keogh. Just slung it over the leg side. And I think it's more toe endy seeing it again, but definitely got enough bat on it. And off it goes for 4 runs. And 121 for Rob Keogh, 337 for 8.
He's slightly shaped up there, thinking it was going to be the outswinger to get it through cover, and then just kind of went with it, as you say.
In goes Roach again. Forward goes Keogh. Pushes this down to Rory Burns in there at backward point. Fascinating day already, this. 249 for 4. Started this morning. So they've added 88 and lost 4 wickets. So it's 88 for 4 so far today.
Game's moved on, hasn't it?
It has indeed. 337 for 8, Northamptonshire. Kemar Roach over the wicket he comes once again. And Keogh's picked him up again, gone leg side. Really hasn't got hold of this at all, but he's going with it. And there's a big old acreage out there towards Cameron still. And he's just throwing the bottom hand into this. Here's Rob Keogh. Picks up a couple more. 123, all valuable runs these, because it's pushing Northamptonshire towards another batting point.
Don't know if Kemar might throw in a short one at some stage here, because it looks as if he's just hanging on that front foot, and depending on the movement and the direction of the seam, either going through cover or over mid-wicket.
Over the wicket goes Roach. Oh, this is full of length. This is swung in the air. This will be caught. Cameron Steele takes the catch. Oh, look at that from Kemar Roach. He immediately goes up to Rob Keogh, shakes him by the hand and gives him a hug. So what an innings that has been from Rob Keogh. What a lovely gesture that is from Kemar Roach. He has 5. Kemar Roach, he's been outstanding for Surrey in the games he's played this season. So 5 wickets for Kemar Roach. But what a fine innings that has been by Rob Keogh. He goes for 123. And listen to this applause for Rob Keogh as he makes his way off here at Wantage Road. Raises his bat towards the Northamptonshire faithful. Super innings. And I think that was a shake of the hand from Kemar Roach to say that's been a great battle. I've really enjoyed that. And he gets Rob Keogh. So it's 5 for Kemar Roach. It's a 3rd bowling point for Surrey. And 339 for 9. But that's been a fine innings from Rob Keogh. So now it's, can Northamptonshire find another 11 runs? That's the other thing. But 5 for 95 for Kemar Roach. Terrific bowling.
Classy
from
moment.
him.
Classy moment.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. I think it was generally one of those of, I've really enjoyed that battle. And you've played really, really well. And probably a bit of relief there that Keogh's gone, because he has played extremely well. So it's a fascinating morning this. That's 5 wickets this morning. It's Kemar Roach looking to finish this off. Jack White is playing down the wrong line entirely there, the left-handed Jack White, but it's into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his left-hand side, and 339 for 9. But Eva Gray, what a fine innings that was from Rob Keogh, but again, we talked about it. Kemar Roach, new ball, 3 wickets.
Yeah, really good spell there, but as you say, I've been really impressed with Rob Keogh this morning. Just kept it really simple. Kind of given a lot of space to work with by Surrey early on, with having the field spread slightly, so he could kind of rotate the strike, get off strike, and yeah, I mean, he's played some lovely shots and a really good innings, but pleased for Kemar Roach. He's showing all the skills. He's got the one that goes away and a couple there coming back into the right-hander, and he's just been tucked for room with that one. I think he's just followed him a little bit and it's kept going, and he's just gone with it and swung it out to the deep square leg. So good piece of bowling.
Kemar's corner as well now, down at the front of the Spencer Pavilion, as Sanderson goes aerial, and he's going to be caught, and he is caught at deep cover. So Worrell picks up the last wicket. Sanderson not, I think, probably expressing a huge amount of confidence in Jack White, went for a big hit and skied a simple catch out there to Cameron Steele in, well, deep cover. And Sanderson goes for 11, and Northamptonshire have fallen short of the 4th batting bonus point. They've picked up 3. They're all out for 339. Dan Worrell finishing with 2 for 64. Kemar Roach with 5 for 95. And Surrey will have around about half an hour's batting until lunch.
Yeah, and they finished that off pretty well, actually, Surrey, you have to say. How many times do you see it that so the last couple of wickets with someone with 100 to their name, and 45 minutes later, you're still trying to knock those last 2 wickets over. But sort of coming to the ground this morning, Surrey would have said to themselves, that new ball's going to be absolutely critical. And when you've got Worrell and you've got Roach, if you can get to that new ball, you've always got a chance to do what they've done. Because when that new ball was taken, at that point, it still weren't in a bad place, actually, Northamptonshire. They just lost. Saif Saib looking to sweep to Cameron Steele. That was 293 for 6. So they've actually used that new ball pretty well, of Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell. So 339 on the board, Eva Gray. It's something to work with, but I just go back to that point I made that Surrey in the Championship this season, their lowest first innings total is 308. So they've always managed to get past 300. But they're going to have to bat well. But we've seen there's no great pace to this pitch. But they're going to have to bat well. And Northamptonshire, every chance they can pick up wickets with the likes of Mr. Sanderson. Every chance. But I think it sets it up very, very nicely for the rest of today and the rest of this game, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And as we spoke about it earlier, I think they bat really deep. Sorry, I think Gus Atkinson's down to come in at 9, I think, which is a little bit of a worry for Northants. But as you said, it doesn't look totally kind of flat to bat on. And yeah, I think it will be a tricky period with the new ball for Rory Burns and Ryan Patel to get through. But yeah, we spoke about it. I think they're going to have to go a decent lick if they want to try and force a result in the game, maybe. And they want to try and get up over that 339. Yeah, pushing it over 4 runs and over, maybe yeah. And yeah, Northants went along at 3.8, I think. So yeah, I mean, I think they'll be happy with 339, but potentially a little bit lazy from Rob Keogh and Ben Sanderson just to not get to that 4th batting point. I think we saw Ben Sanderson play a few really nice shots and just a little bit rash that last one, I think.
Yeah, I think it did have quite a bit to do, as I did allude to there, with maybe not having a huge amount of confidence. Jack White's got a good eye, and he can hit the ball a long way, but he doesn't bat long. He doesn't do batting long, and indeed, as was the case down at Southampton. So Sanderson presumably thinking he had to just take the odd chance, but when you get that close to another batting bonus point, and when every point is absolutely vital, I agree with you entirely, Eva. I think that was just a slightly strange little bit of cricket. But just to run through the bowling figures before I have to update BBC Radio Northampton. Kemar Roach, as we mentioned, finishing with 5 for 95 from 20 overs. Dan Worrell 2 for 64 off 20 overs and 1 ball. Gus Atkinson 2 for 39 off 12, and Cameron Steele picked up the wicket of Saif Saib this morning. 6 overs, 1 for 27. 7 bowlers used by Surrey. 339 all out. We still have, 80 odd overs left in the day. So, well, again, there's plenty of opportunity if we get that full quota in for the game to be very well advanced one way or the other by the close of play today. But 339 all out means 3 batting points for Northamptonshire. Puts them on to 136 points for the season. Of course, Yorkshire having not picked up any batting points yesterday, so it just stretches the advantage a little bit. Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Northamptonshire just bowled out for 339 in the 90th over, resuming on 249 for 4. County losing their last 6 wickets in adding 90 runs this morning. Rob Keogh made 123, his 14th first-class century for Northamptonshire and his 3rd of the season. Otherwise, not much in terms of contributions from the lower middle and lower order. Vasconcelos out for 18, Ben Sanderson last out for 11, and no one else getting into double figures. Northamptonshire then picking up 3 batting bonus points, all out for 339. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton into the midday news. And
what's interesting me is Saif Saib, who's out there, having a good old run through with his left arm spin.
yeah, it's interesting because he hasn't been used a lot. I mean, we talk about it, obviously the fact that he hasn't played much red ball cricket this year because he lost his place in the side fairly early on in the season. But he came into his own. He bowled well in the Royal London Cup, and I think it just maybe reminded the coaching staff and the support staff that actually he's a handy little left-arm spinner. He's quite quick. He doesn't tend to give it a huge amount of loop. He tends to be a little bit darty, but he can be very handy in white ball cricket, certainly as a bowler. And again, it's we're talking about strings to bows, and it would be another very handy thing for Northamptonshire if Zabe would come to the party with his left arm spin. Of course, they have Zabe and Rob Keogh with no Kerrigan playing.
And Williams, of course, made his debut last week against Hampshire. How did he go?
It was interesting. We were saying, Kevin James and I were on, obviously, commentating, and his opening spell, he looked really threatening. He fell a little bit foul of umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who was getting a little bit twitchy about where he was following through. But I thought his opening spell, he looked pretty good. And then, as the day went on, he just seemed to lack a little bit of bite, just looked maybe a little bit undercooked in terms of preparation. And talking to John Sadler after that first day's play, he said, Lizard himself said he just didn't really feel right as the day went on. And he didn't take a wicket down there. He bowled in the only innings, 20 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 98. So he was dangerously close to getting the ton up. I wouldn't say bowled badly, but for an international bowler who's played all 3 formats for the Proteas, it was perhaps just a little bit below expectations. Interesting to see how he goes.
Might be better for that game.
Yeah.
It might be better for that run.
Well, Northamptonshire will hope so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the players getting ready to get back out there in the middle. And just to say, on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and mention it again, but Kevin Howes has asked me to remind everybody that at lunchtime, the Northamptonshire chairman, Gavin Warren, is joining him at lunch on the other side of the ground. We'll keep mentioning that up to the lunch break, but Gavin Warren joining Kevin Howes during lunch.
Well, that'll be interesting. Gavin Warren was obviously presiding over the supporters forum here at Wantage Road last night, as I missed the very start of it for the, I hope, excusable reason that I was interviewing Emilio Gay after his 145. But some interesting stuff coming out of the meeting last night, and I'm sure those and many other points, not least about structure and how the whole thing's going to work or not work, will be examined by Gavin and Kevin during lunchtime. Be an interesting listen.
It will be. So here come Messrs Burns and Patel out to the middle. 339 from Northamptonshire. Seems like ages ago saw Rory Burns with a bat in his hand. July it was. Last game against Warwickshire, but he's been in pretty good nick in the Championship this season. Ryan Patel did play the Royal London, of course, but Rory Burns so far this season, if I can read my own writing, 722 Championship runs, 300s and 150. That 100, well, one of those hundreds was against Northamptonshire.
It was.
From memory. And Ryan Patel, 562 runs in the Championship, 100 and 350s.
What's Rory Burns been doing with himself over the past few weeks?
I think he's had a break. Played Royal London. Hashim Amla went back to South Africa, had a bit of time at home. Ben Geddes captained Surrey in the Royal London. Jamie Smith sat in a dugout for the London Spirit. Cameron Steele, of course, played the Royal London. Jordan Clark 100, didn't partake, I don't think. Gus Atkinson's come back from injury, so, but Rory Burns has been hitting, you know, ahead of this game. But I think understandably, get a bit of time off with your family. And it gave Ben Geddes that opportunity in the Royal London as well to take on the captain's seat, which was a great experience for him, and I know he absolutely loved it as well. So it'll be Ben Sanderson to get us started from the David Capel end, and Rory Burns will be the man on strike, the left-handed Burns. 4 slips in there for him straight away, and Rory Burns will settle himself down. Here we go then, Ben Sanderson with the first ball of this Surrey reply. It's a no ball from Ben Sanderson. It's nipping back. I think height would have been the issue there for Rory Burns, but he's nipped it back. It's hit him high on that back leg, but he's overstepped the mark, and Surrey are up and running 2 without loss. Eva Gray.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have been out. I think height would have been the issue there,
high.
yeah.
we speak about this all the time, that so many men's and women's fast bowlers have issues with their run-ups, and everyone just says, "Oh, just put your marker back a little bit." But it just doesn't work like that.
No, it's not that simple. As Ben Sanderson over the wicket, he comes to Burns. Burns is forward, and it's the first runs off the bat. Just squirts it away, does Rory Burns, off the face of his bat through the gully region. Picks up a single, and that will move Surrey on to 3 without loss. Just explain what you mean by that, Eva Gray, because it would, if you were sort of overstepping the mark, the logical thing would be go back a bit, wouldn't it? But it doesn't. You know, it's all very measuring it out now with a tape measure, rather than doing the old big strides back and scuffing up the turf.
Yeah, I don't really get the tape measure.
No, everybody seems to do that now. Here is Sanderson, first ball to Ryan Patel, who is forward and playing this one off a good length, and there's no run. So with your run up, is it number of paces?
Yeah.
Boom, straight down, off we go.
I give myself a little bit of room from the crease, and then I just do paces. But I just think with the tape measure, like, all your steps are different. Your steps aren't going to be exactly the same.
Fair point. I suppose it's how stretchy you feel that day. If you were stiff and sore, then you might not stride as far as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel.
That's how I see it anyway. But yeah, I don't know. You bowl an no ball and everyone's like, "Oh, just throw it back a foot," and then you set off. But then, obviously, compared to what you've just done, it looks further. So you start stretching and thinking, "Oh, I'm not going to get there." So there's more to it than that, but it's easy for the spinners and the batters to.
Over the wicket once again goes Sanderson. Forward comes Ryan Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think I'm right in saying with Simon Kerrigan that he never really measured his run up at all. No. He just used to turn around and then he went.
I think that's right.
I read that in Felix White's book that he said that he never measured a run up. He just walked back, right, feel good, off I go. I've often thought as well, your feet could grow, couldn't they? You see,
that's true.
And then you've measured it out, and then your feet might grow. As over the wicket, shrink, as driving is Ryan Patel out towards backward point. Wasn't completely in control of that, Ryan Patel, and Sales does the fielding, moving away to his left-hand side.
Well, that had a bit of a rash of no balls, particularly in the game at Cheltenham, which they won in the end, but they bowled 18 no balls across the 2 innings, and Ben Sanderson was the main culprit. And it's unusual because, I say, this is his 7th season with Northamptonshire, and it's not really ever been a problem with him before.
There was a Surrey game where it was almost the top scorer. As forward goes the left-handed Patel, plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run. So end of the first over of this Surrey reply. They are 3 without loss. Rory Burns has 1 and Ryan Patel's yet to get off the mark.
I think it was Scarborough and it was Shannon Gabriel who just...
Thank you very much indeed, Eva Gray. And I was there, and I couldn't even remember the game. Thank you very much indeed, Eva Gray. Yes, but Surrey had their moments as well. And it was all sort of coming down the hill.
Like 40 odd no balls.
There was. It was. But dear old Shannon Gabriel, on his debut, just couldn't quite get it right, and then he took a wicket with a no ball, as I think did Jamie Overton. So it was definitely Scarborough.
5 Sports Extra back with us. Very welcome back to Wantage Road, where we have around about, half an hour to go till lunch. Surrey starting their reply to Northamptonshire's 339 all out. Rory Burns and Ryan Patel out there to face the new ball in the hands of Ben Sanderson and Jack White. It's going to be White to bowl from this indoor centre end. 4 slips in place. And Burns on strike. 1 run to his name so far, and more runs to his name now as he steered that away wide of 4th slip. It's running down to the boundary, and it's got to be 4 to Rory Burns. So first boundary of the innings, he goes to 5 and Surrey to 7 without loss. As far as the matches elsewhere in Division 1 are concerned, obviously a lot of weather around yesterday. Everyone hoping for better luck today, certainly at Headingley, where Yorkshire bowled out for 134 yesterday. Essex began their reply this morning, and they're now 58 for 3. White round the wicket, bowls to Burns, drops it down towards the slip cordon, and it's Saif Zaib who comes up from 4th slip to retrieve, and there's no run. So Yorkshire have picked up a bowling point, having failed to record any batting bonus points in that game. And at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are playing Somerset bowled out for 219, and Warwickshire 18 for 2. That's 8th against 9th in the table. Here's White in again, and that's edged past 4th slip. It's running down towards the boundary. It landed just in front of Saif Zaib, going away to his left, and it's 4 more runs for Rory Burns. No 3rd man in place. He goes to 9, and Surrey to 11 for no wicket. Andrew Rabb, Mark Church, Eva Gray on commentary at the moment, joined shortly by Northamptonshire wicket-keeper Lewis McManus, not able to play in this game or indeed the rest of the season, having broken a finger that required surgery, but joining us on commentary today. Here's White. Round the wicket again to Rory Burns. Good leave outside the off stump. Decent carry. That's really zipped off the pitch.
Ooh. 4 byes.
It's gone through Ricardo Vasconcelos, and it's gone for 4. And Vasconcelos, I think that's the definition of the old-fashioned look. That has just zipped off the pitch. Vasconcelos got gloves to it, but didn't manage to hang on, and he's just gloved it down to the boundary for 4 byes.
Well, it swung after it had gone past Rory Burns, and then like an aeroplane taking off, it just kept going upwards at Vasconcelos.
15 for no wicket. White in again, bowls to Burns, just drops that down on the offside, almost at his feet. James Sales comes in for backward point to retrieve, and there's no run. So, as again, we almost tire of saying here at Northampton, you have to make the new ball count. And Surrey certainly did that this morning, with the second new ball wrapping up the Northamptonshire innings. And I do think those 2 wickets just before the second new ball were also important for just giving Surrey a bit of an in. Here's White in again, bowls to Burns, plays it down to Sales at backward point. That's the end of Jack White's first over. 2 boundaries off it, plus the 4 byes. Leaves Surrey 15 for no wicket off 2 overs. 9 of those to Rory Burns, and Ryan Patel yet to get off the mark. Elsewhere in the Championship, in Division 2, Worcestershire taking a very firm grip on that game down at Hove. Sussex bowled out for 220. Worcestershire 164 for no wicket. At Grace Road, where they were off for rain for a good part of yesterday, Leicestershire 162 for 8 against Durham. And at Lords, Middlesex 184 for 4, just 30 runs behind Glamorgan, who bowled out for 214.
Here is Sanderson coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel is tucking this one off his hip into the leg side. Rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. But yeah, that one for Vasconcelos, and we've got Mr. McManus behind us, but it was one of those where it went past the bat, swung, kept swinging, and then took off. Never easy, is it, if it does that for the keeper? There are certain bowlers that get that to happen as well. As Sanderson is in. Oh, that's a good one to Ryan Patel. Great length. Patel has to play at that. pushing forward and beats the edge. And again, after it's gone past the edge there, Eva Gray's dipped and gone the other way at Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yeah, that was a good nut, that one. I think Jimmy Anderson's known for his movement after the ball passes the bat, isn't he? But this looks horrible to keep.
Yeah, it does. It does
sure.
at the moment. Sanderson over the wicket to Ryan Patel. Oh, lets this one go. That's not too far away from his off stump. Again, that doesn't really carry that one into the gloves of Vasconcelos. Could be a busy afternoon this for Mr. Vasconcelos. He's diving all over the place at the moment. He really is.
I don't know what Lewis felt. I got the impression down at Southampton again, it wasn't easy keeping down there, ball doing a bit. I just got the impression he'd massively enjoy the experience, but Lewis can talk about that when he comes in a second.
They used to say that Jimmy Ormond was horrible to keep to. Jimmy Ormond, awful. As forward goes Patel, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. John Batty would have done a lot of it to Jimmy Ormond, but it's sort of if there was a nick, and for the keeper in the slips, they said it used to nick and then go. It would swing again after it's hit, and then even if it didn't hit the edge, it would just wobble. And he had loads of catches dropped off him, Jimmy Ormond, because of that.
Well, the state of John Batty's fingers is absolutely horrendous.
It's these keepers, you see.
Horrendous.
Yeah, I've always say, you know, it's a keeper because they can shake you by the hand from round the corner. As over the wicket once again goes Sanderson. That's nicely played by Ryan Patel. First one that was a little bit short. And he's on the back foot and he's just punched this away through extra cover. I don't think it's going to get to the rope. Could be another all-run 4. It is. We had one yesterday and we have an all-run 4 again today. So an all-run 4 yesterday. The all-run 4 klaxon starts sounding around Wantage Road again. I get very excited with that.
It's the little things for you, isn't it?
It is. It is. Wait, were you with us when there was one in the first over of the game? I'm not sure you were for that game either. Oh, I almost went home at that point. I thought nothing's gonna top that this game. An all-run 4 in the first over.
Because at the Oval, I think it was not unknown to have all-run 5s and 6s in the old days when they used to play the whole width of the ground.
Yep. Sanderson round the wicket once again. And now Ryan Patel, that one, he's just playing inside the line, I think. But it's difficult to tell. Sanderson, nice over that from Ben Sanderson. Not easy out there at the moment. 19 without loss. Surrey, 9 of those belonging to Rory Burns. And 4 to Ryan Patel.
Just get Lewis McManus to come in place of Eva through to the lunch break. We can go and suss out the lunch and where we need to go for it. I think we're back in the David Steele room again today, I believe.
Excellent. Yes.
Just immediately down below us. For now, we have around about 20 minutes to go until the break. Obviously, a little bit of a longer session, making up some of the time that we lost yesterday due to rain. Lewis McManus is back with us. We'll talk about wobbling balls and so on as White comes in and bowls to Rory Burns, who plays that down on the bounce to Zabe at 4th slip, and there's no run. Yeah, we were saying about this business of when the ball's wobbling around, and that was an absolute horrendous one for Vasconcelos to take, which in the end he managed to finish up gloving it down for 4 byes, but tough one.
Yeah, I think wobbling balls, especially in red ball cricket, it doesn't seem to happen so much in white ball, but red ball is a massive factor, and that ball you're talking about in the last over.
Jack White got to the crease and then realised that something wasn't right, and whether it was he was distracted by, I think was it Simon Kerrigan down in the fetching blue bib, who's trotting round the boundary and just ran in front of the sight screen. Got something I think for Ben Sanderson. Whether that put Jack White off, I'm not sure. So yeah, sorry, carry on about wobbling balls.
Yeah, it is a massive challenge. Well, a big part of keeping wicket in 4-day cricket, especially.
As White comes in and bowls to Burns, pushes it out of the offside, go through for a quick single, and Rob Keogh and James Sales just slightly getting in each other's way. I think there was probably a single, they went straight away. One more to Burns, he goes to 10, and Surrey to 20 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's a massive factor, but like you said, that one in that last over, as soon as it sort of gets sort of chest high or around your head height,
it becomes even more tough because you're dealing obviously with your hands in front of your face a little bit. So it's harder to watch the ball all the way in.
As White comes in and bowls to Patel, beats him outside the off stump. To be fair, I think Patel just about pulled his bat inside the line. Goes through to Vasconcelos, takes it cleanly this time.
But it's one of those things, you kind of got to block it out a little bit and just hope that you go with it and stay relaxed. Often the problem arises when you sort of start worrying about it and then you get quite tense and sort of snatch at it. It's like you said, certain bowlers are worse for it than others. I'm not really sure why that is, but unfortunately it's just a factor of red ball cricket in this country.
Next ball is driven back firmly by Ryan Patel, but well stopped of his own bowling by Jack White, and there's no run. Yeah, it is a strange one. But you talk to Phil Rowe, former Northamptonshire assistant coach, will be in with us tomorrow, and I know he said you even notice it when you're mitting as a coach, and you see that some bowlers can make you look, in his words, very, very stupid when he finished it.
It's strange. It seems to really only happen in this country mainly.
Next ball from White is played up to Proctor at mid-on by Ryan Patel, and there's no run.
It's definitely something that overseas keepers, when they come over here, they sort of want advice on or how they deal with that, because I know if you keep a wicket in South Africa or Australia where it's very consistent carry, you stood maybe a tad further back and that ball doesn't wobble, it's a lot easier. There are obviously other parts, maybe the bounce is a challenge, but wobble's definitely not as prominent overseas as it is here in the UK.
Outside the off stump goes Jack White, left alone by Ryan Patel, and that's the end of White's second over. 2 overs for 9, and Surrey 4 overs gone, a 20 for no wicket, replying to Northamptonshire 339 all out. Yes, I was obviously managed to watch an awful lot of the Test series because we've been obviously playing county cricket, but I know they've said the same about Verreynne, the South African keeper. He's had 1 or 2 issues with it, just that wobble, and the New Zealand keeper, I think the first part of the season, the first part of the summer as well, was having a similar problem.
West Indian keeper a few years ago at Lords, I think he said at head high, it sort of wobbled on him and hit him in the face actually. And it is tough. It gets a bit of getting used to, but I think you eventually you get over the fact that it happens. You can actually practice it in a certain way.
Sanderson from the David Capel end to Rory Burns has got him LBW. Rory Burns looking to whip it through the leg side. It's a big strength of Rory Burns. It's just whether it pitched on. That's the key thing. But umpire Graham Lloyd puts up the finger. And we'll see it again now. I'm not sure. It's difficult for us to tell. But the only thing you would think, has that pitched outside his leg stump? But the finger's gone up. Rory Burns, the captain, has to go. He's gone for 10. And Northamptonshire have the early wicket. And it's 20 for 1. And Rory Burns, as I say, he doesn't often get out LBW. I think people think with Rory Burns he's often an LBW candidate, but he doesn't often get out LBW. But the only thing there would be, did it pitch outside? If it didn't, then it was out. But Rory Burns is on his way back, and Northamptonshire will be delighted with that, getting rid of Rory Burns before lunch, Lewis McManus.
Yeah, it's a huge wicket. Like you said, over the wicket for Sando. That's the challenge. Can he pitch it on stump line to challenge for an LBW? And like you said, Rory sort of lowers you in a little bit. You think you can target his pads, but he's very good off his legs. So yeah, that's a big wicket for us.
It is a big wicket for Northamptonshire, and it brings Mr. Hashim Amla out to the middle. It's that time of the year again where he's in his short sleeve sweater. So out he comes, Hashim Amla in his short sleeve sweater. But 20 for 1. Yeah, Rory Burns has been very consistent, as he always is for Surrey in the Championship this season. Hashim Amla, sounds a funny thing to say. He's not had his best season for Surrey. Still 519 runs and 350s and 100. And still a wonderful player, of course. But that's why I think as well, from a Surrey perspective, others have sort of stood up, because you tend to look at Hashim and think, right, he's going to score huge amounts of runs. Well, actually, from a Hashim Amla point of view, it's been a quietish summer, but everybody else has sort of chipped in around him. So, He's out there in the middle.
Yeah, I think he did a season at Hampshire a couple of years ago when I was there, and obviously you're looking for what he offers on the field, but what he offers off the field is
Everyone
as good as
says
anything.
the same thing. Everyone says the same thing. It's Sanderson is in. First ball for Amler. He's forward-ish.
very
It's
good
an
at it.
inside edge, and he'll pick up a single.
Yeah, I'd say obviously he's played a lot of Test cricket and he's a fantastic player all round, but his ability to play the ball late. Against these types of bowlers is something that I think stands him apart from everybody else. See how late he's played that. The ball's actually gone behind square somehow. So he's a master at doing that.
He is indeed. Of course, that magnificent 30-odd not out against Hampshire last year in 200 and whatever balls it was, where he didn't play a shot. As round the wicket comes Sanderson to Patel. Patel is allowing this one to go outside his off stump.
Yeah, I actually thought about that innings last week when we were at Hampshire, and you spoke earlier about sort of fine margins, taking small bits of the game out here and there, and like we said, we were sort of a couple of minutes away from escaping with a draw last game, and he was amazing at that. Very frustrating to play against.
I bet but I loved it. Up on in the commentary. Well, it's actually down as the third greatest day of my life, Lewis McManus. That it's round the wicket once again. Comes Sanderson. Sorry.
A lot of them at the Aegeus Bar.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, it was the birth of my daughter, number one. Johnny Wilkinson's drop goal in the 2003 World Cup final, and then Hashim Amla's 30, whatever it was, off to. Just the only reason being, I just thought it was amazing how he basically put every shot in the locker, and first ball, last ball, batted the whole day, and didn't actually play a shot in anger. I remember playing one sweep shot, that was it, really, for the whole day. As round the wicket comes Sanderson to Ryan Patel, and Patel is forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I seem to remember there was a period as well where we went short at him from around the wicket, and he didn't want to play it with a straight back because we had a sort of a leg slip. Didn't want to pull, obviously, to bring in the top edge. So there was times where he was just almost letting it hit him. I mean, it's probably why he's had such a successful career, is his ability to build a plan and stick to it for a long period of time.
Over the wicket comes Sanderson to Ryan Patel. Patel is punching. Nice looking shot this away through the covers from Ryan Patel. The chase is on. Safe to say it might get there. They won't run 4 here. They'll stroll 3. Hashim Amla comes jogging back for the 3rd, but it's a good over from Ben Sanderson. And he picks up the wicket of Rory Burns. And Surrey 24 for 1. In reply to Northamptonshire's 339. But yet everybody who's ever played with Hashim Amla says the same thing.
Yeah.
He's an amazing guy. And what I've noticed is whoever it is that's batting with him, and it can be somebody along the lines of Pope or whoever who's played Test match cricket, everyone says it's so good to have him at the other end because he's such a calming influence. He's a bit like the Zen master, isn't he, really? He's just sort of so calm the whole time, is Hashim.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, it's just his like sort of dedication to help you in training. Or I don't know, 22 maybe at the time, but he was brilliant, but not just with me, with others as well.
Jack White starting a fresh over from this indoor centre end. First ball to Patel, played out into the covers, and there's no run. The one I was going to ask you about, Lewis, I don't know if you spotted on social media, but they're suggesting that now the county championship starting to do a little bit of experimenting with the ball tracking based on the live stream, which of course all the counties do, and whether it may be that DRS of some description, and not obviously in the sort of same way that they do it for test matches. Come back to the second, White in again, just tucks Ryan Patel up a little bit with the one that's shaped back into the left-hander, just drops down off the pad into the offside. Zabe comes up from 4 slip to field. And they're sort of suggesting that it might be that at some point in the future there will be some form of DRS in county championship cricket based on the live stream pictures. Thoughts on that? Worth looking at?
Yeah, I think any way that we can improve the game or the product that goes out there is obviously a good thing.
White in again, bowls to Patel outside the off stump. No shot offered, goes through to Vasconcelos.
And I did hear exactly what you're saying about that, and I think it will also help. It's not just about umpiring decisions, but how they select people to maybe go up to the next level to Test cricket, whether that's reading pace. I know that there's certain bowlers that they'd be looking at pace, bounce, and how they maybe select them to go on to play Test cricket or to get selected onto Lions tours.
White, and again, round the wicket bowls to Patel. Plays it off the front foot very solidly back to White. Fields off his own bowling.
I think all sports have become so driven by stats, haven't they? And it obviously gives them info to selectors rather than just coming to a ground and watching. So it'd be interesting to see how they implement that and if that then does progress to umpiring decisions or referrals at some stage. I mean, I'm sure as the game goes on, that will happen.
White in again, hangs that outside the off stump. No stroke from Patel, goes through to Vasconcelos. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I was seeing one of our colleagues, Nick Webb, covers Glamorgan, was sort of saying, thought it'd be a good idea, just even if you're looking at it from the decision point of view, I understand, hear entirely what you're saying about it as a means to help selectors. But he was saying, if you just get some sort of DRS system into county championship cricket, if it helps, in his words, the accuracy of decision making. Next ball from White, played defensively back down the pitch by Patel. End of the over. 3 overs for 9 for Jack White, 24 for 1 off 6 overs. Surrey.
Yeah,
then it's got to be worth looking at.
Yeah, definitely worth looking at. It's gonna have to get another professional umpire in, aren't you?
Well, that's true.
You're going to have 3 because you're going to have someone up in the box.
Quite a big panel.
Going to build ball tracking.
There is quite a big panel now, there isn't there?
Yeah, so that would be something. But yeah, no, if the technology's there and it works, use it.
If it works.
If it works, is that is the key thing, though. If it works, so it's going to be Ben Sanderson coming into the right-handed Hashim Amla, and Amla pushes forward. And that one just beating the outside edge. That's nicely bowled by Ben Sanderson.
But it does make you wonder. I mean, Churchy, you and I were talking off air before we started this morning about every time a decision maybe is one that there's discussion about. It'll go up on social media and you'll get heaven knows how many comments of this is a shocker or whatever. Just makes you wonder what it would have been like 30 or 40 years ago.
Over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Amla, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Well, I thought that about Shane Warne, actually. How many wickets would he have had on top of what he took anyway if DRS had been involved? It's amazing to think about it now. It really is.
Well, I was thinking about, when I started covering county cricket in the mid-80s, you had, 1 or 2 umpires who were very well known for giving a lot.
As over the wicket comes Sanderson. Oh, and that's a good leg.
Or a bad reputation?
Well, you put it this way, you knew that if you saw, you got to the ground in the morning and you got the scorecard and you saw it was umpires X and Y, then if you were a freelance, you thought third day might be dodgy, might be only getting 2 days' work here. It just makes you wonder how many of those that if they'd gone to DRS.
Yeah. See, but if the technology is there and it works, then absolutely. Sanderson is in over the wicket to Amla, tucks this one into the leg side, and there's no run. An obvious point would be everyone would have to have it, though.
Yes,
that's the thing. This is all great. The live streams are wonderful, don't get me wrong, and people experimenting with new bits and pieces are great, but everybody's got to have it and it's got to work. That's the thing.
I think there's been speed guns going around a little bit.
I've heard that as well. Yep.
I don't know if they're keeping an eye on a certain player to maybe feature in Test cricket, then they're using that.
As in behind this short ball goes Hashim Amla, plays this one out towards the backward point region, and he won't pick up a run on this occasion.
Just wondering about the day when we watched 30 wickets fall on the first day of a championship match between Northamptonshire and Essex at Luton in 1995, and Mark Eilert swinging it round corners, 9 for 19. Bowled Northamptonshire out for 46 and finished on the losing side.
Yeah, well, that's a proper game of cricket. That.
DRS on that one.
Forward goes Amla. We might have finished earlier. Pushing this one down towards backward point, and they'll pick up a single. And one more to the total,
It was all-
25 for 1.
It was all over just after lunch on the second day. Northamptonshire winning by, I think, 2 wickets with Alan Lamon and Ilkumble finishing the match with a handy little partnership. But I think I'm right in saying, and I'd need to double check this, there were certainly 9 or 10 LBWs on the first day.
Well, as long as it's consistent.
Well, it's one of the great umpiring stories. It was David Constant and Bob White, Knocker White, the old Notts player, were the umpires, and we went to see them after the close of play because obviously 30 wickets fell in the day. In those days, you'd be looking at pitch panels and whether there's going to be a pitch reported, and they said quite rightly that it just swung a lot. It was hooping all over the place. But when David Constant, we went to their little caravan, and he said, I'll get Bob out in a minute, but he's got his index finger in a bucket of iced water. Lizard Williams comes into the attack from this indoor centre end, bowling his first ball of the innings to Hashim Amla, plays it up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 3 slips in now. 4th slip has come out, but Saif Sabu was at 4th slip, is now in there at short mid-wicket. Young at first, Gay at second, Cobb at third.
It feels like a good time to be bowling again now, doesn't it, with the conditions?
Quite overcast. Closing in on lunch. As Williams is in, bowls to Amlus. On the front foot, playing it back down the pitch. Williams fields in his follow-through, and there's no run.
Nice start from Williams.
Just also makes you wonder that in the old days, was it in the 30s when they had the SNCC rule, which they used as an experiment, where you could be out LBW even if you'd hit it, if the umpire felt it was still going to go on and hit the stumps. And it was apparently for a season or two.
That went down well.
It apparently was carnage for a season or two. There's a lot of score settling going on. Next ball from Williams. This fellow South African, Amla, is in behind it, playing it out roughly where forward short leg would have been. Zabe comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run.
Well, I suppose if it came into the live streams, who would be saying, can you rock and roll that for me, please? And all that good stuff. I see Snicko, please.
Is that the best angle you've got?
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's the only camera we've got.
Here's Williams in again, bowled short, pulled round the corner by Amla, who's going to pick up a single down to Ben Sanderson down at long leg. One more to Amla, who goes to 3, and Surrey to 26 for 1. Could be last over before lunch. Just to see what the time is on the board. I think they've got 12:40 down there. So,
well, I think what we can say this morning is the game's moved on a touch this morning. So it's interestingly poised, all this, heading into the afternoon.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they play this, Surrey, if they do have one eye on the table and how they want to try and force a win, or do they just see how the game develops naturally and look to win it by only batting once? It'll be interesting.
Next ball from Williams to Ryan Patel. As Patel in behind it, off the back foot, playing it back down the pitch, just does a little bit of gardening. 1 ball to go in the over, so we'll soon discover if this is going to be the last over of the session.
I think they'll bat normally this afternoon. I think they'll just bat that old cliche, bat what's in front of you. I think that's exactly what they'll do this afternoon.
Here's Williams from the indoor centre end. 3 slips and a gully in for the left-handed Patel, who on drives crisply. Good sliding stop by Jack White coming across from mid-on, and that is lunch. So that's lunch on the second day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. It's 26 for 1 at lunch. Hashim Amla's made 3. Ryan Patel on 7. The man out, Rory Burns. LBW to Ben Sanderson for 10. That was with the score on 20. All this in reply to Northamptonshire's 339 all out, of which Rob Keogh made 123. 9th man out, his 14th century for Northamptonshire, and 5 wickets for Kemar Roach. As far as listeners to 5 Sports Extra are concerned, interesting lunchtime feature. So we'll hand you back to the studio and Kevin Howells. And for listeners on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, and the respective live streams, Well, it's been another fascinating morning session, Mark.
It has, and as I say, I think it's moved the game on. And Rob Keogh with a fantastic 100, but then Kemar Roach using the new ball extremely well. And I think Northamptonshire will feel they're a bit short of where they would have wanted to have been with 3-3-9, but then they picked up the wicket of Rory Burns before lunch, LBW for 10. So yes, I think we're in for a very interesting afternoon this afternoon, and this game's moving forward.
It is 72 overs left in today's play, so that is lunch on the second day from me, Andrew Rowd, from Mark Church, Lewis McManus and Eva Gray. It's goodbye from Wantage Road for now, and we hope you'll be rejoining us when play resumes in around about 35 minutes' time. for the second session and this second day's play of what's been so far an enthralling county championship match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Northamptonshire bowled out this morning for 339. Surrey going into lunch at 26 for 1. And the not-out batters Ryan Patel and Hashim Amla making their way to the middle now. The Northamptonshire players led by Will Young in the huddle, around about halfway between the pitch and the boundary. Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton with you, and alongside me this afternoon, Mark Church and Eva Gray, and Lewis McManus, Northampton's wicketkeeper, will be joining us a little bit later as well. And Mark, after, we say, the game moving forward, we lost some time to rain yesterday, but certainly, it was a blink and you'll miss it opening session.
Yeah, definitely, and an absorbing opening session. And I expect this afternoon to be exactly the same, because I thought Surrey did pretty well actually there to bowl Northamptonshire all out for 339. I think if Northamptonshire were honest, they'll feel they were short of where they wanted to be. But then picking up that wicket of Rory Burns before lunch, LBW to Sanderson for 10. And it means Surrey will start 26 for 1. Hashim Amla on 3 and Ryan Patel on 7. So they've kept Northamptonshire within touching distance, Surrey. That's the thing here. They've kept Northamptonshire within touching distance. And I think the way they'll go about this is just bat normally today. Yep. I think just try and bat till stumps tonight, see where you are. As Sanderson is in with the first ball after lunch from the David Capel end to Hashim Amla, who turns this one down into the leg side. Because Eva, I always think that the worst thing you can possibly do is get ahead of yourself in the game. Sometimes you get to a point in the game where you have to start thinking how we're going to force it, but Surrey don't need to yet, do they?
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got the capability to kind of increase that run rate at any stage if they need to as well. So
then we had that strange little section of play where we were waiting for the new ball to come, but I think the key thing was that Surrey, with that old ball, managed to pick up Vasconcelos and Saif Zaib just before the new ball came, and then it was Roach and Worrell used that new ball very well indeed, as Sanderson is in over the wicket to Amla, and Amla across his stumps and then helps this off his hip for the first run after lunch. Typical Amla shot that for a single. Just shuffles across his stumps and then works it away off probably middle for a single. And it's our first run after lunch. Jack White's doing some running already down below us. And magnificent hair, Mr. White, down below us.
Known as the resident rocker.
Yes, he looked great. I enjoyed it when he was bowling, but now it's covered by a big white floppy sun hat. As over the wicket goes Sanderson for the first time to the left-handed Ryan Patel after lunch, and Ryan Patel's reaching forward, playing this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I'm still a wee bit surprised looking back on this morning's play, the choice of stroke that Ben Sanderson played, player of his enormous experience. You know, I guess I get it that number 11 was in, and Jack White doesn't tend to bat for a long time, although he's quite capable of hitting a few runs quickly, but play that sort of shot and hole out at deep cover with 11 needed for another point.
And Sanderson is in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and it's a nice looking shot from Ryan Patel. It's up on his toes, forces a way through the covers. They'll look for 3 here. It's a long old way out there to the cover boundary, and they'll get back for 3. Relay bit of work out there, and throw from Sales, and they get back for 3 runs, and that will move Ryan Patel neatly on to 10 and bring Hashim Amla back onto strike on 4. It was interesting hearing Lewis McManus talking about Hashim Amla as well, and he's played with him and was obviously there behind the stumps for that entire day last year at the Aegeus Bowl, and Hashim Amla made his 30-odd not out as Amla waits once again, and forward he comes to Sanderson, just plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. That's the end of the first over after lunch then, and Surrey 30 for 1. Welcome back to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. You're alongside myself, Mark Church. Eva Gray here as well today, South East Stars and Oval Invincibles, and Andrew Rad as well, of course. And yes, as we were saying there, this absorbing second day And the game moving forward at the moment, Mr. Ad.
It is, and it's still overcast. It's been like that for much of the day, and if the weather apps are to be believed, I think it's going to be pretty much the same throughout the day. I think the rain, such as it is in England today, is rather further south, although not a great deal further south. I think certainly around Oxford way they're still getting a little bit, and they had a delayed start down at Hove, though I think they're playing now. 3 slips in place as Jack White comes round the wicket, starts his first over of the afternoon session to Ryan Patel, who's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for White to field, and there's no run. Will Young in there at first slip. Emilio Gay, yesterday's batting hero for Northamptonshire, at second. Josh Cobb at third. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg down on the boundary just by the seating area at the front of the Spencer Pavilion. And here's Jack White round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Patel. Short, he's gone for a big hit, he's gone up in the air, he should be caught. It's Lizard Williams underneath it. Williams takes the catch, and Ryan Patel has rather given that away. And that's just the start that Northamptonshire were looking for this afternoon. Went for the pull, big top edge, and Lizard Williams just came in from the boundary about 10 yards and took a straightforward catch. Patel goes for 10, and Surrey are 30 for 2.
Yeah, now it gets interesting. Straight away after lunch, and Ryan Patel was playing that off the front foot, actually. I think he's more using, he hasn't really moved the feet. He's just, he normally plays that shot extremely well. And it's sort of come off a top edge. Good catch from Williams, because it was up there a while, but that's a big wicket for Northamptonshire after lunch. And Ryan Patel slowly makes his way back towards the Surrey dressing room. Gone for 10. Jamie Smith will make his way out to the middle, but he just on the angle, really, from round the wicket there. And he's just sort of helped it leg side, Eva Gray, but top edgy, and a good catch from Williams.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing shot just after lunch, really. I think he'll look back at it and think he probably should have tucked it off his hip or something for a couple with no one out there at deep square leg. But yeah, I mean, as you said, top edge, bit toey, and out to long leg. Good catch.
Well, Northamptonshire, as we were saying before lunch, you've just got to keep plugging away.
Yep.
And plenty of bowling options in this side, and it was interesting, and you mentioned it earlier, Mark, to see Save Zabe out there before the innings started. A little roll with his left arm spin. Gives Northamptonshire an extra option. He's come into the side in place of Tom Taylor, so Northamptonshire foregoing one seamer, but it still leaves them with Lizard Williams, Ben Sanderson, Jack White, plus James Sales, and Luke Proctor, who's not the worst, quite skiddy.
Option.
And then obviously the spin of Rob Keogh and Safe Save if needed. So
say my apologies, Ben Geddes at 4.
Here's Geddes about to face his first ball from Jack White, and he's edged, and it's just, I think, dropped in front of Emilio Gay at second slip, who there's a shy at the stumps from Will Young, who had to track back to retrieve, and Geddes is off the mark with a single. Didn't quite carry, I don't think.
I think, to be fair to Ben Geddes there, for a first delivery, he hasn't really gone at that.
No.
And I think that has just about bounced in front of Gay. Just.
Emilio Gay's been excellent in the slip cordon. It's been another part of his game that's really coming on in addition to his batting. He's caught well at second slip this year. It brings Amler back onto strike. Outside the off stump goes Jack White, left alone by Amler, and there's no run there. Standing quite a bit closer, Emilio Gay, and it still didn't quite carry to him. And as you say, I think the fact that Geddes played it with fairly soft hands probably saved him. If he'd pushed at that one a little bit more, it only needed another foot or so, and I think it would definitely have carried to Emilio Gay. Still the 3 slips in place as White comes in and bowls to Amler, who's in behind that, pushing it up to Rob Keogh, one of the 2 first innings century makers for Northamptonshire, coming in from mid-off, and there's no run.
Sounds a strange thing to say when you nick your first ball, that you played it pretty well, but I think he did play that pretty well, Ben Geddes, because you want to feel the ball on your bat, so your hands tend to go at it, but there he just kept very soft hands. It was a lovely first delivery to him from White, because it was in a lovely length.
Here's White in again, bowls to Amler, forces beautifully off the back foot. That's just perfect balance, perfect timing. It's racing out towards the extra cover boundary. Long chase there for James Sales, who reels it in, probably 5 yards in from the fence in front of the main scoreboard, and they're through for a couple of runs. Takes Amler up to 6, and that's the end of the over. 6 to Amler. Ben Geddes has made a single, and Surrey 33 for 2, having lost Burns for 10, Patel for 10. All this in reply to Northamptonshire's 339 all out. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey obviously second in the table. Hampshire, who are top, not playing in this round of matches. At Headingley, Yorkshire 134 all out. Essex at 80 for 3 in reply. And at Edgbaston, where Somerset are playing Warwickshire, Somerset were bowled out for 219, but they've made early inroads, and Warwickshire 25 for 3, still at lunch there.
Yeah, busy old game, that one. Here is Sanderson running towards us, coming over the wicket to Ben Geddes, the right-hander, for the first time, and Geddes just turns this one off his hip down towards long leg, and there's White under his floppy sun hat to do the fielding, and Geddes will move on to 2, and Amler comes back on to strike on 6. The thing with Hashim Amler as well, Eva, is he never tries to hit the ball too hard, does he?
Yeah, that punch in the last over was a prime example of that. I think these two quite like batting together, don't they?
Yep.
Geddes got 200s in his 6 innings so far. I think one of them was with Amler at the other end.
It was. As over the wicket comes Sanderson, as always, and Lewis McManus mentioned this straight away with Amler, plays it so late and just plays that one out into the offside. Hashim Amler, very studious. Always enjoy watching Amler build an innings, really.
Yeah, studious is the right way. He kind of gets his head really close to the ball, and whether it's a full ball, he kind of ducks into it almost and makes sure he gets his head forward.
Forward he comes here, playing this one from Sanderson out towards cover point, and there is Sales coming up to do the fielding. Yeah, 124 against Kent at the over was a maiden championship 100 for Ben Geddes, and Hashim Amler 124 as well. So those two batted together a long time, and immediately afterwards, in a hard-hitting Mark Church interview with Ben Geddes, he immediately said it was great batting with Hashim Amler. So this is what we talked about this morning, is Amler's forward here, playing this one off his stumps down into the leg side. And again, as Lewis McManus said, you can see how late he's played that, the fact that it goes behind square on the leg side from Hashim Amler.
Are any of your interviews not hard hitting?
No, there are cricketers all around the world that fear seeing me come towards them with a microphone.
Pithy and trenchant at all times.
Yes. Waits again, does Amler. And forward goes Amler. That hops at him a touch, and again he's played it very well down into the leg side. I think the only time I've ever really actually got an exclusive, I didn't even realise I got an exclusive. So, and that was with the great Mr. Kevin Peterson, where after his 100 against Leicestershire, during our interview, he mentioned that I'm just off to Lords now to see Andrew Strauss. I backed that up with. Now, when you played that cover drive away to get to, got back and thought, oh, hang on, over the wicket once again. Here's Sanderson. This is pushed away by Amler down towards that backward point region. They get a couple here, and again Amler just making sure he's on top of the bounce there, just guiding it away for a couple of runs. Lovely placement from Hashim Amler. He picks up 2, 36 for 2 then at the end of the over here on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. And we're into the back end of the season now. This game and 2 more to go in the domestic season. And of course, there's the Royal London One Day Cup final on Saturday. Eva Gray has eliminators heading her way as well for the South East Stars. So still a lot of cricket to be played in September in all competitions, really.
Super September.
Super September.
Absolutely.
Yeah, smashing September.
Got it right. 3 slips in place as Jack White comes over the wicket, bowls to Ben Geddes, who's in behind that, playing it up to Safe Sabe, who's fairly tight in there at mid-wicket, almost a catching position. We mentioned there's rain just to the south of us here, and they're actually off for rain at Lords now, where Glamorgan 214 all out, Middlesex 184 for 4. I think they came off just before lunch down there and haven't been back on since. Here's White, and again bowling to Geddes, just forces him onto the back foot, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Mentioned the various games in Division 1 just a moment or two ago. In Division 2, Worcestershire closing in on a first innings lead against Sussex down at Hove, where they were late starting. Sussex all out for 220, Worcestershire 209 for 1, so just 11 behind. Grace Road, with her off for a long time yesterday because of rain. Leicestershire 202 all out. Durham just started their reply. They're 5 for no wicket. Here's White in, bowls to Geddes. Just straightens him up a little bit, plays it down to backward point where James Sales fields, and there's no run. I suppose the only thing that is at the back of your mind, you said about it being rather overcast here, is the dreaded issue of the light at this time of year. We still have 68 overs to go after this one. They were off for light yesterday, and they will have taken a reading, of course. Here's White in again, bowls to Geddes, who's on the front foot, pushing it down past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Proctor comes around from mid-on to field, and once again there's no run. And I just wonder whether we're going to get all of the overs in. It's always a bit of an issue at this time of the year, isn't it, when we're losing? According to Matt Taylor on the BBC weather forecast, 4.5 minutes of daylight a day.
4.5 minutes a day
at this time of the year.
Have to get up earlier.
Here's White in, bowls to Geddes, turns it nicely away into the mid-wicket area, but smartly fielded by Lizard Williams, coming round from square leg, and there's no run.
I had a bit of a shocker this morning, I have to say. I woke up about 5 o'clock, couldn't get back to sleep, so I thought, I know what I'll do. I'll go down in my shorts and a t-shirt and just have a little walk round outside. So out I went, and the old automatic doors wouldn't open again. So I had 20 minutes in the car park this morning, which was very pleasant.
Here's White in again, bowls to Geddes, plays it down to Sales at backward point, and that's the end of the over. 36 for 2 with Amler on 8, Geddes on 2. White's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 12. Well, where you're staying in Northampton Town Centre is also, of course, very close to the bus station.
It is.
So could have gone and had a little look at the buses.
Yes, well, there's only so much of a car park you can really look at for 20 minutes. So there we are. But then I kept ringing the bell, and then eventually someone sort of came and let me back in. Good over that from White. Great length he's bowling. Getting Geddes forward. That's the length on this pitch, isn't it, with the odd short one. Sanderson is in to Amler. Amler's forward, just playing this one again down behind him. Josh Cobb comes round to do the fielding. Will Young, the captain, will be pretty happy with this at the moment. Just picked up that wicket of Ryan Patel. If you're just joining us again after lunch, Ryan Patel pulling a short ball from White. The top edge, really. And Williams taking a good catch down at long leg, because it was up there a long time. He certainly would have heard the cry of catch it. As Sanderson, right arm over the wicket he comes to Amler, and Amler, again, typical Amler, across his stumps and then tucks it away off his hip. He'll come back for 2 with the throw from White, and Amler, as always, conserving his energy, and then just manages to just when he needs to put a couple of bigger strides in. But as I was saying yesterday, I was told by one of the great men of cricket that Amler is in the top 3 in sort of testing of sprinting over 25 yards in the Surrey camp. So that's all he needs to be, really, is quick over the 25 yards or 22 yards. So yeah, still between the stumps, he's rapid. Hashim Amler, as Sanderson is into him, and he's covering up, playing this one down in front of him. Rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run.
It's interesting what you were saying and what Lewis was saying this morning about Hashim Amler and what a pleasure he is to play alongside. And I suppose that the one thing almost you want as much as if you get somebody in from one of the international player from overseas, and almost more than runs and wickets. You want them to be generous.
Yes.
You want them, and I think Will Young is a very good example of that as well. And it just seems to me from a distance that Amler's a very generous cricketer, giving generously of his time and his knowledge.
Absolutely, and he's also just a very nice man. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Amler. Plays this one out into the offside. I think that is, well, Evie, you've had it as well. The superstars, it's also what they give back in the dressing room, isn't it? As much as runs and wickets.
Yeah, definitely. We just had Susie Bates with us. She literally got involved in everything, was helping people when she could, was always at team events. People like proper professional, as you say.
Over the wicket once again is Sanderson. That's short. That's pulled by Amler. Out into the leg side, out towards deep mid-wicket. And the throw comes whizzing in, straight over the top of Vasconcelos. And there is 3 slips backpedaling for all their lives to stop overthrows. But they do a good job in the end. And that's just the single for Hashim Amla. 39 for 2.
Yeah, I'm sure you find some overseas that kind of keep themselves to themselves and come over and yeah, just kind of don't get too involved or just come over here for the cricket and nothing else. But then you get some who throw themselves in for it. And Amler's been back for years, hasn't he?
Yep, absolutely. We just play Hampshire, Essex, Surrey. Over the wicket once again comes Sanderson, and forward goes Geddes. Plays this one solidly back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over, 39 for 2. 11 to Hashim Amla, 2 to Ben Geddes. Kevin Howe's over the other side. All we think is, I bet he's going to mention Ricky Ponting. I bet he will just drop it in there again. But I have to say, Ponting was outstanding when he was at Surrey. You hear about these blokes, but he was just so generous with his time, especially in the nets. And I always remember Zander de Bruin could not score a run for toffee. And Ponting would have his net. And then you'd see him out there with Zander de Bruin for an hour after everyone else had gone home with a bucket of balls, just throwing ball after ball after ball at Zander de Bruin.
Jack White starting his 6th over in and bowls to Hashim Amla, who's in behind that, playing it up to Proctor at mid-on. We talk about overseas players and great names being generous with their time and knowledge, and sharing commentary down at Southampton last week with our colleague Kevin James. He was recalling, we were talking about when Dennis Lilly had his season at Northamptonshire in 1988, and he was recalling then that Lilly would actually do little sessions with bowlers on the opposition side as well, just to help them. It's Amler in behind that next ball from White, playing it into the covers where Rob Keogh comes across some extra cover to field and there's no run. And I can well remember that. And you talk to people like Mark Robinson, of course, who's now head coach at Warwickshire, and young bowler then on the Northamptonshire staff, and the amount of time and effort that Dennis Lilly would put in, and he didn't need to do it. No. It wasn't part of the deal, but he just did it because it was the brotherhood of fast bowling. Here's White in again, bowls to Amler, goes on the back foot, punches it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Apart from, as I have mentioned before, helping out with the press box barbecue. Dennis Lilly was proved to be as expert with the barbie as you would expect. The press box picnic down at Tring, where he had got the barbecue out, and Dennis, who was then out injured, came and helped out. I don't think we had any shrimps to offer him, but here's White in again, bowls down the leg side, and Amler's just turning that away down to deep backward square. Lazard Williams coming across in front of the signal box to field. One more to Amler, who goes to 12, and Surrey to 40 for 2, replying to Northamptonshire's 339.
There's that great Chris Gale story, isn't there? A P-Trigo benefit game somewhere, and Mr. Gale came down and was behind the bar, and the phone went, and it was BBC Somerset, I think, ringing up to see whether there was any chance of getting an interview with Chris Gale, and he picked the phone up and just stayed on and had about 25-minute chat on BBC Somerset.
Last ball of the over, it's not the penultimate ball of the over, beg pardon, from White. Brings Geddes onto the back foot, plays it down just in front of him on the offside, and now I just wonder whether Rob Keogh was thinking about pushing in a little bit closer there at extra cover. Geddes being relatively new to the crease. In fact, he's not. He's just retreating back to his extra cover position. So still just the 3 slips in place, but the mid-wicket fairly tight in there. Safe Sabe in a catching position. White in again, bowls, and that's on driven, and it was uppish from Ben Geddes, but he's timed it beautifully, and it's raced away for 4 runs. It brought the dive from Safe Sabe in that short mid-wicket position. It was in the air, but it went wide of Zabe. It raced away to the boundary. Over to our right, 4 to Geddes, who goes to 6, and at the end of Jack White's 6th over, Surrey are 44 for 2.
Yeah, I think that was probably past Sabe before he put the dive in. He
Until he
timed
hit
it so beautifully,
hit it hard,
Geddes.
didn't he?
Yeah, it looked like a kind of plan for the over, that one, from the action of Jack White and the slip cordon, just pushing up a full one up onto his pads and with that short mid-wicket in. But as you say, he timed it beautifully, so to the boundary before he could move.
Yep, absolutely. Whistled away for 4 runs. Sanderson down there in the distance. Continuing from the David Capel end. 3 slips in there. Will Young, Emilio Gay and Josh Cobb. And that's back of a length. And this is turned into the leg side by Hashim Amla, who's removed his short sleeve sweater.
Means business.
Which is always an ominous sign, actually. Because that means he sort of warmed up a bit now. As Hashim Amla. He did actually, I think on the hottest day ever, I think that was the one day he didn't wear a short sleeve sweater at all. But I mean, normally bats starts off in his short sleeve sweater. Sanderson is into him, and again he plays it so late, Hashim Amla. It does bounce on him, but he plays it behind square, down towards long leg. It's a nice bit of bowling from Sanderson, that, but he's taking that again middle and off, and it's hopped on him, Eva. But again, because he plays it so late, it rolls behind square on the leg side for a single.
Yeah, they're really plugging away at this. It's probably just full of a length, just kind of letting the ball do something off the pitch, and they are getting the rewards for it. But as you said, just played it so late that it can react just underneath his eyes.
Over the wicket he comes once again. Sanderson this time to Geddes, turns him round. That one just straightens a touch on Ben Geddes, the right-hander. Sitting outer edge of bat and rolling down towards backward point.
I think Hashim Amla's short sleeve sweater is like his floppy. He wears it no matter what.
Yep, no, 100%.
I remember we spoke about he wears his floppy with a beanie on.
He does, otherwise it falls off.
Yeah. Although not in 42 degrees.
Not in 42-degree heat, no. As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Geddes, plays this one out into the offside. Sales gets round to do the fielding. It's one of those fascinating things with that, because when he wears his beanie hat, the floppy hat never falls off. But then when it gets hotter, he takes the beanie hat off, wears the floppy hat, and every time he runs, it falls off.
I think he needs a smaller floppy.
Thank you very much indeed, Eva Gray.
For July and August.
That's what I've been thinking. I don't know whether they've run out of a size down in the shop. As over the wicket again comes Sanderson. This is cut by Geddes down towards backward point. Sales does the fielding and there's no run.
Or maybe they just get one per year.
One a year.
Well, I had a little boy come up to me a week ago or so, and he was like, "Can I have your hat?" And I was like,
I hope this was at a cricket match, I hope this was at a cricket game, not just out shopping.
And I was like, I've only got one, so no.
No, you can't. I've got to wear this. As Geddes is solidly forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. That rolls up towards mid-on. And there is no run. End of the over, 45 for 2. 13 to Hashim Amla. 6 to Ben Geddes. This all in reply to Northamptonshire's 339.
I remember getting into a degree of trouble last year, early last season, when Wayne Parnell had come across and wasn't actually playing in the championship match at the Oval, at Old Trafford rather. I think he just arrived, but he had to go out and do 12 man and took the field in a sort of grey cap. And I was saying, this isn't a Northamptonshire cap. It's a shame that he hasn't got a. And I was told that it was sort of the leisure caps from the range.
Leisure wear, yes.
Sold in the shop, and it did actually have Northamptonshire branding on it. But
yes.
Have to be very careful of these things. Here's Jack White starting his 7th over in bowls to Amler, who's on the back foot, playing it up to Keogh. An extra cover and there's no run. Bowls it on to Proctor at mid-on.
I remember the great Gary Wilson, former Surrey and Derbyshire and Ireland keeper. When Graham Smith came to Surrey as captain for the team photo, Mr. Smith tried his shirt on. It wasn't quite big enough for him, so he had to borrow a Gary Wilson shirt, and Gary Wilson wore the G. Smith shirt. And at one point, Wilson was doing an interview about being the South African cricket captain.
Wonderful. Here's White in again, bowls to Amler, who's just dropping it down on the offside. Sales galloping in from backward point to field, cuts off any possibility of a quick single. Yes, it's the delights of pre-season photo call, media day and so on,
Yes.
where it's always about 3 degrees below freezing.
Yep.
And I do remember the one year Northamptonshire had to do it in the car park, which was
Yeah, it's always,
quite fun.
always nice.
Well, yeah. Here's White in, bowls to Amler, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, it was during the Easter floods of 1998, and the ground was underwater at that time of the year. So all of if you look at the team photographs for that year, and all the individual head and shoulders photographs, they're all in the car park at the back of what's now the Ken Turner stand. Not particularly fetching. And also had those Northamptonshire had particularly lurid yellow kit. Whipped away by Amler for a single down to deep backward square as White just drops a little bit shorter. Lizard Williams coming out from off the boundary in front of the west stand, and there's one more to Amler, who goes to 14, and Northamptonshire to 46 for 2. Sun trying to come out, bright as it's been probably since first thing this morning. Forecast for this afternoon, suggesting it's going to be fairly overcast for the rest of the day, but hopefully the rain will stay to the south of us and we get a full, or at least a nearly full day's play. Here's White in again, bowls to Geddes, who's had a big flash at that, and he's caught behind. That was a very ambitious shot from Ben Geddes, just having a little bit of a whoosh outside the off stump, thin edge. Ricardo Vasconcelos does the rest. Jack White picks up his 2nd wicket. Northamptonshire have their first bowling point, and Surrey are 46 for 3.
Yeah, really did go after this, Ben Geddes, and it was there for the shot, just big outside edge and into the gloves of Vasconcelos. So 46 for 3 now, Surrey, and Northamptonshire have a bowling point as well. That's the other thing, that bowling point for Northamptonshire, but they'll be delighted with this after lunch. Ryan Patel for 10, Ben Geddes for 6, and what Surrey have done in this summer in the Championship is, even in these positions, they've always managed to somewhere find a partnership. But as I say, Northamptonshire will be absolutely delighted with that after lunch. And Eva Gray, right shot, it's there for the shot, just didn't quite get it correct
absolutely.
in execution.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a bit testament to how he's bowled as well. He's been really, really precise with his lines and lengths, and he's given one with a little bit of width. And as you said, right shot, but just not executed, as they say.
And we could see the edge from here. Big outside edge. So, Jamie Smith making his way out into the middle. Seems a long time ago since we saw Jamie Smith playing cricket for Surrey.
The 11th of July.
11th of July.
In Scarborough.
Yep, and I'm just going to double check how he went in that game in Scarborough, if I can find the right page. In my copious notes that I have here. I need to number the pages on this because it does make it a lot easier. Well, I'll find that in a minute, everybody. Well, I'll leave you with bated breath to find out how he got on at Scarborough there, Jamie Smith.
It's your equivalent to my my turquoise file of doom, which I have in the bag, which is usually fished out when you want to see if somebody's having a bad run.
11 and 11. 11 and 4 at Scarborough for Jamie Smith.
Seem to remember he got runs here last year in that,
yes, he did.
That excellent championship match here, and he got some. I think Will Jacks got runs as well, didn't he?
He had that big unbeaten double 100 against Gloucestershire at Bristol early in the season 234 not out, that was from memory.
Yeah, made 123 here in the first innings of that match out of 252 all out. Scored nearly half the runs. 4 slips in place as White comes in and bowls to Jamie Smith, who on drives up to Proctor at mid-on. End of the over, a successful one for Jack White. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 18. Ambler is 14. Jamie Smith yet to get off the mark, and Surrey, replying to Northamptonshire 339 all out, are 46 for 3, and Northamptonshire have their 137th championship point of the season.
They do indeed. And
Well, you said to keep count, so I am.
yes. Well, yes, I am as well. Sorry, I've got 3 points so far in this game, Mr. Rad. But yeah, Jack White's bowled beautifully, hasn't he, after lunch?
Yeah, really nicely, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes to Jamie Smith. As you say, he's been a little bit short of cricket. He's been running on the drinks for London Spirit over the past 5 weeks, so you'd have thought if he just keeps plugging away at that line of length, then he can make something happen here, as he's just done with Geddes.
As indeed. Just looking at Jamie Smith this season, 338 runs, but that big innings of 234 not out against Gloucestershire, where he picked up an injury that kept him out for a while, actually. So Williams is back into the attack, replacing Sanderson. We saw him bowl 1 or 2 overs from this indoor school end of the ground. Now he's into the attack from the David Capel end, bowling to Hashim Amla, and straight away again on a good line and a good length to Hashim Amla. 3 slips, backward point. Then they've got the short mid-wicket catching as well, Northamptonshire. Wideish mid-off, straightish mid-on, and a deep backward square. As Williams right on over the wicket, he comes to Amla. Turns this one into the leg side. There's Hashim Amla. That's picked up by Luke Proctor, who is lurking in there. Quite a few Surrey spectators have made the trip to Northampton. A lot of them are sort of sat to our right at the moment, spread around the ground. Flags fluttering in the breeze. Wendell's away to our right.
I saw the banners there last night. Is it the Peter May?
The Peter May boys. Peter May boys banner is down there to our right as Williams is in to Amla. Amla will tuck this one away. Fine on the leg side. And we'll get a boundary here because Longleg's never getting round to that. Got it very fine. And again, it's just typical Amla, although that was on his pads. But doesn't often hit a fielder, Hashim Amla. That whistles away for 4, and Amla moves on to 18, and that brings up the Surrey 50 as well. So Surrey 50 for 3 here at Wantage Road.
Game's moving ahead at Headingley. Yorkshire 134 all out. Essex are now 105 for 6.
Ooh.
So still 29 behind. Yorkshire have a second bowling point.
Might not be many batting points in that game.
No.
As over the wicket once again. Here's Williams. Forward goes Amla. Plays this one down into the leg side. Proctor doing the fielding in there at short mid-wicket. 50 for 3.
You kind of think that this is quite a big partnership in the scheme of the game, really. Cameron Steele coming in next, and then into Jordan Clark and Tom Curran. So big partnership.
Yep, important passage of play this. Williams is over the wicket to Amla. Amla drives nicely through the covers. Just get a couple here, and he's not trying to hit that too hard. Hashim Amla, he's just placing that through the covers. Picks up 2. Hashim Amla moves on to 20. Surrey moving on to 52 for 3. That in reply to the 339 from Northamptonshire. Started today 249 for 4. Northamptonshire. Rob Keogh making a magnificent 123. And Kemar Roach ending up with 5 wickets. Of course, Emilio Gay yesterday with his 145. Sun's come out as forward goes Amla. Good length delivery that from Williams. Probing over that from Williams. Bar the ball on the pads of Hashim Amla. And as he let it go, you can see Williams thinking, yep, that'll be 4. With that ball on the pads of Amla. But other than that, hit a good line and a good length. End of the over. And 52 for 3. And Well, it's rather pleasant now, isn't it, with the sun out? Warming up in the commentary box.
It is. We may have to think about the aircon at some point. It does certainly have the desired effect yesterday, but within about an hour we were all
Freezing.
we were all perishing.
Yes.
Wondering where we put our fleeces. Just be updating BBC Radio Northampton into the 2 o'clock news shortly, and then we'll get Lewis McManus back into the commentary box. He joined us sitting behind, having lunched well as we did, I'm sure. Here's Jack White starting his 8th over. 2 wickets already to his credit, and Jamie Smith pushing that back down the pitch for Whites to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Decent crowd in around the ground, say a few from Surrey. Not too many in the West Stand today. Tends to be a very popular seating place when it's very hot and you just want to get out of the sunshine. It's not quite the same today, so we haven't seen a great deal of sun, but it is out at the moment. 3 slips in as White comes in and bowls to Smith, who's on the back foot, playing it out into the covers. Safe Zabe comes in from extra to field, and there's no run there. So Surrey have now, with their 3 bowling points, closed the gap on Hampshire to 5 points. Hampshire have already played 12 matches. This is Surrey's 12th. White turning at the end of his mark. Down below us at the indoor centre end. Runs away from us and bowls to Jamie Smith, who works that into the onside. Just going to be a single. Luke Proctor runs round to his right from mid-on to field. So Jamie Smith is away. 1 to him, and Surrey are 53 for 3. Northamptonshire resuming this morning on 249 for 4. Lost the last 6 wickets for 90. The 5 for Fakimar Roach. Just a change in the field now for Amler, and they're pulling out one of the slips, so down to 2 slips now, but reinforcing the offside field. So now a backward point, a cover, and a fairly straight extra cover as Amler covers up to the next ball from White, plays it up on the onside. Zabe comes round from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. It's a very pleasant afternoon now. Plenty of sunshine. Still slightly concerned about what the light will be like at 6 o'clock or after that. So it came off for light last night at around about 5:45, something like that. That finds the edge of Amler's bat. Well bowled from Jack White. It's running down towards the boundary at 3rd man. They're going to come through for a couple. Surrey 55 for 3, replying to Northamptonshire's 339 all out. Northamptonshire picking up 1 wicket before lunch. Surrey's captain Rory Burns, LBW to Ben Sanderson for 10. And then since the break, Jack White has struck twice, having Ryan Patel caught at long leg by Lizard Williams. He was out for 10, that was 30 for 2. And then Ben Geddes attempting a rather extravagant drive outside the off stump, edging through to Ricardo Vasconcelos behind the stumps. He went for 6, and that was 46 for 3. Hashim Amla is 22 not out, big wicket for Northamptonshire to take. Jamie Smith is on a single, and Surrey 55 for 3. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton, and that is the end of the over. 55 for 3 it is. Amla is 22, Smith on 1.
Yes. Again, Hashim Amla there played that. It was a very good delivery. And he played it very, very well indeed. Sort of up on a length. Just turned him round a touch from White, but those soft hands again. That running off for more runs. Down there towards 3rd man. And 55 for 3. Thank you to Eva Gray. Lewis McManus is coming in again. Lewis was with us this morning. Great to see him this afternoon. As the sun is now, I wouldn't say beating down on the ground, but it's here. The sun has emerged through cloud, which is excellent news. And Jamie Smith will be on strike for the first time here to Williams with 3 slips. As Williams is over the wicket and a good leave because his off stump is still standing. But yeah, Jamie Smith hasn't had too much Championship cricket. As we were saying, his last game of Championship cricket was Yorkshire at Scarborough, so it's a while ago now. And it's been the same for everybody, of course, in September now, with these 3 games still to go in the County Championship. Williams is over the wicket to Smith, who's looking to force off the back foot. That squirts away in there to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And I agree with Eva Gray here, Lewis, that this is an important partnership, Amler-Smith, isn't it? After losing those 3 wickets, Cameron Steele to come next, then Jordan Clark, but Hashim Amla and Jamie Smith, big old partnership. Important part of the game, this.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, Hash will just go about his business and bat for as long as he can. Seem to remember Jamie Smith quite likes to score freely, so interesting to see how he goes on this. Obviously, slower wicket, it's harder to score freely.
Williams is into him again. Good length delivery from Williams, and solid looking defensive shot that from Jamie Smith.
Yeah, very good. I think it's a good field as well, set by Will Young. He's obviously got his catches still in place, but trying to there's obviously a cover in, just to try and absorb as many runs as you can and feel like if you bowl well, you could get a couple of wickets quite quickly, having, I know, the batting team not really gone too far away. So is a very important part of this this game right now.
Over the wicket comes Williams, and Smith's in behind this one. Plays it solidly out into the offside. He's bowled a very good line here and length, Williams, so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I watched a little bit of him at Hampshire last week. But yeah, it's the first time I've really had a chance to watch him bowl, and it's sort of quite skiddy. It looks like he's bowled a nice full length here, which is good. And yeah, like you said, you've obviously got Cam Steele in next, who has batted quite a lot of his career up top, hasn't it? Durham, yes. I think he opened. So he obviously adds depth to that lineup.
Williams runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Smith, and Smith's taking this off his stumps, just turning it into the leg side. Should get a couple, will get a couple, as Amla comes jogging back for the second. So 2 more to Jamie Smith. He'll move on to 3. 57 for 3. 22 to Amla. And Lewis McManus back in his Northamptonshire training kit, including a very nice hooded coat. But all I would think is, if it continues with the sun out, you're going to be very warm a bit later, Mr. McManus.
I think I have overclubbed a little bit.
You tend to quietly braze in this box if you're not very, very careful. Just looking at that Surrey first innings last year, and in a sense, Lewis was just saying about the importance of the new ball. It rather sums it up, because that Surrey first innings here 12 months ago, they hit early trouble at 15 for 3 against Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, including Amler out for naught. Then there was that terrific recovery, 140-run partnership between Will Jackson, Jamie Smith. Smith making 123, Jacks 60. Boosted Surrey to 231 for 5, at which point the second new ball was taken, and they're all out for 252. Here's Luke Proctor coming into the attack for the first time, and the first ball is just dropped down into the onside by Hashim Amla. Proctor himself, with a surfeit of energy, sets off to complete the fielding, and that's 1 more run to Hashim Amla, who goes to 23, 58 for 3. Proctor's picked up 11 championship wickets so far this season at 43, but as we were saying earlier, he's one of those bowlers, and we were saying Churchy Ryan Patel in the same mould for Surrey, very handy little partnership breaker.
Always fascinating to watch Proctor bowl as well, isn't it?
Very quick arm.
Yeah.
He's a very competitive sort of cricketer that you want on your side.
Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, who plays it back down the pitch. Yeah, it was interesting, Lewis talking last year about Luke Proctor with David Ripley, of course, in his last season as head coach last year, and he was saying that he felt a bit for Luke Proctor, as he probably hadn't, particularly last year, bowled the number of overs that he probably warranted, but because Berg and Sanderson in particular last year were carrying all before them. This next ball to Smith, finds Smith in behind it, playing it up to Cobb at mid-wicket, and there's no run. He just didn't get the overs, and when he did get the opportunity, and I think particularly down at Bristol back end of the season, on a pitch that was doing a bit, and he ran in and bowled beautifully and got a 5 for, and he just thought, well, maybe what he's capable of doing, but he just hasn't had the number of overs. But as you say, one to have on your side is Proctor in again, bowls, and that's a nice flowing drive by Jamie Smith, but only as far as Sales at backward point.
Sure, I remember seeing Proctor bowl Surrey out of Blackpool for Lancashire a few years ago now.
Yeah, he bowled a ton this year. He bowled quite a lot early season, and then he sort of picked up a niggle in his foot, I think, before the T20s in those couple of games. So he's purely playing as a batter there, but I mean, he's been a heavy contributor with the bat this year. Probably our leading run scorer by quite a way.
Proctor bustling in again, bowling to Smith, who plays it up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I think it was at Canterbury, wasn't it? He picked up that injury, I think, and didn't have a lot to do with the ball after that.
Yeah, I guess that's the handy side of being an all-rounder, is that in this game he maybe didn't get the runs he would have wanted first innings, but he can now contribute, and I know he'll be doing all he can to try and make some inroads with the ball in his hand now.
Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Smith, who just opens the face, guides it wide of the slip cordon. It's a bit of a chase down towards the third man boundary for James Sales from backward point, and they come through for a couple of runs, takes Jamie Smith to 5, and at the end of the over, Surrey 60 for 3. Hashim Amla on 23. Yes, he played as a batter against Lancashire here, and also against Gloucestershire at Cheltenham. But it was actually he bowled a few overs at Canterbury, didn't he? He was very expensive early on, uncharacteristically so. Then picked up the wicket of Joe Denley, and wasn't seen, I don't think, bowling again pretty much for the rest of the month.
Yeah, I think second innings of that game as well, there's a lot of spin bowls, wasn't there, which helped us really, because we didn't have that other seaming option in Luke Proctor. So yeah, see, T20s he doesn't play for us, so he had a bit of time off there, but yeah, it's good to see him back bowling now.
He is a very handy cricketer, isn't he, Luke Proctor? Williams from the David Capel end is into Hashim Amla, who's looking to cut a ball that got a bit close to him, just nipped back a touch on him, I think, and got a little bit cramped for room there. I've always thought with Proctor's action, it's a little like a mini Andrew Flintoff, the action.
It kind of looks like it's off the wrong
foot, but
doesn't
it's
it?
not.
But it's not,
no.
But it is, it's quite whippy at the crease, targets the stumps.
Well, another Proctor, Mike Proctor, I was lucky enough to do a Q&A with him, and you know, everyone thought he bowled off the wrong foot, but he actually didn't. It's just his action. Here is Williams. Shout for LBW height will be an issue there, because Amla's going across his stumps. That's hit the thigh guard. Rolls away into the leg side. LBW will be the shout. But yeah, Mike Proctor, Rudders, you'll have remember him very fondly and have seen him play. But he actually didn't bowl off the wrong foot. No, it was just the action.
He generated a terrific amount of pace, didn't he? He talked to the likes, and we mentioned him yesterday, David Steele. Mike Proctor broke his arm here at Northampton in 1969, and you think back to some of those wonderful one-day cup, the 4 wickets in 5 balls, and because he was here for a couple of years as director of cricket when Alan Lamb was captain, spent the 91 and 92 seasons here, and my goodness, what a lot of cricket knowledge and wisdom was stored in that man.
Yeah, as over the wicket comes Williams to Smith, and Smith will pick up runs, just turns this one down into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total. He was fascinating talking about sort of World Series cricket, and obviously he didn't get to play for South Africa due to the ban. But then, of course, he was the head coach when they were reintroduced into international cricket. So very interesting hearing all about that and the World Cup, and that first one-dayer back against India with Clive Rice as captain. Over the wicket comes Williams, and Hashim Amla is looking to pull this, gets himself in a bit of a tangle actually, sort of trying to help it off his hip, and I think possibly hit the glove and just rolled away into the leg side. For Hashim Amla, that was slightly ungainly.
It was, wasn't it? I have told the story before that when Mike Proctor was here, that it was South Africa got readmitted to international cricket during his spell here at Northamptonshire, and did an interview with him on the morning that the decision came through from ICC that South Africa had been readmitted, it was a bit emotional, as you can imagine.
Absolutely. And hearing him talk about all of that was absolutely fascinating. There's short one from Williams, and again, Amler's thinking about having a hook at this, and then in the end just ducks underneath it, taken by Vasconcelos. Well, of course, his captain in that World Cup was Kepler Wessels. Of course, but I always remember here, driving in the car park, and walking up to the commentary box to find Mr. Kepler Wessels with his bow and arrow and a target at the other end of Wantage Road, because he used to do his archery practice here in the mornings.
Did it at Kettering, Kettering Cricket Club as well when there was a Colts match there. I remember seeing spend most of the afternoon there.
It's over the wicket once again. Comes Williams, forward goes Hashim Amla. I did think that's quite an authoritarian way of doing it, coaching, with a bow and arrow and a target at the other end of the ground.
You get away with that nowadays.
No, well, it was all because he was a very good archer, wasn't he, Kepler Wessels?
Yeah.
Very good.
Tough taskmaster. I think it was Chris Rogers, Buck Rogers, when he was here, and after Kepler Wessels had left, it was during the 2006 season, and he said that he played, played for some pretty tough coaches in his time. He'd never played
for a
tougher one than
that was the way he played his cricket as well, wasn't it?
Uncompromising. Here's Proctor, about to start his second over, 62 for 3. 2 men back for the hook, deep backward square and a long leg on the boundary, the shorter boundary. That's pitched well up though, and Smith coming across his stumps, playing it up to Josh Cobb at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Mike Proctor he's another one, and I mean there are so many you can think of, but he was another one of those cricketers you just think, my goodness, if he'd been around in the T20 era, goodness, he'd have made a lot of money. Yeah. Fantastic all-action cricketer. Here's Proctor in again. In to Smith, who's once again playing it back down the pitch. Proctor himself fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Proctor, of course, a member of that incredibly strong South African side that demolished Australia in 1969-70 series, when it was turned out to be South Africa's, of course, last Test series.
Debut series, wasn't it?
Until they came back in this country, of course, in 1994. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Smith, playing forward, rolls up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. I suppose Mike Proctor would have been a wee bit before your time. Probably seen him on telly, but
yeah, a bit before my time. So I don't know too much about him, but yeah, I have, like you said, seen him on TV.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah,
just bowled rockets, didn't he?
Bowled rockets, hit it very hard, and caught everything above ground.
Never coached though. He said he never had any formal coaching. Just all came to him naturally.
Luke Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, pushes it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Plenty of encouragement for Luke Proctor. Northamptonshire sensing, having got Surrey 3 down fairly early on, if they could nip a couple out here, particularly if they could break this partnership, then they're definitely going to be in business.
He was saying the hardest cricket he played was the World Series. Says especially when they weren't able to play on the proper grounds, facing the West Indies on sort of club grounds.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, who's just didn't bounce maybe as much as he thought. He finishes up just running it down to third slip all along. It's a second slip rather, all on the ground for Emilio Gay to field, and there's no run. Yes, I think if I remember rightly this story, and I was doing David Steele's book a few years ago, I think David had said something and done something that had upset Mike Proctor a little bit, and Proctor bowled very, very quick at him and broke his arm.
Oh dear.
Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, who's playing it back down the pitch. Luke Proctor fields off his own bowling. Another tidy over, 2 overs for 3. That was a maiden, 62 for 3 it stays. Amler is 23, Smith is 6.
Well, one man who was ahead of his time, without a doubt now, was Kerry Packer, obviously, with what he did with World Series. But Mike Proctor told this amazing story. He said that they were playing a game against the West Indies, the rest of the world against the West Indies. And this was in the first year of it, and it was, they didn't have floodlights, basically. And they were on the chase against the West Indies. He said he was batting, and he only got told this story. I think he said it was Barry Richards told him. But they had to be finished at 6:30 because no floodlights, and also local residents and everything. And they didn't want any noise, and it was in the area as Williams is in over the wicket, and this short ball, and in behind it goes Hashim Amla. So the umpires were getting a bit twitchy, and the match referee for that, whoever that was in the box, and he said that Proctor said that Barry Richards told him this story afterwards because Richards was in the box, and at about 6:15, when they were on the chase, and it was all coming down, but they had to finish at 6:30, whatever happened. Packer walked into this box and asked the match ref or whatever they're called, what's happening at 6:30? He said the game's going to end, and he said no, it's not, because this was a brilliant game of cricket for World Series. As in, over the wicket comes Williams. This is tucked away by Amler down towards fine leg, and they will pick up a single, one more to the total. And they had a lot of local kids helping in the game, doing whatever, and there was one clock on the pavilion, big clock, big hand, and the mechanics of the clock were behind the clock. And he said, "Get me two of those kids. Get two of those kids for me." And he sent them and made them hang on, so the big hand never got to half past. And the game ended at 1:45, and they beat the West Indies. This is a short ball from Williams, tucked away off his hip again by Jamie Smith. I think it's a no ball as well, so this will be 3 more. So Mike Proctor said he had no idea until probably the next day that actually they'd played past half past because the big hand for sort of half an hour never moved because there were 2 small children hanging onto it with Kerry Packer barking orders. But
wonderful scene.
Great stuff, isn't it? Against a West Indies attack, hurling balls at you 90 miles an hour on a club ground, but it becoming night time as Williams is in, and this is a short ball punched by Amler out towards extra cover, and there is no run. So a quieter period here. And Messrs Amler and Smith just trying to get a partnership started. Northamptonshire here, though, have been very disciplined after lunch with the ball.
Yeah, they have been. I think I don't think they bowled badly last week at Hampshire, but I think you definitely sensed that you could tell that there was a bit of a period of time with no red ball cricket. So they'll be happy with how they've gone here. Equally, these two for Surrey have dug deep.
Williams is in. Again, very solidly in behind this. Just plays it down into the leg side, rolls into Proctor. In there at short mid-wicket.
Yeah, and in these scenarios, Hash is obviously very good at negating his way through. And as we said earlier, it'd be good for Jamie Smith, who they've said obviously likes to score freely, but they'll obviously work together here in the best way of building what is a very important partnership for Surrey. And I think for Northants, it's just a matter of if you're not getting much out of the wicket, that's fine. But just as I said, make sure that Surrey aren't getting ahead of them. Then you take 2 quickly, and then you're right back in it.
Williams is in once more. That's short, and Amler's making sure he's just rolling the wrists on a pull shot out towards deep backward square. He'll stroll another single. One more to him, because the sort of common consensus this season has been that with this batch of balls that everybody's talked long and hard about, but get to about over 30, from there on in it goes soft and batting does get easier.
Yeah, I think that's right, and the wickets there's definitely been a conscious effort around the circuit for wickets to be more batsman friendly in order to produce better cricket on the whole. But yeah, they certainly early season had big trouble with the balls.
Williams is in, and this is a good looking shot from Jamie Smith, just back of a length, and Jamie Smith up on his toes, punching it away through the covers, and a little Amler-esque there, not trying to hit it too hard, just punching it and getting a couple. It's a good chase from Sales, but it'll be 2 more to Jamie Smith. He moves on to 9. It's the end of the over. Sun's still out here at Wantage Road on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Lewis McManus is alongside us. Unfortunately injured at the moment, Mr. McManus, but very good to have him with us in the commentary box. But Mr. Andrew Radd is fighting fit.
As ever.
Yes.
We mentioned the batch of balls there, Lewis. I mean, just get your takes. We did talk about this on commentary yesterday. The various theories for why we've had so many changes of balls this year, and it's almost become a one per session. You're going to have to get the handcuffs out and whatnot, and come back to that in just a second as Luke Proctor starts another over in bowling on leg stump to Hashim Amla, who works it down behind square on the Leg side, out to Ben Sanderson at deep backward square in front of the West Stand, and Amler through for a single, 26 to him. Surrey 70 for 3. And we were talking yesterday about some of the theories about the rogue hide or the stitching. What's your take on that? You've obviously been out there and the discussions have been had out in the middle.
Yeah, there was quite a lot of theories going around, and whether any of them were accurate or not.
Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, plays it up to Keogh at mid-off.
I did sort of hear that it was something to do with how the stitching or how tightly pulled the stitching was. I don't know how true that is, but I mean it became very frustrating out there having to change the ball all the time. I think there was one game where we had a replacement ball. I think it might have been at Edgbaston when there was about 6 wickets in the whole game.
Yes, that's right. Proctor in again, bowling to Smith, who drives nicely but doesn't really time it. Goes up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run.
And they brought out a replacement ball, and immediately one of the lads said, "I'm not even sure that one would fit through." Anyway, we bowled 1 or 2 balls with it, and that game was fizzling out, and we just sort of thought, well, we'll check it anyway, and that didn't fit through either. So it was very frustrating, and there wasn't a huge amount of swing early season.
Proctor in again, bowls on the leg stump to Jamie Smith, who whips that down to long leg Lizard Williams fields, and there's a single to Jamie Smith, who goes to 10, 71 for 3.
And yeah, I think it was around about the Cheltenham game, Radders, that we played. Well, I feel like I heard that they changed or got a new batch of balls.
New batch, that's right, yes.
And that was the first game where you really felt that the ball sort of swung quite consistently. I haven't seen them sort of change the balls as much since then.
No,
so hopefully they're back to where they were.
Proctor in again, bowling to Amler, who's across his stumps, playing it up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. No, absolutely, we haven't seen them, certainly. I don't think there was there a change at all? It might have been one change at Southampton. I'm just trying to think in the 4 days cricket we had there, or 2.5 actual days. But no, I think that's probably true. But yeah, what interested me was that somebody saying that the stitching is actually as individual as handwriting, and you can almost tell the individual stitcher by the stitches. Now that one's just spat off the length for Hashim Amla. It just hit him a painful blow on the right hand, and Luke Proctor just looked a pretty good length ball, and it just bounced a little bit on Hashim Amla, and he's got the glove off and having a little examination. Hopefully nothing too serious. End of the over, 71 for 3, Amler 26, Smith on 10. Yes, and then you have either the box of balls at some clubs coming out, or these rather fine-looking metallic briefcases that you get on others that look
those.
Well, they look as though they ought to be containing the nuclear strike codes.
Absolutely. Well, they have them at Test match, don't they? They're like stainless steel briefcases. And then inside them is that foamy stuff. And
here we go, right on cue.
Oh, but they're changing the ball. There you go. There you go.
You couldn't make it up.
Nope.
They are now going to have a little chat, and we may see the first
handcuffs. First handcuffs.
First glimpse of the handcuffs for this match.
Yes, to get the ball, see if it goes through them. Umpire Hartley's having a look at it. Yep, there he goes. See if it goes through.
I tell you what, I think it was at Chelmsford also. We seemed to because Nigel Long was umpiring in that game, and they'd left the box of balls just over the boundary line. Nigel Long kept having to do sprints backwards and forwards to go and get the box of balls.
They're not going to get a change here, Northamptonshire, but I do like the metallic briefcase. There's something slightly espionage-y about it as well, isn't there?
It looks as though it's something that an aide to the US president carries around.
Yes, with a combination on it, obviously. So only the umpires know that combination to get in and get a new ball. But yes, as I say, I heard an interview about it on I can't remember which station I was listening to, but when they got onto the size of the stitcher's fingers, who was actually doing that, and that the size of their fingers had changed. That was the bit where I was completely lost at that point. As Williams is in over the wicket with this ball that hasn't been changed and is in its 25th over now, and that's tucked away into the leg side out towards deep backward square. But I think that conversation was about a previous stitcher of the balls had bigger fingers, which meant they were able to pull the stitching tighter.
Right.
See, so that. I'm sometimes a little bit guilty of saying it's not been thought through, but if you'd thought that one through, you really would have been prepared, wouldn't you? But yeah, anyway, they've changed the batch now, so as we said that, they had a chat about this ball to see whether they wanted to change it or not. 2 slips in there and a short mid-wicket as Williams is over the wicket to Amler, and Amler's just punching out into the offside. Sales will get across here to do the fielding. And of course, at this time of the year as well, all the pitches that are being used across the square, Sales has basically got a desert in front of him, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think those are all the old hybrids as well that we've trained on throughout the summer. It's never an easy job cleaning up around those wicket ends. And of course, at the Oval, you've got those that go the whole way across, don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot of pitches down there as over the wicket once again comes Williams. And in behind this one goes Amler, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no one. I'm sure someone has done it, but it actually would be quite interesting at the start of a season to take the picture of the square, and then on the last day of the season to take a picture of the square. And just, well, at the start of the season it would look like Mr. McManus, and at the end of the season it would look like me, wouldn't it? There you go, all pristine at the start of the season, and then seeing better days by the end of it, really. But no, it's amazing how the ground staff get enough pitches ready to go for the amount of cricket that's being played, really.
Yeah, they don't look happy with this ball. I think it's just been thrown through to the keeper, and then obviously Will Young, who's captaining at first slip, to have another look. So they almost as if they can't believe that that's actually fit through the gauge. But
I think the umpires know for definite now that they're not happy with it. Northamptonshire. Williams has a little pause, and then will come right arm over the wicket to Hashim Amla. Oh, now Amla's had a fiddle at one outside his off stump. He's just trying to run that down to third man. It just bounced on him a touch more. So that's taken by Vasconcelos away to his right.
I did love Ben Sanderson at mid-on, just having a look at that ball. He got the air of somebody who's found a slightly mouldy orange in the fruit bowl just before he drops it into the bin, sort of looking at it finger and thumb. Oof. How can we bowl with this?
Probably doesn't want to have a bowl with it this afternoon, so he'd like another one. If he's coming back into the attack as well, Sanderson. A bit of movement behind the bowler's arm here. We've got a couple who are just taking a stroll down there at the David Capel end. Yeah, wait for it. There'll be a sit down in a minute. They're going to hide. That gentleman's not going to be able to hide there. They're sitting down on a bench now. Still see their heads poking over the top, but obviously Hashim Amla's quite happy as Williams is over the wicket to him, and Amla punches again. That's a good stop from Sales. Out of all that rough stuff we were talking about on the edge of the square, it's a great bit of work from Sales, because that was well timed by Hashim Amla.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Hash is thinking mode of dismissals are definitely caught in front of the wicket off the front foot, so anything short he's obviously trying to cash in on, but so far it's been typical Hashim Amla innings, very patient, but he's looked very, very comfortable.
He has. As I say, it's always interesting to watch him try and build his innings as Williams is into him. He's driving up to the left and mid-off. Will take a single, Hashim Amla, and that'll be one more to the total. And that's the other fascinating thing is that I was saying that, you know, in those sort of tests you guys do, fitness tests and sprint tests and everything, he's top 3 in the Surrey squad over 25 yards, I think. So he's still very sharp between the wickets.
Yeah, I always find him amazing to watch. I feel everything looks like he's preserving his energy, setting himself out to bat for a couple of days, but when he needs to, he's got that, like you said, he's got that burst. And to go back to that game, the Aegeus Bowl last year when he batted all day, I mean, it was the same there. He hit a ball just short of the boundary and he just sort of trotted through for one. Obviously had his eyes on batting all day, which he did.
And I think the other thing I remember about that was it rubbed off on everybody else. Even Jamie Overton was trying very hard not to whack every ball out the ground, so it sort of rubbed off on everybody the way he was playing.
Well, the discussion is still going on about the ball. Rob Keogh is trying his powers of persuasion. He's a persuasive chap, and Luke Proctor is now...
Luke Proctor looks thoroughly fed up. I can't work out whether Luke Proctor's thoroughly fed up that with the ball, or the fact that he was actually quite enjoying bowling with the ball he's already got?
It's now going through the rings again, so they are having a check of it. And now the umpires, they're not happy with this.
No.
The umpires are going to come together and have another chat. And not surprisingly, Jamie Smith is taking the opportunity to ask for a drink. Ricardo Vasconcelos is trotting back to the pavilion for some reason. You're talking just a moment or two ago, and it's something I'd be interesting to get Lewis's view on. We're talking about James Sales fielding there at backward point, and I think one of the great pleasures of this season for me has been James Sales' fielding when he's been in the side, and particularly in the Royal London Cup. Obviously, your perspective behind the stumps, but if you think of A, the ground he covered during that tournament, and B, the runs he saved, I think I remember saying on commentary somewhere else, it must be marvellous to be 19 and to have that amount of energy and agility and just to be able to field like that. It's a glorious thing.
Yeah, I think he's all round. His all-round package is obviously very exciting at a young age. And he's just a good athlete. I think he moves around the field, like you said, very well. Saved a handful of runs each game for us in those 50-over matches. And obviously he bats and he bowls, so he's a very exciting talent for us moving forward. And yeah, we've also got quite a few seamers in this team so far. So whether he'll bowl his full quota in this team at the moment, but I mean he's scored some runs for us. He scored 80
at 71 at Cheltenham, which was his career best, and struck the ball as well as anybody I've seen this season. I think it was a lovely knock, and I think I don't know if you spotted him. I think during that previous over he was having a little bit of a warm up, so maybe he's going to come into the attack. Now I'm not sure if they've actually if they changed this ball.
Well, they've had they have. Anything I would say is it doesn't half take a long time, isn't it?
Well,
because we're going to lose time today, you'd have thought, for the light anyway. So now we've lost even more time with.
Well, Simon Kerrigan has been entrusted with the strike codes out there with the box of balls. So he's now in his fetching blue bib, is now trudging off in the general direction of
down the local sports shop to flog a few of those.
Nip down the Market Square this afternoon. Open a little stall.
Yeah, I think you're right about Sales. It looks like he is warming up.
Here's Proctor in, starting fresh over to Hashim Amla, who drives back down the pitch, half stopped by Luke Proctor. It just rolls up to Rob Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run.
But yeah, I think going back to what you're saying this morning, Churchy, about Atkinson being that sort of enforcer. I think Salesy's done that a few times for us, and going on. Doesn't look like there's a huge amount for the lads. Maybe we'll see with this ball it might swing, and then they'll maybe carry on with these two for a few more.
Proctor bowls to Amla, who works that down to deep backward square. Sanderson fields in front of the signal box, and there's another single. Amla to 28, 74 for 3.
So yeah, it might be in their thoughts that they bring Salesy on and sort of hit the wicket quite hard, bowl the old short ball with a couple of men out, and see how. Amner and Smith play that for a period of time, but I don't think it'll be too long probably before we have a look at spin.
Yeah,
Rob Keogh's bowled some very handy spells for us this year.
That next ball to Jamie Smith, he jams down at it, bounces up off the toe end of the bat and is retrieved behind the wicket, and is now examining his bat, possibly needs some chalk. Zabe's actually having a little bit of a warm-up as well at mid-wicket. There's one thing with Rob Keogh, you know when he's coming into the attack because he starts his warm-up so far ahead of time. It is a thing of great beauty. The Rob Keogh warm-up lasts a long time. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, turns it away out through mid-wicket. They've come through for one, they're going to come back for the second as Ben Sanderson has to make a good deal of ground round to his left from deep backward square. So 2 more to Jamie Smith. He goes to 13 and Surrey to 76 for 3.
One thing also with spin coming on, it generally tends to wake Wendell up, as I think he's an off spinner himself, so he's not shy of a few pointers from square leg out there. And I'm telling Keezy what pace to bowl and how he would bowl at these batters.
Proctor in, and that's a beautiful stroke by Jamie Smith. That's possibly the best stroke of the innings, I would say. That's a lovely drive away through mid-wicket for 4 and gave The fielder's absolutely no chance. Races over the outfield, 4 to Smith, who is 17, 80 for 3. That's a gorgeous bit of timing.
Yeah, very pleasing shot that from Jamie Smith.
It certainly was. And yeah, it's I just love the Rob Keogh has been described as a cross between Strictly Come Dancing and a Zumba class when he starts off his.
Bring out his own DVD.
Well,
the Rob Keogh warm-up.
Funnily enough, and it's funny you say that,
He
Churchill,
has.
because it has been suggested, and it was one of our regular listeners was saying, well, you're always talking about the Rob Keogh warm-up, but we never get to see it because it's never obviously on the string, because it doesn't sort of tend to feature. As Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, plays it up to. I was going to say plays it up to mid-off. In fact, Proctor fielded off his own bowling before he gets there. End of the over, 80 for 3. 28 to Amler, 17 to Jamie Smith. So it was suggested that Rob's warm-up should actually be captured for posterity by the club and sort of put on social media or something, so we can all have a look at it. But it hasn't been done yet.
Hey, look, it's done Davina McCall no harm, is it?
Well,
There's been enough Davina McCall DVDs with how to warm up and stretch and things over the years.
I'm sure that you could call it the Dunstable plan or something, couldn't you? And Rob's commercial arm, I'm sure would have something to say about it.
Go, eh? Well, it's, we look forward to it when it starts, but at the moment it's going to be Williams to continue down there from the David Capel end. Now he's got 2 back on the leg side for Hashim Amla. Still got his short mid-wicket in there. And a couple of slips. Well, sweeper out there on that cover. Point boundary road, but Williams is into Amla. Amla gets himself forward, and I like the way you described it there, Lewis. That Amla knows that his scoring areas are going to be to short balls because of the way the field's set in front of him.
Yeah, and obviously you saw how Salesy got out, and a couple of other guys. Luke Proctor obviously was caught sort of backward point. You get that sense that it is quite tennis bally and not easy to drive. So he's definitely programmed that, and he'll be looking to pounce on anything short.
Williams is in. This is clipped by Amla straight in there to that short mid-wicket. I'm wondering how many times Williams would have bowled at Amla. Obviously, both South African. Obviously, Mr. Williams has played international cricket, but I wonder if he's ever had the opportunity to go against Hashim.
Definitely be a scalp he'd want to take.
Absolutely. As Amla settles himself down over his bat once more, Williams comes over the wicket to Hashim Amla, and forward comes Amla, takes that off the stumps again, just rolls it down into the leg side. And again, Proctor is in there. His delivery arm it goes down then up again, doesn't it? Sort of almost as he hits the crease, Williams, it just drops that for hand he's holding the ball in, just drops it down, then it comes up again.
Yeah, it does look like he's got quite a whippy action, sort of quite a tall arm, very up and down. And yeah, he's bowled really well here. I think he can't be discouraged by. I know he hasn't beaten the bat, but he's bowled top of off.
Waits again to Amla. Again, just gets covering up on or about the off stump and plays it down into the leg side, rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. I'd have thought that possibly or probably they've played against each other in South African domestic cricket, although how much domestic cricket Hashim's been playing over the last few years, I'm not quite sure. So,
just having a little look, not much, I think, is the answer to that.
I'm just wondering if they have. So, as I say, as Lewis said, he'd like this one with Williams. One of the greatest players to ever come out of his country is in over the wicket goes Williams. There's the short one. Amla's not tempted, just sways inside it. Would have been reaching a bit for that, Hashim Amla, and just swayed inside it and taken by Vasconcelos. It's always interesting when sort of 2 international players go head to head.
Yeah, and I think this has, though it's been quite quiet in terms of, like I said, beating the bat or any wickets in the last half an hour or so. I think the really good teams in these periods just keep doing this. If you can force a mistake by one of these two where they want to score, then they haven't gone anywhere, and then before you know it, you could be sort of halfway through them for 80 or below 100. So that is the key, and I think obviously on a wicket that
is a tad slow or not offering you much, you just got to almost just hang in there and be happy with that. I think you fall into a bit of a trap if you can then search a little bit and then you relieve that pressure. So yeah, boys will be pretty happy with where they're at the moment. Obviously, lovely to get another wicket or two, but it's absolutely fine where they're at the moment.
Yep. And apart from Emilio Gay and Rob Keogh sort of a bit later on in his innings, it's really been Emilio Gay that has been the one that has just timed everything in this game.
It was an exceptional innings yesterday, as we've commented any number of times before during yesterday's play. It was a bit special. It's one I remember for a long while. I said the same about his first list day 100, the one up at Blackpool as well, which I thought was a wonderful knock. But it was good stuff yesterday. Here's Luke Proctor starting another over to Jamie Smith, who's playing it back down the pitch. Proctor fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Proctor into his 5th over, no wicket for 12 so far. Sanderson's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 23. Jack White 8 overs, 2 for 21. Lazard Williams 7 overs, no wicket for 19. So first 3 seamers, all much of a muchness really. And Proctor into his 5th over, no wicket for 12. 2 slips in. Proctor bowls once more to Jamie Smith, who's standing tall, playing it up to Josh Cobb at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just have a little look at what's happening elsewhere. It's fairly attritional stuff at Headingley by the look of it. Yorkshire 134 all out. Essex now 115 for 6. So Essex trying to inch their way up towards that Yorkshire total. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire are 62 for 3, replying to Somerset's 219 all out. Here's Proctor bowls to Smith, drives up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Off for rain at Lords, but I think that's just about restarting any time now, with Middlesex 207 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 214 all out. That's in Division 2, of course. They're now off for rain at Hove, where Worcestershire are 268 for 2, replying to the Sussex total of 220 all out. So they've already taken the lead. Proctor in again, bowls, and that's a little bit of a loose one outside the off stump from Jamie Smith. Beats the outside edge. Not a great deal of foot movement. Goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And at Grace Road, Leicestershire 202 all out. Durham at 69 for no wicket. So there is a bit of rain around in the south of the country, but I say not here, mercifully. And England will be starting their first match in the Legends tournament down in India.
They found the ground.
They found the ground, I think. So we'll keep you up to date with that as well. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Smith, plays it out into the covers where Safe Zaid fields, and there's no run. Well, I hope they have.
It will be revealed for what the 11 is.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one. They're starting in apparently 12 minutes' time.
Still no teams announced yet.
No, they're
just waiting.
Steve's the first to arrive.
Anybody seen?
Where's Mal? Where's Mal?
Everyone sees Schofield.
Is he on the bus? Here's Proctor in bowls. He's bowled him. Bowled Jamie Smith all over the place. Good ball, off stump, leaning drunkenly back. The breakthrough that Northamptonshire needed to shift one half of this partnership. And Smith goes for 17. It's a wicket for Luke Proctor. Breaks the partnership as he has so often before in Northamptonshire colours. And Surrey are 80 for 4. And let's have a look at this one. That looks a pretty decent prune.
Yeah, good ball that, isn't it? Because it ended up with Jamie Smith sort of walking back down the pitch towards Luke Proctor. So good bit of bowling that from Proctor. Jamie Smith gone for 17, and Lewis, it's exactly what you were saying there. They've just built up pressure by bowling with great discipline, and then they pick up their 4th wicket, that of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, you just sense a little bit there. Jamie Smith was getting a tad bogged down. Obviously, like you said, he normally scores very freely. But yeah, I think that was a deserved wicket there from Proctor. He'd sort of just hammered away on that top of the stumps length, and that one did a bit. It looked like it just sort of held up. Yeah, went away from Jamie Smith. So good reward there for being disciplined. So yeah, that's another key wicket for Northants, because, like I said, he can score quite freely and take the game away from you at times.
Yeah. And Cameron Steele making his way out to the middle at number 6.
Simon Kerrigan has gone on to retrieve something. He's sprinted from one side of the ground to the other, I think, to pick up, I don't know, is it a drinks bottle, which I think he's gone round to refill. Again, obviously a little bit of a surfeit of energy from Simon Kerrigan. Needed something to do, so he's going to have a little run round the ground. We'll get Eva Gray back in just a second. Let Lewis have a breather.
Yeah, but it's just good bowling from Northampton. What they haven't done is there hasn't been a sort of 4 and over from one end. It's just been very disciplined stuff from either end, and that builds up its own pressure in many ways.
Well, it was noticeable, I was just going through the bowling figures a moment or two ago, that the 4 seamers, they're all just going for two and a bit and over. As you say, it's discipline, it's good discipline, and it's reaping rewards.
Yeah, and I think we've played on quite a lot of flat wickets this year, and we've actually bowled really well on them, which should be harder for the bowlers, but I think it's actually probably simplified it a little bit for them. Like I said, happy with just sort of being dry and not conceding runs.
Ben Sanderson is back into the attack, facing Williams, and he's immediately on a good line and a good length to Hashim Amla. He's letting that one go outside his off stump.
And I think last week at the Aegeus Bowl, it was probably the first wicket, maybe 1 or 2 others, that really offered them quite a lot. And I think they, having spoke to the bowlers, I think it was just the first time they really bowled on that type of wicket like that, and they almost felt like they sort of put it there a little bit and expected it to happen.
As forward comes Amla, covers up, plays this one into the leg side.
He had a really interesting conversation with Ben Sanderson about that pitch after the second day, and he said they were still really trying to work out what length to bowl on it, because he said if you bowl it too full, because there's no great pace in the pitch, it's just easy to hit. So you know that what you've seen before is that if it's going to do anything, you have to pull your length back a little bit. But then obviously that in itself just doesn't feel intuitive, and he said it was quite difficult to strike the right balance there.
Here comes Sanderson once more, and again it's Hashim Amla just getting himself forward and playing it neatly and tidily down into the leg side.
He also said famous last words that he thought that at that stage Hampshire were also just struggling a little bit to find the right length, but unfortunately they maybe, from Northamptonshire's point of view, they maybe worked it out fairly swiftly.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? That Hampshire bowling attack is exceptionally good. Hampshire bowling attack.
Yeah, they've certainly got all bases covered, and obviously it doesn't happen overnight.
Amla waiting for this, just guides it away down towards Sales in that backward point region.
I think any sort of, especially 4-day championship, if you win the title, you're in contention for it. It's a process of planning over a couple of years, and it certainly has been that for Hampshire. And yeah, they've got all bases covered in the attack. They've got spin both ways, left armour, someone who can bowl short. So they do have a very well balanced side at the moment. So yeah, it was a tough game for the boys, but one that I'm sure they've learnt from.
Sanderson's in, and this is clipped by Amla. Behind square on the leg side. They're going to look for a couple here. They'll get a couple. Cameron Steele responding to that call from Hashim Amla. So 2 more to the total. 2 more to Hashim Amla. He'll move on to 30. 82 for 4. Yeah, that was the interesting thing coming into this game, is that heartbreaking for Northamptonshire last week, but a game under their belts. And I just wonder whether for Surrey, not having played for all that time, I think the bowlers were better for yesterday, if that makes sense as well. We saw that this morning. Over the wicket comes Sanderson to Amla, and Amla's playing this one down into the leg side. End of the over, 82 for 4 then. Still yet to face a ball, and Amla's on 30.
Yeah, I think, going back to your point, Churchy, I don't think you can beat sort of overs in the legs for a start. But also, as we spoke off air, a lot of teams now, and I'm sure with more and more T20 cricket around or white ball cricket,
squads will be quite different for, I think, for 4-day cricket and white ball cricket. And as we said with your Surrey side, Worrell and Roach, how much cricket have they had in the last? And no matter how many sort of net sessions you have, there's nothing quite the same as game time.
And I think we saw that this morning with the way that Worrell and Roach bowled today.
Definitely, yeah.
Even the really, really, really good players can still need a bit of time out in the middle, can't they?
Here's Luke Proctor starting his 6th over with the wicket of Jamie Smith under his belt. That first ball to Steele played out towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Josh Cobb, and there's no run. Thanks for now, Lewis. We'll get Eva Gray in to take your place for now. We'll hear a bit more from Lewis McManus later on. Go and perhaps tackle some of that banana cake that's at the back of the box, left over from lunch. Very nice it was too. Here's Proctor from this indoor centre end, running in and bowling very full, and worked away through mid-wicket by Cameron Steele. That's going to be 4. That's going to beat Jack White into the boundary. It was up there for the stroke, turned away nicely by the birthday boy. It is today, isn't it?
It is today.
4 to Steele, takes him off the mark, and Surrey up to 86 for 4. And good afternoon again to Eva Gray.
Afternoon. It's been a bit of a little collapse, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It has. With some excellent bowling from Northamptonshire. Proper cricket, this, Mr. Rad, isn't it?
It is proper cricket. It's 86 for 4 is Steele facing that next delivery, played out into the covers, fielded by Save. There's no run. You can just see, and Northamptonshire sometimes over the years have been criticised, not least by me. They tended to go a little bit flat in the field quite quickly if something's not happening. It just goes a bit quiet and a bit flat. But you can see now, particularly after that wicket of Jamie Smith, there's a bit of bustle and bubble out there, and a little bit of noise that filters its way up here, and quite purposeful is Proctor in, and that beats Steele outside the off stump. And once again, and whether it's the fact that Luke Proctor is quite skiddy anyway, but there's a couple of times now that the ball hasn't bounced and it's just hustled through a little bit.
It's tough for Vasconcelos, that, isn't it?
Well,
not only it's kept ankle high and then dipped again and almost got away from him.
I think he looks like he's hurt himself there.
Yeah, well, Northamptonshire don't need that. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Steele, plays it up to White at mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, that obviously, that's a no ball called by the umpire. So 2 more onto total, 88 for 4. Yeah, I mean, and it is a problem, and it's one of the things why I think there's some around the ground who would think, is it really sensible to have Ricardo Vasconcelos keeping wicket when he's so important to the top order? That's why, of course, he was dropped down to 6 for the last game and for this one. Next ball from Proctor to Steele, finds him playing defensively up into the covers, fielded there by Save at extra, and that's not the end of the over. They thought it was, so did I, but there was the no ball, of course, which hasn't, I think, gone up on the board yet. It is 88 for 4. The alternative would be for Harry Gouldston, who was named in the squad for Southampton, to come in and keep wicket. He's captain and keeping for the seconds at the moment down in Sussex, but they felt this was a better balance to the side outside the off stump, and left alone by Cameron Steele, and that is the end of the over. 88 for 4. Scoreboard's all over the shop, but I think you'll find it is 88 for 4. Amler is 30, Steele is 4. Proctor's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 18.
Yeah, I know Lewis has been talking about it just now, but I'm really impressed with how the Northants bowlers have gone about it since a little bit of a disappointing start this morning with the bat. But yeah, they really have just toiled away at this line and length, and he's completely right when he says that it actually does help playing on flat pitches often, because you just get used to running in and trying to make something happen from just banging at that kind of off stump length, line and length. So yeah, really impressive today.
Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end, that's very short. And Hashim Amla didn't even drop the hands on that, he just sort of watched it go past him. It's a good take from Vasconcelos, and dives away because it kept swinging again. But little like a Sergeant Major there, Hashim Amla just sort of stood and then watched it go past the grid of his helmet. Hashim Amla, 88 for 4. Surrey in reply to the 339 of Northamptonshire. Sanderson is into Amler. Amler's looking to punch it off the back foot. Hasn't timed this. And it rolls out there to extra cover. I'll hand to Mr. Rabb because I think there's going to be an update.
Oh yes, we
on
need to update.
BBC Radio Northampton.
Yes, into that 3 o'clock news.
A lot about bees in the last one.
Yes, it was. There was a lot about bees in the last news
I
bulletin.
learnt a lot about bees in that.
Well, up to the BBC, as we know, every day is a school day.
Indeed.
88 for 4 it is. Ben Sanderson in his 10th over. Just 2 slips in. Young at first, Gay at second. He comes in and bowls to Amler, who again plays that late, right under his nose. Runs down the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling. Flicks it on to Luke Proctor in there at mid-wicket, who in turn lobs it up to Rob Keogh, who is usually ball polisher in chief. Engaged in animated conversation with Josh Cobb.
Well, we had to hear about how the bees had to be informed of the Queen's passing.
Yes,
so-
that's right.
That's
Yes,
what we heard in the news.
it's one of those traditions.
Yes.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's whipped away by Amler. Down to deep backward square, safe Zabe. Fielding in front of the present scoreboard, and that's one more to Amler, who goes to 31. So much now resting on Hashim Amla, you feel. 89 for 4. Cameron Steele just taking guard because he hasn't faced the bowling at this end. Sanderson operating from the David Capel end. Still just the 2 slips in for Steele. Sanderson running in towards us. Bowls to Cameron Steele, who's dropping that down just in front of him, rolls up the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling and there's no run. James Sales running in from backward point, offering to pick it up for Ben Sanderson, but he says don't worry, I've got it. Did see James Sales limbering up not too long ago and we were talking to Lewis McManus about it, but he hasn't come into the attack as yet. Presumably he must have had the word from somebody just to get loose. Maybe a little burst before tea, we'll see. Here's Sanderson. In again, bowls to Steele, plays it down to backward point where the aforementioned James Sales fields, whips in a return to Vasconcelos. And that's the end of another over from Ben Sanderson. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. And Surrey at 89 for 4. So still 250 runs behind. Hashim Amla's made 31. Cameron Steele on 4. And Jack White coming back into the attack. So that little burst of Luke Proctor, 6 overs, 1 for 18. Picked up the wicket of Jamie Smith. And we did talk earlier about the fact that Northamptonshire had bowling options and they're just able to rotate the attack. Having a fit Proctor to bowl makes a big difference to the balance of this attack, I think. Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Surrey at 89 for 4, so still trailing Northamptonshire by 250. Hashim Amla, big wicket that Northamptonshire are yet to take. He's made 31. Cameron Steele is on 4, but 3 wickets for Northamptonshire since lunch. Ryan Patel called it long leg by Lazard Williams off Jack White for 10. That was 30 for 2. Then Ben Geddes caught behind by Vasconcelos off Jack White for 6. That was 46 for 3. And then just a few moments ago, the partnership between Hashim Amla and Jamie Smith was broken. Smith made a century here last year, but not in the first innings of this time. Bowled by Luke Proctor for 17, and that made it 80 for 4. So 2 wickets for Jack White, 1 apiece for Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor. Surrey 89 for 4. That's updated BBC Radio Northampton. Next ball is played back down the pitch by Amla, fielded by Jack White off his own bowling.
The Cobblers are in action tonight, I
They
believe.
are. Cobblers are in action tonight, yes. I think it's
AFC
Wimbledon.
Wimbledon.
Yes. Yes, League 2 resuming this evening. So yeah, the Cobblers will be playing. I'm sure there'll be a soccer special on BBC Radio Northampton tonight.
Nice ground. At Plough Lane, the new Plough Lane's a lovely ground, actually.
Here's White running away from us. Orange soles to the boots, in bowls to Amla, looks to try and run that down towards third man, but doesn't manage to elude the ever energetic James Sales at backward point. And there's no run.
Again, good though from White, isn't it? Straight on a line and length here to Hashim Amla. They've been extremely disciplined with the ball today, Northamptonshire. Can't remember anything really. Okay, there's been a couple on the pads, but there's been nothing short and wide, has it?
No, that's true. Here's White in again, and that's again right on the money. Uphill for LBW as Amla pushes forward, doesn't get very far forward, but not out is the decision. May just have got himself outside the line. Just wonder if there may even have been a little bit of an inside edge on that. Hard to tell from here, but I think he got quite close to being outside the line, and I think it's one of those where the umpire might have been guessing. Let's have another look at it.
I just wondered if he got bat on
I just wondered if there might have been a better bat on it.
I actually thought the appeal was there was definitely bat in it, but had it hit pad first.
Jack White was very animated, he was jumping up and down, but the umpire ruling in favour of the batter. And White runs in again, bowls to Amla, very full. Amla drives down the ground, but can't get past Luke Proctor coming round from mid-on, who sends in a throw over the head of Ricardo Vasconcelos. I know Ricardo Vasconcelos isn't the tallest, but that was well over his head. Fortunately, Northampton's captain Will Young at the first slip was backing up, so no overthrow results. Wendell, who's in a very fetching sort of cerise number today, has gone back to the flag. He's having a chat down there, I think, with Ben Sanderson. Here's White in again, bowls to Amla, pushes forward, goes out into the cover. Zabe fields at extra. No run. Excellent over from Jack White. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 21. Surrey still 89 for 4. And the runs certainly seem to have dried up in the last few overs. They've scored, Surrey, 9 runs in the last 5. Amla is 31, Steele 4, 89 for 4.
Yeah, I think it's one of those passages where, as a batting side, you have to respect what the opposition are doing, don't you? And the opposition are bowling well at the moment, so you've got to play accordingly, Eva.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is kind of why I was really impressed with Northampton this morning as well, because kind of similar lines and lengths from the Surrey boys earlier, but they were just able to kind of keep the strike rotating, push the singles, and just keep that scoreboard ticking, which relieves a bit of pressure.
Sanderson is into Cameron Steele, who's pushing that one into the offside.
Yeah, obviously we've got a slightly newer ball than we saw earlier this morning with the Surrey seamers, but yeah, I still think we could just look a little bit to rotate that strike. Just as these wickets keep falling, 89 for 4 now. It's just whether you can keep it ticking and keep it moving, just to, as I say, relieve a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and everything hasn't been a lot driven, obviously. Most of the scoring shots are off the back foot, just because of the disciplined length that they're bowling. Northamptonshire, Sanderson in again. And actually, if you think about it, it's picked up a couple of wickets for them in the fact that Patel had a go at a short one, and Ben Geddes was off the back foot, just looking to go through the covers, shorter of length delivery. So the ones that have just been back of a length or a bit shorter have picked up a couple of wickets, actually, because there's been nothing to drive really for the Surrey batters so far. As over the wicket goes Sanderson, and covering up again is Cameron Steele.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a credit to the Northants bowlers as well, that, as you said, they've been toiling away at that line and length, that when they get one that's just short of a length, they kind of have to go after it, otherwise you're just not going to play many scoring shots. And we said with Ryan Patel, it probably was there for that front foot kind of short arm pull kind of thing, and with Ben Geddes outside the off stump as well, like the right choice of shot that is just, really well bowled from Northants today.
T20 game, of course, tonight for England women at Derby against the Indian women. This one's turned leg side by Cameron Steele. And there is no run. Alice Davidson-Richards scored. I can't say that sentence properly. I'll try again, everybody. Alice Davidson-Richards, of course, called into the squad, Eva Gray.
Yeah, she's sometimes referred to as Alice Davidson-Richardson, which is a mouthful.
No, I'll stick with her real name, Alice Davidson-Richards. So that's great to see her. She played very well. And obviously, sort of her name went round the world with her 100 on Test debut at Taunton earlier in the summer. As driving is Cameron Steele. That's a good-looking shot. Haven't seen too many of those at all today, but that's just driven handsomely through extra cover by Cameron Steele. Everything right about that shot. And Cameron Steele will move on to 8 and Surrey move on to 93 for 4.
Yeah, that one wasn't too dissimilar in length from what they've been going with for the past few overs here, but he just got on top of it and punched it on the up through kind of extra cover region. A beautiful shot.
That was a super shot from Cameron Steele. On the up, whistled away through the covers for 4. Waiting over his bat is Cameron Steele. And Cameron Steele doesn't really get forward to this one, sort of played it from the crease a touch. Pushes it out into the offside. End of the over. Fascinating stuff this at the moment. And I think that should be 93 for 4.
Yeah, I think the board is not having a great afternoon. Funnily enough, that we've had a problem with the last few games here at Wantage Road. It's usually after a boundary, and I don't know. We were speculating during one of the matches whether you remember we used to in the old days of typewriters. You used to have a typewriter key that would stick.
Yes.
I think it might be perhaps the 4 button is a little bit stiff, and it doesn't seem to work
Well, he
quite
deserved
as
those
efficiently.
4 runs
Well, he did.
for
It
that shot.
was a
Cameron
gorgeous,
Steele.
shot, but I'm sure they'll catch up eventually. Here's Jack White starting a fresh over to Amler, who's on the back foot, punching it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. James Sales is once again going through his limbering up routine, so maybe he will be on fairly soon. I can give you the England Legends team. We were speculating as to what the team might actually be from that game against Sri Lanka Legends in the match out in Kanpur.
Excellent.
Opening the batting with Phil Mustard and Ian Bell, who is captain.
Right.
To come, Mal Loy, Darren Maddy, Ricky Clark, Dimitri Mascarenas, Chris Tremlett. Break off as White comes in. Bowled edged just in front of first slip, I think. Will Young is the man in there. A lot deeper than second slip. It's edged. Oh, did that carry?
I'm not sure it
not
did.
sure it did.
No, I think it's just sort of somehow not got to Will Young, because Ashaban pushed quite hard at that.
It just died on him a little bit.
It's not often that you see slip catches.
No, I don't think it did.
Sort of going up and then down again to first slip.
Well, say first slip, I would have thought quite deep, and if it carried it, I don't think it did actually.
It's one of those that you probably picked it up on the half.
First thought was that it had landed just in front. Anyway, he's not out. On driven, the next ball up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. My first thought was that it had landed just in front, and then you begin to doubt yourself. But having watched it a couple of times on the replay on the live stream, I'm not at all convinced that that did actually carry.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that Will Young stood that deep. I think we've seen the slips come quite close. Second slips really close there.
He just looks a little bit deep to me, but anyway, he's out there and he needs to feel it, which you always need to do in the slip cordon, and the keeper, of course, who effectively determines where they stand. Next ball is driven up to mid-off, this time by Amler, fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. Yes, where do we get to? Chris Tremlett, Chris Schofield, Stephen Parry, Stuart Meeker and Tim Ambrose.
Can I just say, if that is the batting order, if I was Tim Ambrose, I would not be very happy.
Test hundreds, batting at number 11.
Maybe he's going to open the bowling.
Well, I did a little bit of licence there because they've got Mal Loy down at number 8.
Well, they're strong up top.
I wouldn't think
Mustard, Bell, Maddy.
Would he bat below Chris Tremlett? Here's White in bowls, and that's a gorgeous on drive, but only by Amler, but only as far as Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm glad they've all made it. Their opening game.
I can imagine Malachy might have something to say if he finishes up batting below Chris Tremlett and Chris Schofield. Fine players that they are, but you wouldn't have thought necessarily principally in the side for their batting. Anyway, sounds like good fun.
Very much so.
Keep an eye on that one for you. Here's White in, bowls again to Amler and just turns him round a little bit, goes up to mid-off. They go through for a quick single with Keogh shying at the stumps at the striker's end, but that just turned him round a little bit, Hasim Amler, and goes off a thick outside edge, out a portion of the bat, out into the offside. And, well, that's well bowled Jack White. inducing a couple of false shots from Amler in the over. 94 for 4. Amler is still there. 32, Steele on 8. Sanderson 10 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. And any bowler that gets the great Hashim Amler to, induce a couple of false shots in the same over can feel reasonably happy with themselves. But White will be disappointed that he didn't get the wicket.
I think that's officially known as the Road Safety World Series.
It is.
Yeah.
It's snappy. Snappy title.
Well, at the moment, not off to a flyer, England, I wouldn't say, but there's still plenty of time in the second over 8 without loss.
I wonder how many all-run 4s you'll get in that tournament.
I'd be surprised if you got an all-run 2 in that tournament, to be honest with you.
We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we, all-run 4?
How many quick singles there'll be as well. It's going to be Sanderson from the David Capel end. Oh, my apologies, we've got a change in bowling. I do apologise. James Sales. My apologies. James Sales is into the attack. In his first ball, Hashim Amler was looking to cut that. Toe end of the bat, in fact. One bounce down towards Will Young. So Sales is into the attack to replace Sanderson. 94 for 4. Hashim Amler 32. Cameron Steele on 8. They one lovely shot, Cameron Steele. As Sales runs towards us, comes over the wicket. That's way down the leg side. Vasconcelos has done well there. Gets gloves to it, diving away to his left. It's not been an easy day for the keepers today. That's a good stop from Vasconcelos.
I was just about to say he's had to deal with a lot today, hasn't he? He's got throws coming in everywhere. He's got a swinging ball. He's got leg side. He's got nicks. He's got it all.
He has. And yes, I think he'll sleep well tonight as Sales is in, and here goes Amler driving. Oh, well fielded. That took a horrendous hop at extra cover. Just as it was getting to the fielder at extra cover, it hit some rough stuff and just hopped to Keogh. He made 100 today, but yeah, I think he's just checking the bottom of his chin there. I think that hopped up and maybe just a glancing blow for Rob Keogh. Over the wicket goes Sales once more. That's short, that's pulled by Amler off his hip. And he'll get a single. One more to Hashim Amler. Yes, it was interesting with Lewis McManus talking about the job that Gus Atkinson did. Going short ball. And McManus was wondering whether that would be the role here for Sales. And that was the first short one to Amler, but again, a lot of time for Amler just to pull that away off his waist. Brings Cameron Steele onto strike. Sales is in too, Steele, and Steele gets a full toss and clips it into the leg side. They'll pick up a couple here. 2 more to the total. Cameron Steele moves on to 10. And 97 for 4 now, Surrey.
Be surprised if we see him go straight to that short ball plan. I think there's still enough in the ball and in the pitch, as we've seen. Obviously 97 for 4 here, there's definitely still enough, I think, just to keep putting up there as they have been doing for basically all 34.5 overs that earlier on we saw Atkinson go with that plan in the 60 odd over.
Over the wicket goes, there's a short one, that's pulled by Cameron Steele in front of square through the leg side. I think that'll run away for 4. That's a very good shot again from Cameron Steele. Had a little pirouette there, did Cameron Steele on his back foot, putting it away through mid-wicket for 4 to bring up the Surrey 100. So the Surrey 100 has arrived for the loss of 4 wickets, 101 for 4. But yeah, trying out the pitch halfway, but again, Eva Grett just shows this is a pretty slow surface, and nicely put away that by Cameron Steele.
Yeah, I think he's just finding his radar a little bit, a couple of full tosses, a couple of short ones. But I think if he's going to go with that short ball, he needs to get it up. Well-directed, kind of badge of the helmet, I think.
It's an interesting one for Will Young, isn't it? Because he was saying about the discipline and the building of pressure and how well Northamptonshire have done that this afternoon with the 4 frontline seamers, Sanderson, White, Williams and Proctor. And by bringing James Sales into the attack, playing the sort of role that Lewis McManus alluded to. Come back to that in a second as White starts a fresh over to Amler, who's playing that back down the pitch. White fields off his own bowling. You know, with James Sales, you know, he's not really a 2 and over man. He's probably going to go for a few more runs than that. He's an attacking bowler. Put on a bit of pace in the winter, I think, by common consent, but it's a slightly difficult balancing act if you do bring James Sales into the attack. There's always the possibility that you just lose a little bit of that pressure that you've built up. Here's Jack White playing out into the covers where Zabe fields and there's no run. Amler, and you know, James Sales obviously in the very early stages of his first-class career. It will be interesting, I think, very much so, to see what sort of role in the end Northamptonshire feel suits him best. I think there will be many who say that he's a batting all-rounder, if you like. But he does have pace and bounce. A strong young man. Here's White in again, bowls to Amler, who whips that off his toes, but straight to Cobb at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But you see what I mean? I think there's always a danger that you just lose a little bit of that pressure. But
I wonder if they're thinking as well, we're approaching tea, aren't we? So we're approaching tea. They've kept it very, very tight. Is this let's just give him a couple of overs before tea,
I think
where he can mix it up a bit and see if he could buy us a wicket, perhaps.
And will we see also maybe a little bit of twirl before tea as well? Zabe and Keogh, the available options for Northamptonshire. That's played out through mid-wicket by Amler. This time he's managed to elude Josh Cobb at mid-wicket. They've come through for one. That's all they'll be. Good fielding from Ben Sanderson and a cracking throw just next to the stumps at the striker's end. One more onto the total. Amler to 34, 102 for 4.
Yeah, we talk about it so often about bowling in partnerships and how you've got to create pressure from both ends, because it undoes all Jack White's really good work from this end if James Sales does kind of let a few loose and yeah, just offer a few too many freebies. So we'll see how he goes next over.
White in again, bowls to Steele, who's on the back foot, pushing it out into the covers for Zabe to field, and there's no run. Yes, he came in when he came into the championship side this season, having played, of course, the last 3 games, about 3 of the last 4 games last season. When he came into the side at Cheltenham, picked up a couple of wickets. Those of Ollie Price, who started to look quite threatening, and then Zafar Gohar as well. But again, he was going at 5 and over. Here's White in again, bowls to Steele, turns it round the corner. Chase for Ricardo Vasconcelos from behind the stumps. Sends in his return. Will Young deputising for Vasconcelos next to the stumps, and that's one more to Steele, who nicks the bowling as well. That's the last ball of the over. 15 to Steele, 34 to Amler, and Surrey 103 for 4. So still 236 runs behind. And I wonder, are we going to see something a bit different before tea? We're still going to see a bit of James Sales for now. Didn't bowl a lot down at Southampton. Sales in the only innings that Hampshire needed. Bowled 3 overs for 17 down there.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what he does in this over. He's going to keep 2 back on the leg side boundary rope. He's got a couple of slips still in there in Young and Emilio Gay. James Sales over the wicket to Cameron Steele, and that's all now. Is that off thigh guard? They've gone for the court down the leg side. There was definitely a noise, but I think that's come off his thigh guard. And Vasconcelos took it cleanly, but yeah, I think that's definitely come off his thigh guard. And Sales, it wasn't the most convincing of appeals, was it there, Eva Gray? I know what you bowlers are like, but that wasn't the most convincing, was it?
Yeah, I actually also think that you get better at appeals as you get older, so maybe a little bit of inexperience in the appeal.
Yes, as over the wicket he comes, and this one's tucked away off his hip by Cameron Steele, out towards deep backward square. So Sabe's out there doing the fielding, lobs the ball in over the top of the stumps, and it's another single to Cameron Steele. He's on to 16, 104 for 4.
But Headingley, Essex building a very handy lead over Yorkshire in that Division 1 match. Yorkshire 134 all out. Essex 201 for 7. And the man that's doing the business for Essex, Dan Lawrence, who's 57 not out. So Essex 67 runs ahead, 3 wickets standing.
Shimamla waits for Sales. Sales is on his toes. That's clipped away. It was uppish, but it's running away to the boundary rope for 4, despite the best efforts of Saif Saib to get round to that. It was just clipped away by Hashim Amla. He'll move on to 38. And it's 108 for 4, but nicely clipped away by Hashim Amla. I think James Sales will know there either. That is not the place to bowl to Hashim Amla.
Yeah, definitely not. So strong through that area. Timed it so nicely. 2 fielders back there, but just pierced the gap. Reminds me a little bit of Tom Laws in his action. James Sales, obviously similar age.
Over the wicket he comes again. Oh, now that's a better length of line, isn't it? From James Sales, because Hashim Amla's pushed forward at that. And that's gone past his outside edge. Yeah, the approach is much the same, isn't it? Tom Laws not playing in this one for Surrey. But, yeah, it's great seeing these young lads who can bat and bowl. Must be an awful lot of fun. As over the wicket once again goes Sales. That's clipped firmly this time through a straight mid-wicket by Hashim Amla. I think this will be 4 more. This will be. Again, nothing more than a roll of the wrists from Hashim Amla. He moves on to 42, 112 for 4. I was getting very excited about your bat you were using. Talking about batting and bowling. We discussed it over lunch, didn't we?
We
Rallis?
did, yes.
We discussed it over our lunch in the David Steele room. Absolute retro from you.
I think you probably know more about my bat than I do.
I think I do. I'm more excited about your bat than you are, Eva Gray. As over the wicket once again comes Sales. Short ball, and Amla's up on his toes, forcing out into the offside. Keogh does the fielding, moving round to his right. End of the over, 112 for 4 then. Surrey, 42 of those to Hashim Amla, 16 of those to Cameron Steele. Are we T340 today?
Well, it was supposed to,
Radders?
yeah, I think there's, because obviously we had time to make up, but there's still 43 overs to go, so I think we may have a little while to wait yet before the cuppa arrives.
Right.
At Edgbaston, Somerset 219 all out, Warwickshire 111 for 4. That's the latest, though, I suppose. And thinking about that game at Headingley, as White, long rocking approach, comes in and bowls to Cameron Steele, who's in behind that, playing it out into the covers for Zabe to field, and there's no run. I suppose from Northamptonshire's point of view, probably an Essex win over Yorkshire would be a decent result. Yorkshire, one of the teams behind Northamptonshire.
I think I'm right in saying that Essex could still mathematically win the title.
We touched on this yesterday, didn't we? And I think, yeah, they could. Northamptonshire play them last game of the season here at Montage Road. Here's White in again, bowls to Steele, turns it round the corner. He's going to get certainly a single. Are they going to take 2 to Lizard Williams' arm? No, they're not. Lizard Williams down fielding in front of the new pavilion. So they settle for a single. Takes Steele up to 17, 113 for 4.
I'll tell you what, Yorkshire have done really well there to get a batting, Essex to get a batting point. Didn't think there'd be a batting point in that game.
Here's Jack White again. Running into bowl to Amla, plays it out to point where James Sales, wearing his Northamptonshire cap, fields, and there's no run. So Yorkshire, no batting points to their credit. Presumably they'll at some point pick up the 3rd bowling point. That would put them on 132 points. Northamptonshire currently on 137. And played obviously the same number of matches. Here's White. In again, bowling to Amla, who's on the back foot, punching it on the bands. Back to White. Fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Lobs the ball onto Polisher-in-Chief Rob Keogh at mid-off. Yes, it's going to be a good tussle, that one. As far as Division 2 is concerned, they're at T at Hove. Worcestershire are 268 for 2, replying to the Sussex total of 220 all out. At Grace Road, Durham 97 for 1 against Leicestershire. Durham 105 behind. White is in bowls to Amler. Just little flick of the wrist, turns it out in front of square on the leg side. Sanderson comes in off the boundary. And they're through for another single. Amler to 43, 114 for 4. And at Lords, where they've also been off for rain today, but they're back on now. Morgan 214 all out, and Middlesex 243 for 5.
I think 100 for Mark Stoneman there for Middlesex today.
Here's Jack White in again, bowling to Steele outside the off stump, and Steele leaves well alone, goes through to Vasconcelos. That is the end of the over. 114 for 4 with Amler on 43. Steele is 17, and that is tea.
That is tea.
So it is indeed at 3:30 today. It's slightly later than I thought it was going to be, but nevertheless, we're there. And that is tea. And on the second day, at tea time, Surrey are 114 for 4, replying to Northamptonshire's 339 all out, so 225 runs behind still. 6 wickets in hand. Hashim Amla is 43 not out. Cameron Steele on 17. 3 wickets to go down this afternoon. Ryan Patel caught Williams at long leg off Jack White for 10. That was 30 for 2. Ben Geddes caught behind by Vasconcelos off Jack White for 6. That was 46 for 3. And then Jamie Smith bowled by Luke Proctor for 17. That was 80 for 4. So 2 wickets so far for Jack White, 1 for Ben Sanderson, 1 for Luke Proctor. Tea time, 114 for 4. For listeners to 5 Sports Extra, we'll hand you back to Kevin Howells in the studio. For everyone else, we'll be back with you when play resumes here at Wantage Road in around about 15 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road, where we're just about to start the third and final session of the second day's play in this County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. The Northamptonshire fielders taking the field. In fact, they're just going into the obligatory huddle around about halfway between the square and the boundary. The umpires, Graham Lloyd and Peter Hartley, already out there, with clouds still much in evidence. It's been rather an overcast day. We've seen a few glimpses of the sunshine, but not much in evidence at the moment. The Surrey batters, Hashim Amla and Cameron Steele, start to walk out to the middle as well. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton. With me from BBC Radio London, the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church. And we're joined very shortly by Eva Gray from South East Stars and Oval Invincibles. And I tell you what, Churchy, this is a fascinating contest now, and we seem to be saying it so often, and I'm sure you do in the course of a season, but an awful lot now resting on Hashim Amla.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think as well in the context of this game, this is the session in many ways. I think we'll know where we're heading by the end of this session, because Surrey 114 for 4 in reply to the 339 of Northamptonshire. As you say, Amla's on 43, was just getting a partnership going with Cameron Steele, who's on 17. But yes, if Northamptonshire can pick up 3, 4 in this session, then you would think that Surrey would be quite a long way off that Northamptonshire 339. So I think this could be the big session of the game coming up, however much we get of it, if the light comes in. Because we've still got 42 overs left in the day as well. That's the other thing. So there's a lot of cricket still to go today. Yeah, that is certainly an issue. I have to say, with the best will in the world, as we welcome 5 Sports Extra listeners back to Wantage Road. We're just talking about the fact there are 42 overs left in the day as we embark on this third and final session of the second day's play. And I think with the best will in the world, and unless the skies brighten considerably, and that's not what the forecast is suggesting, then we may struggle to get all those in. Anyway, we're underway again, and it's going to be Lizard Williams running in from the David Capel end, bowls to Hashim Amla, who's away straight off after tea, running that ball wide of second slip. It's a long chase round for James Sales, who almost finds himself being barged out of the way by Emilio Gay. Towering presence running back from second slip. Either way, they come back for 2. It's also a no ball, which is signalled by the umpire and acknowledged there by the scorers, the little telltale light at the far end of the ground. So 4 onto the total at once, and Surrey up to 116 for 4, 118 for 4 it should be, with Amla on 45. It was almost like after you from Sales there, wasn't it, to Emilio Gay? The gentleman's excuse me down there. Here's Williams in again, bowls, and that's forced off the back foot by Amla crisply out into the covers, fielded by Josh Cobham. Once again, Ricardo Vasconcelos is keeping wicket in this match in place of our summariser from earlier in the day, Lewis McManus, the Northamptonshire keeper, who's out injured for the rest of the season. He hasn't had the happiest of times out there, and not least by his teammates insisting on lobbing the thing over his head. But anyway, you'd think they'd have got used to the height of Vasconcelos by now. Been here a while. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Amla, who just dead bats that back down the pitch. Cobb comes across some extra cover to field, and there's no run. Surrey having lost Rory Burns for 10, Ryan Patel for 10, Ben Geddes for 6, Jamie Smith for 17. 2 wickets so far for Jack White, 1 for Ben Sanderson. Luke Proctor for 17, and Eva Gray is with us now in the box. We were saying this really is such a crucial session now for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you said, this could make or break the game, really, and could force a result either way. So if these 2 are here at the end, then that sets them up well for tomorrow.
Williams in again, bowls to Amla, who again opens the face, runs it, and it's exactly the same scenario as Emilio Gay's tracking back from second slip. James Sales is coming round from deep backward point, and they come through for a couple. This time there was no question of a collision. They'd obviously got the anti-collision warning lights on or something, but they managed to avoid each other. 2 more onto the total. Amla to 47, 120 for 4, sorry. So still trailing by 219. Northamptonshire will have felt, I'm sure, that they left a few runs out there earlier on. Bowled out for 339, having been 249 for 3. Williams in again, bowls to Amler, forces it out into the covers, fielded by Cobb, and there's no run.
I think that the thing from Northamptonshire today has been they've been very disciplined with the ball. They really have. They haven't been driven a lot, mainly because of the nature of the pitch and the way they've set the field up. So they've been very, very disciplined with the ball, and I'm pretty sure that would have been their chat in that huddle and in the tea break, do exactly what we've done in that little period before lunch and in that session after lunch. Don't go chasing it.
Lizard Williams into his 8th over, no wicket for 25. Comes in and bowls to Amler, who turns that away down behind square on the leg side. They come through for 1, they're going to come through for 2. Amler's called it. Not the greatest of throws there from Safe Zabe, and once again there was the fear that it might go over the head of Ricardo Vasconcelos. In the end he had to do a fair old tumbling act to retrieve it. The upshot of all that is that they're through for 2 more. Amler is 49, 122 for 4. The lights are coming on, which is no great surprise.
Yeah, if I was Vasconcelos, I would be tempted just to stand there now and get everybody to throw the ball to me.
Have a word. Here's Williams in again, still looking for his first wicket for Northamptonshire in his 2nd game, and Amler this time just turned round a little bit by that one that shaped away from the right-hander, and Lizard Williams already looking slightly world-weary. That's what bowling at Wantage Road does for you. End of the over, 122 for 4. Amler is 49, Steele is 17. Williams 8 overs for 27, but as you were saying, Mark, the figures make the point. Sanderson 11 overs, 1 for 30. Jack White's been excellent today, 12 overs, 2 for 26. Luke Proctor 6 overs, 1 for 18. James Sales bowled 2 overs before tea, a little bit costly, went for 16.
Yeah, there haven't been too many boundaries either in this Surrey innings so far. Now Sanderson is going to get his first bowl from the indoor school end of the ground. So you've seen him exclusively so far from the David Capel end. Just on the live stream, you can see the Surrey balcony watching away there. Here is Sanderson. First ball is short. That's pulled by Cameron Steele. And that's away, 1 bounce for 4. So Cameron Steele getting a half tracker, just standing there on the front foot. And Eva Gray, nice start for the birthday boy, Cameron Steele, after tea.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a loosener there from Ben Sanderson. Not what we saw from him before the tea break, but yeah, really nice shot. Just stood up and pulled it through mid-wicket for 4.
Yep.
To answer your question, that's the 11th boundary of the innings, and we're in the 40th over.
So that shows the discipline that they bowl with so far, Northamptonshire. Sanderson is in, and Cameron Steele covers up, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run there as Safe Zabe comes up to do the fielding. Couple of slips in there, 2 back on that leg side boundary rack. This is the field we've had for a lot of today. Deepish backward point, then the shortest extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and the short mid-wicket.
And I think it's going to be Keogh time shortly.
Well, he's starting his warm-up, which
it takes a while.
But that could be that he's coming on tomorrow morning,
yes,
from what you were saying.
It does take a while to get for Rob Keogh. He's obviously had a little bit of back trouble in the
ball
past.
Trouble.
Here
Already, we're straight out after tea. We've got ball trouble.
Well,
how many deliveries have we had since tea?
Since tea, we've had
8.
8. Yes.
Yeah. So yes. So we're changing the ball again now. This will take a while. My only thing as well with this, and is the lights are on. There might be some bad light about the place, and this always takes so long.
Well, Simon Kerrigan is hot-footing it out from the pavilion with the boxer balls. It's just a box here. It's not the stainless steel briefcase as we were discussing earlier.
Well, I think they're definitely changing it in the fact that when Peter Hartley lobbed it to Graham Lloyd, he kicked it up in the air. So I think that means he's definitely changing it. Well, he just booted it halfway across Northampton.
Well, the umpires are now huddled over the boxer balls. It's a bit like when you go to one of those antique sort of second-hand bookshops, and they have a little bargain box outside of paperbacks, and you have a little rummage through to see if you find
those.
I do very much, but you see if you can, all in this box 50p, and you're just seeing if there's anything you fancy, and that's rather what the umpires are doing at the moment. They've come up with one that they seem reasonably happy with.
The lights seem to, well, I think that was a pre-recorded bit on the live stream of the stroboscope effect of the floodlights, because that's not happening at the moment. I actually went to a car boot sale only the other day. Picked up a number of bargains. I do like a car boot sale, have to say. And do a lot of my book buying.
There's a lot to be said for it. Well, Simon Kerrigan is now trotting off the field. So,
well, wandering off. Sanderson's got another ball in his hands. Finally, cricket starts again. And forward goes Cameron Steele and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, I know I'm old and grumpy, Eva Gray, and you know I'm old and grumpy, but we know we're going to lose time to the weather anyway because of the light. Get on with it. Find a ball. If it looks about right, get on with it. Doesn't half take a while. It really does.
It absolutely baffled me, your chat with Lewis earlier about how tight the threads on the ball were.
Yes, no, I read about this and heard about it on the radio. As over the wicket goes Sanderson, hoping this one swings. Forward goes Cameron Steele, plays this one out towards cover points, and there's no run. What I heard and read, and Drew Ed, you'll back me up on this, is that the balls are individually hand stitched. Now, apparently, whoever it was who was hand stitching them has either retired or gone on to bigger and better things in the stitching world. And whoever took over didn't have as strong fingers for stitching, so it wasn't stitched as hard. It was at that point that I turned over, but that's what I was listening to. As over the wicket once again goes Sanderson. That's well bowled, right up there to Cameron Steele, who's forward and plays this one down into the leg side, rolls in there to short mid wicket, and there's no run.
I feel slightly happier about that than one of the alternatives offered, which is the rogue cowhide. It seems rather sad.
A bit harsh on the cow.
Absolutely,
I would
well,
think.
exactly.
Yes.
It just seems a bit out of order, to be honest.
Bowlers all around the country trying to find that cow. Have a word with it about the season they've had with these balls. As over the wicket comes Sanderson, forward comes Cameron Steele, drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over, 126 for 4 after 40 overs. Amla 49, Steele 21. But yes, I often with cricket think, what would it look like if you just walked in the ground? That's what normally.
Yeah.
So if you just walked in the ground, then there would have been two gentlemen in white coats with a white hat, just sort of kneeling down over a box of balls, with everybody else standing around not doing a great deal. So, but thankfully we found a ball that looked around about 40 overs old, and we're getting on with the game now.
Well, at least for now. We'll obviously keep you up to date with what's happening in the other county championship matches. Also, England legends playing this afternoon in the tournament out in India against Sri Lanka. Not doing very well, it must be said, is Lizard Williams in bowls back of a length to Amla, who's up on the toes and punching it out to deep cover for a single, and that takes Hashim Amla to 50. An innings of great skill and great patience, as one would expect, reaching his 50 off 119 balls. So he's worked hard for those runs, just 3 boundaries, but his wicket remains the one that Northamptonshire are keenest to capture. Yes, that just update BBC Radio Northampton in a second into their 4 o'clock news. But in the Legends game, England are 47 for 6. As Williams is in bowls down the leg side to Cameron Steele, who shapes to play it down towards fine leg. It's taken by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who just tosses it in the air but doesn't go through with the appeal. Last man out, Mal Loy stumped off Jaya Surrey for 8. Come back to that in a second, because I just need to update BBC Radio Northampton. Play just underway again after tea here at Wantage Road, and Surrey 127 for 4, replying to Northamptonshire's 339 all out. Hashim Amla, the great South African, is still there on 50. He's just reached his half century off 119 balls with just 3 boundaries, which tells you how hard he's had to work for his runs today against a very disciplined Northamptonshire attack. With him, Cameron Steele, who's on 21. Jack White's picked up 2 wickets in the innings so far, 1 apiece for Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor, but Northamptonshire really do need to see the back of Hashim Amla as soon as possible if they're to claim a first innings lead. Surrey 131 for 4. They still trail by 208. Here's Williams. That one just flicked off a pad and ran away down for 4. So 4 more onto the total, 131 for 4. Next delivery from Williams, driven out into the covers by Steele. And a good stop by James Sales at extra.
Right,
There's no
I'm
run.
on tenterhooks here. How are the England legends getting on?
Right, the England legends against Sri Lanka legends are in the 15th over of 20. They are 49 for 6. Ricky Clark's in there, 5 not
Excellent,
out. With him,
excellent.
Chris Schofield,
Oh,
so
well,
a
there
couple
you
of
are.
Surrey men in.
Yeah.
Malloy, last man out, stumped off Jai Surya for 8. Jai Surya has bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 3. Here's Williams in again, bowls to Cameron Steele, who's pushing forward up to mid-wicket, fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. So
It's not so much the 6 wickets, it's also the 49 in the 15th over.
Yeah, it doesn't look as though it's going terribly. Oh, Ricky Clark's just hit a 4, so it's now 53 for 6.
Well, he's been playing, of course,
Yes,
hasn't
he
he,
has,
for
yes.
Shruton, preparing for the England Legends Tour.
So I don't think too many of the other, well, certainly I don't think Malloy's been playing, apart from the some of the sort of PCA Masters games and whatnot. I don't think he's playing sort of competitive cricket these days. Here's Williams in, bowls to Steele, just reaches for that one a little bit, plays it down to backward point where Cobb fields, and there's no run. End of the over, 131 for 4. Amler is 50, Steele is 21. That was the 50 partnership as well, brought up in that over between these two for the 5th wicket, but we still have 41 overs to go in the day. 39 to go in the day, rather.
Probably slightly different conditions to a nice hot July day at Wormsley. I would have thought at the moment for the England Legends.
Just slightly.
Yes. Well, there we are. You never know. Our boys could come back into it. With Mika still to come, of course.
Well,
Still got Mika to come.
Give Ricky Clark a bowl.
Yeah, right, absolutely.
Be hooping it all over the place.
Yes, he might bowl his off breaks. Sanderson coming in over the wicket to Hashim Amla. Amla's covering up, playing this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think, actually, with that batting lineup, the England Legends will be a little disappointed there with being 6 down in the 15th over with only 50 on the board.
I think they might well be. I don't know who's coaching, but they might have a
Not sure they've got one.
word.
I think it's more whoever's there driving the bus to get everybody there. As over the wicket comes Sanderson. Amla's in behind a short one, playing this one away into the leg side, and there's no run.
Dressing room door might be slammed shut.
Another
at
one's
half-time.
gone. 53 for 7 now.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yeah, no, is Clark still there, is he?
Clark's
No,
gone.
Clark's gone. Schofield
LBW
now.
Mendes for 9.
Yeah, he'll have been sweeping that, no doubt whatsoever.
Jivan Mendes.
Yeah, he'd have been looking to sweep that. Waiting over his bat once more is Amla. 2 steps in there. Sanderson comes in over the wicket, and Amla's again just covering up, playing this as late as possible. It's good length delivery from Sanderson. He's getting it right up there to Hashim Amla. Good news, Eva Gray, is that Wendell, he went on a lap of the ground at tee, but as the game started again, he was nowhere near his normal spot, was he? He'd only got halfway round, but he's back near his flag now.
If I'm being honest, I don't know who this is.
It's all right. Let me explain to you, and I'll explain to everybody on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra again, and BBC Radio Northampton and BBC Radio London. As forward comes Hashim Amla, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run. I think it's fair to say, Mr. Reddy, he's Northamptonshire's #1 fan.
Absolutely. So it's almost like Northampton's mascot, really.
Yes, yeah. So he's over there by the bookshop away to our right-hand side, the bookstall. You can see the flag fluttering, the Northamptonshire flag. So Wendell
Having
is
a
the
chat.
gentleman, all in red, having a chat at the moment. But every time something exciting happens, he leaps for his flag. And he's not, I think it's fair, he's not shy for a tip or two to the players. As forward once more comes Hashim Amla, playing this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Well, he's certainly bending Josh Cobb's ear at the moment, down there on the boundary.
But no, he's a great enthusiast. Also a pretty good cricketer himself, from all accounts.
Plays for Northamptonshire over 60s.
Yeah.
Does he follow Northampton away?
I don't think I've seen him at many away games, not this year.
He was having a bowl yesterday over there, just getting himself warmed up. So great character. As Sanderson goes wider of the crease, this time looking to whip. This is Amla. Big shout for LBW on the angle.
Bit
As I
high.
say, yep, and bit went wider on the crease. That was the thing. And I think height would have been the problem there, but it's a good bit of bowling for Sanderson because he got Hashim Amla trapped on that crease. Amla was playing that on the angle, and it was probably a little bit straighter than he was thinking. But good bowling from Sanderson, and it's the end of the over, 131 for 4.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling, and also it's good signs for Northants that, I mean, someone of Hashim Amla's calibre, that they're still kind of forcing mistakes and forcing kind of wicket-taking options, I guess. So, yeah, there's definitely still something in this pitch, and it's, good signs for the Northants seamers.
I think they just tailed in late, and that might have been what saved Hashim Amla, I think, as Lazard Williams starts a fresh over from the David Capel end, bowls to Cameron Steele, who's pushing it out on the onside for a single, as Luke Proctor has to make ground round to his right to collect from mid-wicket. One more to Steele. He goes to 22 and 132 for 4 the total. I can tell you that Essex have lost the wicket of Dan Lawrence in that game at Headingley. Essex now 210 for 8, Lawrence out for 61. So they are leading Yorkshire by 76 runs. Here's Williams in again. Short, pulled away by Amla. Seemed to have a lot of time as that one slightly died in the pitch. Fielded out there at deep backward square by Safe Zabe. One more to Amla, 51 to him, 133 for 4.
Interesting this at the moment. You just feel, as I said, that this session, this game at the moment, it's sort of on a knife edge, is overdoing it, but it's going one way or the other at the moment.
2 slips in place, Young at first, Gay at second, Williams in, bowls to Steele, who runs it down to backward point. Cobb fields, and there's no run. James Sales, who's been in there at backward point or point for most of the day, now finds himself in the covers. Cobb is at backward point. Rob Keogh up there at mid-off, just started his warming up routine and then seemed to halt it, so maybe he's not going to be required just yet. We haven't seen any spin in the innings so far. Keogh and Safe Zabe, who left arm spin, will be Northamptonshire slow bowling options. Williams in again, bowls to Steele, who's in behind that, playing it up to mid-wicket, where Proctor fields and there's no run. Stays at 133 for 4, the deficit 206. In the other Division 1 match at Edgbaston, Somerset 219 all out, Warwickshire 127 for 4, so Warwickshire 92 behind. Tight old game there. Lost time to the weather yesterday, of course, as did we here. That's 8th against 9th in the table. Here's Williams in again, bowls short, swayed out of the way. Cameron Steele goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Apologies, Red has played that really well, Cameron Steele, because if he had gone on the pull shot there, he was going to have to be reaching for it. So he's just gone down on one knee and let it go over his shoulder. He knows there's that man back there, Safe Zabe on the leg side. But if you're reaching for it, that's where you can get yourself into trouble. Wideish outside that off stump.
Opened the batting for Surrey in this fixture here last year, I remember. As Williams comes in and bowls to him, and he flays that away through the covers for 4. That's a lovely shot. It was a little bit short, a bit wide, and Cameron Steele taking full advantage. Lovely bat speed through that one, and whisked away down to deep backward point. Beat Josh Cobb and runs away for 4. Steele to 26. Last ball of the over that was 137 for 4. So the partnership up to 57, and Northamptonshire 202 runs to the good, but need to break this partnership, and in particular you feel need to get Hashim Amla.
Yeah, definitely. I think as long as Amla's still here, the other Surrey batters can just continue to bat around him. We're seeing Cameron Steele go at, I think he's 26 off 40 now, so he's slowed down a little bit in the past few overs. But yeah, as long as Amla's there playing that anchor role as he has done so often, then they're in a really good place.
Sanderson is in to Amla, who's turned this down into the leg side now. Quick singles taken, and Vasconcelos was round with the glove off. Just dropped down in front of him, and it's good running that from Cameron Steele. Just had to get his skates on a touch there, did Hashim Amla. I don't think he was expecting a single, but little thumbs up there to to Cameron Steele. He's almost ended up with us up here in the commentary box as Hashim Amla. This partnership's worth 58 now between Amla and Steele. Keeping the 2 slips in there is Sanderson. And again, he's got a man back at deep backward square as Sanderson is in to Steele. Forward he goes solidly, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Rob Keogh's warm-up sort of hasn't continued here.
It's fizzled,
Mr. Rad. It was sort of started, but it sort of stopped now.
No, it's fizzled out. Maybe he was told he was a bit premature in getting limbered up.
Looking forward to watching that after the build-up to it.
Well, you won't miss it.
As over the wicket comes Sanderson once again to Steele. Steele gets forward once more, pushes it away into the offside. Saib does the fielding, and around to our left can see the big electronic scoreboard and the tractor with the covers behind it. And then there's a van with some sort of modern street art on it, I think is what you call it these days, over there away to our left-hand side. Sweeping round the players' dressing room and the stands with the spectators watching as forward solidly again goes Cameron Steele. Pushes this one out into the offside.
I'm pretty sure that van with modern street art used to sell tacos.
Ah,
It's certainly one of the catering outlets. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
absolutely
it's
right
right. There you are.
for the T20.
Because it came up in conversation a lot when the Southeast Stars were here that we really fancied one. But,
I see. So it's a catering van.
It is, yes.
But with modern street art
Exactly.
on the side. I see. Excellent. Is that looks a little like it's David Attenborough on the side? I don't think it is that picture. I'm not quite sure who that is, but it's whoever it is. They don't look particularly happy on the side of that van in a
No.
modern street art fashion. Vasconcelos is up to the stumps here.
I thought it was former Northamptonshire captain Jim Watts, but I don't think it is.
As over the wicket comes Sanderson. Oh, and beats the edge of Cameron Steele's bat because he can't get fully forward now in the fact that Vasconcelos is up to the stumps. Good bit of keeping as well from Vasconcelos.
It is. I mean, it's a test for Ricardo Vasconcelos, but it's a ploy that Northamptonshire you'll often see employed. Adam Rossington used to do it, stand up to Ben Sanderson, and Lewis McManus does as well.
What it means is that Cameron Steele may have been batting out of his crease to Sanderson. He's got to go back into his crease now, so he might not get fully to the pitch of it. Sanderson is in, and Steele waits for this, covers up again, pushes away out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 138 for 4. Surrey, 52 to Amla. Steele has 26. It's fascinating stuff at the moment, Eva Gray, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great option to be able to have your keeper come up like that because, yeah, when you're kind of trying to, respond to this line and length that Northants have been plugging away at all day, then you've got to do something proactive, and quite often that is to get a little bit further outside the crease and get to the pitch of the ball, and just taking that option out means that the batter's got to think twice about what they're doing and kind of come up with a plan B. So, yeah, good option for Northants.
Nazard Williams starting his 11th over from the David Capel end. Appeal for LBW as Amla comes across his stumps. Probably fair to say there was more interest from behind the stumps than from the bowler. It looked to be angling down the leg side. And again, it's possible there was a little bit of bat on it as well, but it looked to be missing leg stump. Either way, umpire says not out. It's been really hard work for Hashim Amla today, but like the pro he is, he's really dug in there for his side. 52 not out off 128 balls. Been in just a few minutes short of 3 hours. As Williams is in again, bowls to him, and Amla defensively down to gully, where eventually Emilio Gay fields. Just overran the ball once. So Northamptonshire have a slip in. That's Will Young. Emilio Gay is in the gully. There's a deep backward point on the boundary, Josh Cobb, then extra cover, so a big gap through the covers, trying to induce the drive. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square on the boundary and a long leg on the boundary. Williams in again, bowls to Amler, who's again coming across his stumps, plays it up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Lights have been on since just after tea, but we still have 35 overs to go after this one. Now, if you think about, that's going to be 2¼ hours, something like that. So we're going to be looking at 6:30.
If we're losing 4 minutes a day of daylight as well.
As I say, best will in the world. I think we may struggle to get them all in, but we'll see. Still make up some time tomorrow, of course. Here's Williams in, bowls, and that's a nice drive by Amler. Goes up to Keogh at mid-off. Doesn't bounce particularly kindly for him, but in terms of getting the throw away. But he manages to keep it to a single. Takes Amler to 53 and Surrey to 139 for 4, so 200 behind. See Emilio Gay just swinging his arms rather optimistically at second slip. Has got a wicket this year. Picked up 1 championship wicket last year, 1 championship wicket this year. As Williams comes in, and that's a gorgeous drive, on drive by Cameron Steele, and a really top-class bit of fielding. Diving across by Ben Sanderson. And,
lovely bit of cricket.
Well, it was a lovely bit of cricket because it was a gorgeous on drive, which they always say is the most difficult stroke to play well. Kept it all along the carpet, and Sanderson flinging himself to his left at mid-on, stops the ball and keeps it to a single. Steele to 27, 140 for 4. Wendell's very happy with that. The flag is now being brandished like something out of the Battle of Agincourt. Here's Williams in again, short, pulled away by Amler, down to deep backward square. Safe Zabe, about 10 yards in off the boundary field, sends in his return. 1 more to Amler, who keeps the bowling, because that was the last ball of the over. 54 to Amler, 27 to Steele. 141 for 4, bearing in mind Surrey were 80 for 4. These two put on an unbroken 61 for the 5th wicket. Partnership Northamptonshire need to break. There are still 35 overs left in the day.
That was a terrific bit of work from Sanderson. Good crisp on drive from Cameron Steele, but terrific bit of work there from Ben Sanderson.
It was good on both counts. He did well to get down, and then he did well to get up again.
Yes, he did, and quickly as well.
In my case, I'd have needed a winch, I think, to get up from that.
Well, no. As Sanderson down below us, we'll come in over the wicket to the right-handed Amler, and that's just beautifully run down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Just a gorgeous shot from Amler. Just waited for it and then just kisses it off the face of the bat down to the boundary rope for 4. And lovely piece of batting that, Eva Gray.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, we've not seen anyone really consistently time it nicely on this pitch. I mean, we've seen a couple of shots from Cameron Steele that have flown off the bat, and a couple just like that off Hashim Amler. But yeah, just in general, people struggling to time it, I think.
And over the wicket comes, Sanderson, short again. Amler's gone after it, bottom edge. It's well taken by Vasconcelos. Really only Emilio Gay yesterday, of course. But as we were all saying, it was like he was playing against a different attack on a completely different pitch.
Yeah, I missed that, but from the looks of it, he...
he played beautifully yesterday. He really did.
Just as we were praising Emilio Gay for playing it late yesterday, we're able to do the same with Hashim Amler today.
In over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. This one's down the leg side, and again, poor old Vasconcelos is diving away to his left. He does very well. He's definitely going to sleep well tonight, Ricardo Vasconcelos. He doesn't look best pleased at the moment with the way this has gone today. I'm not surprised, poor chap. He's been left, he's been right, he's been up, he's been down. He's done a good job behind the stumps today. He really has. As Sanderson goes wide of the crease again here to Amler, and Amler again plays it late. And that's why it squirts off down into the leg side behind square, and he picks up a single. 1 more to Hashim Amler. Amler moves on to 59. Cameron Steele on to strike on 27. Yeah, it's just on Emilio Gay again. He just looks a very good player. I've always enjoyed watching him bat, but yesterday he did look a very, very good player. And, okay, admittedly not the quickest of pitches, but Still scored his runs at a good lick. Vasconcelos back up to the stumps for Cameron Steele. Steele is forward, playing this one up towards mid-on.
He just looks in really good nick at the minute. And as I say, his 100 of the 131 up in the Royal London Cup match at Blackpool was a gorgeous innings. I mean, he overshadowed Ricardo Vasconcelos, also made 100 and played very well, but it was Emilio Gay's innings that really caught the eye. And down at Southampton, I mean, made 33 and 74, batted quite a while in both innings, and was mortified the way he got himself out in the first innings when he'd laid the foundation.
That's very wide outside the off stump from Sanderson, and Vasconcelos standing up has to get gloves to it. It ricochets away. His fingers are going to be hurting tonight as well. Ricardo Vasconcelos. End of the over. 146 for 4, 59 to Amler. Cameron Steele has 27 here on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
Well, Northamptonshire physio Nick Allen is out there now, just giving Ricardo Vasconcelos a little bit of attention. I can't quite see what he's. It looks like a hand, something hand or finger.
I'd just be putting it all around his shoulder, and you're doing a good job. Keep going.
No, it looks as though he's putting a little bit of tape on his left hand somewhere, maybe left ring finger, left hand by the look of it. So Northamptonshire will hope against hope that he hasn't got an injury that's going to keep him out of action for a while. Talking at tea time with Eva about Northamptonshire's options with the gloves, it really did come down to, once obviously Lewis McManus was ruled out, whether they went with Harry Gouldston, who was obviously played some first team cricket last year, currently involved with the second team, whether he came into the side or whether Ricardo Vasconcelos kept. I think they decided that the point of view of keeping the balance of the side, they wanted Vasconcelos to do it, and decided then obviously to drop him down to number 6. Here we go again. I think the ball is going to be scrutinised by the umpires.
It's the 4th time today now.
It is the 4th time today. So if there was obviously the new batch of balls that we were talking about this afternoon with Lewis McManus when he was up here on commentary with us, we were saying, I think, classic example of speaking too soon, because we said we haven't seen since the new box of balls or batch of balls was delivered, I think during the round of matches right at the end of July, that we hadn't seen quite so many interruptions for changing the ball. This is the third.
This will be the fourth
examination, potentially the third change of ball. Simon Kerrigan is having a very busy afternoon bringing out the box. Once again.
The game just grinds to a halt.
Well, the batters are taking the advantage of a little bit of a break to have a drink. Let me tell you what's happening elsewhere in the England Legends match. England have been bowled out for 78 in the 19th over by...
That might not be enough.
Sri Lanka, with Sanath Jayasuriya making an awful mess of them with his left arm spin. In the Division 1 matchup at Headingley, Essex building that lead, 225 for 8 in reply to Yorkshire's 134 all out. So Yorkshire trailing now by 91 runs. Essex have 2 wickets in hand. It's a very useful lead, you would think, in what could be a potentially quite a low scoring game. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you. Here's Williams starting a fresh over outside the off stump. Well wide outside the off stump, left alone by Amler, taken by Vasconcelos. So that's one of the Division 1 games. In the other one, apart from this one, of course, at Edgbaston, Warwickshire grinding away, 137 for 4 now against Somerset. Somerset were bowled out for 219, so Warwickshire are 82 runs behind. To get those 137 runs, it's taken them into the 59th over, so attritional stuff at Edgbaston at the moment as Lizard Williams comes in again, bowls, and that's punched nicely off the back foot by Amler. Down to deep backward point, fielded out there by Josh Cobb, who's no longer having his ear bent by Wendell. And there aren't too many people in the West Stand, so he hasn't really got anybody to talk to particularly. Takes Amler to 60, 147 for 4, partnership up to 67. He's now reclining on one of the boundary boards. Wendell, meanwhile, he's looking at his phone, I think, down there, possibly. Just in front of the small scoreboard next to the signal box. Williams, straight approach him from the David Capel end, bowls to Cameron Steele, who nudges that out towards mid-wicket for another single. Work for Luke Proctor to do, coming across from mid-wicket. One more to Steele, 28 to him, 148 for 4.
Yeah, they're just knocking the ball around at the moment. We're into the 47th over. Ball keeps being changed. But it's normally in this period that batting does get a little easier, doesn't it?
I think so. Slip and a gully in. Williams in, bowls to Amler, who just gets a ball that bounces on him a touch, but he steers it down to Cobb, who comes in off the boundary at deep backward point to field. One more to Hashim Amla, 61 to him, 149 for 4.
The other thing about Amler is he absolutely loves batting as well.
Helps, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but he absolutely loves it. A bit like Alistair Cook. You know, these guys just love batting. Just love scoring runs, love being out there in the middle.
Here's Williams. And again, bowls to Steele, who steers that wide of second slip. There's a chase down towards third man for Emilio Gay, who in the end leaves it to Josh Cobb coming round from backward point. And they come through for a couple. Brings up the 150 for Surrey, 151 for 4. Steele moves to 30. One ball to go in this over. Just thinking back to this corresponding fixture here last year, which Northamptonshire won. Hashim Amla was certainly out for naught in the first innings of that game. Bowled by Tom Taylor. This ball finds Steele dropping it down into the offside. There's a quick single to be taken, and it's James Sales who comes in from the covers, underarms at the stumps, misses by comfortable margin. It goes well over the top of the stumps, and they're safely home. Steele is 31, Amler is 61, 152 for 4 at the end of the over. The partnership worth 72. The lead for Northamptonshire 187, and I think we're going to see a bit more Luke Proctor. I think we are.
Excellent running that either great between Cameron Steele and Hashim Amla.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you can tell that he's very quick when he puts his back into it, can't you? You're saying earlier that he's got the quickest.
Yeah, he's in the top 3. I think I'm right in saying in over 25 metres in the Surrey squad. So you know, if that sort of works out at around about 22 yards, doesn't it? So over at the pitch length, he's rapid, Hashim Amla. And there again, he was always getting home, wasn't he, for that quick single? So it is Luke Proctor back into the attack, coming right arm over the wicket to Cameron Steele. Bowled Jamie Smith with a good one for 17. Luke Proctor, the 4 to go. Burns LBW to Sanderson for 10. Ryan Patel caught by Williams off White for 10. Geddes caught by Vasconcelos, well caught behind off White, looking to cut for 6. And Smith bowled by Proctor for 17. That was 80 for 4.
Yeah, I wonder if we might see a bit more Jack White soon, if not a bit of spin. Bowled really well earlier today.
Proctor is in, forward. Goes the right-handed Steele. Just nudges this one down into the leg side. The field again is a slipper gully, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then the long leg. So a very orthodox field this for Luke Proctor. You can hear a lot of encouragement out there for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, Jack White's looked a little bit sore in the field since tea, I think. Just seen stretch a couple of times, but...
Proctor's in. Cameron Steele straight back down the ground, just checks this. Good looking shot. Well, he's going to get those legs going now, White, because he's got to chase this down below us. They will get a couple. But a good looking shot again from Cameron Steele, just full face of the bat, just punching it straight back down the ground. White, yeah, he doesn't look happy coming back here. He's got a bit of a hobble on him. Coming back after sprinting after that and sliding. He's not exactly gliding back to his position at mid-off.
I think it might be calf.
Yeah, there are certain bowlers that always look like that. As in comes Proctor, forward comes Cameron Steele. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. There are certain bowlers that always have a hobble on, but to me, he just looks a bit stiff at the moment. Does White, clapping his hands down there at mid-off.
Essex have been bowled out by Yorkshire up at Headingley. They actually lost the last 2 wickets for no runs, all out for 225, lead of 91.
As Proctor is in, forward comes Steele. Playing this one into the leg side. Sales is quickly up from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Well, they did very well there, Essex, to get a lead and a batting point.
They did. Four wickets for Jordan Thompson, 3 for George Hill.
Saw that Matthew Potts today as well, 5 for 6 for Durham. So Potts in amongst the wickets, because I was looking at the chart, he was the 3rd leading wicket taker for England in Test cricket this summer, was young Mr. Potts. Over the wicket again goes Proctor, forward goes Steele, that squirts into the gully, the fielding's excellent. Again, Keogh dives to his left and gets to his feet, and he's going to get a low 5 from his captain there. End of the over, 154 for 4, Amla 61, Cameron Steele 33, and it means that Surrey trail by 185 after Northamptonshire 339 all out. But as a bowler, Eva Great, you appreciate your fielders doing that for you, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. And the way we've kind of seen Northants go about trying to take these wickets today is to just pile the pressure on and wait for a bit of a loose shot when kind of the Surrey batters feel like they need to do something different because of that build-up of pressure. And yeah, the fielding like that just helps keep that pressure on and yeah, forces a mistake from the batters eventually. So really well fielded.
Williams continuing for the David Capel end. His first ball just short of a length and punched out into the offside by Hashim Amla, but there's no run. Wendell out there with his flag waving like anything, just trying to enthuse Northamptonshire's bowlers and fielders and exhort them to greater efforts. I don't think there's anything wrong with the effort at the moment. Here's Williams in again, bowled short, pulled away by Amla. Is he going to be? No, he's not caught. He just bounced in front of Saif Zaib. He didn't get over the top of that one, and Saif Zaib for a second might have thought he was in business, but in the end it dropped well short of him coming in from deep square. One more to Amla, 62 to him, 155 for 4.
It's interesting, isn't it? On a slow pitch, we've seen 2 or 3 going on the hook, and I think it's when you're reaching, it's just on or outside the line of that off stump, and you're reaching for it, just can't quite control because it's sort of trampoline bounce.
Here's Williams in again, bowls to Steele, who punches that out into the offside for a single, fielded by James Sales coming around from extra cover. Steele to 34, 156 for 4. Yes, of course, Emilio Gay out like that last night. Ricardo Vasconcelos first thing this morning. Ryan Patel went that way as well.
On a pitch that hasn't got any pace, really.
I wonder if the fielder out there at deep square just needs to be 5 or 10 yards off the boundary. All the catches we've seen go out to that side, off towards the big boundary, have kind of, not made it all the way out.
It's true,
there.
nobody's reached, have they?
Yeah.
Yes. Williams in again, bowls to Amla, plays it up to Proctor at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's a big old boundary out there, isn't it, as well? That's the other thing.
Yeah, and I think if he takes that shot on, it's not going to be out the middle of the bat, and you're not going to catch him at deep square when he's pulled it and middled it. So it's going to be a top edge or something, and so I just think it's quite unlikely that it's going to.
Oh, Eva Gray, these players that pull shots straight on the big boundary to the one fielder out there at deep backward square, eh?
It's too soon.
Here's Lizard Williams in again, bowls, and that's turned away by Amla. This time down to Jack White at long leg, who despite maybe not looking, he's moving quite as well as he usually does, manages to get to the ball pretty quickly and send in his return and keep it to a single. Amla to 63, 157 for 4.
Yeah, Eva absolutely middled one on Sunday at Beckenham. Longest boundary.
Yeah, I mean, you could just say it was a silly shot with the long boundary.
No, I actually thought it was going the whole way because it absolutely flew off the bat.
That bat that you're obsessed with,
I
too,
am
actually.
obsessed with your bat.
Williams in again, outside the off stump, cut away by Cameron Steele down to Cobb at deep backward point for a single. Runs coming rather more easily for Surrey at the moment. 35 to Steele, 63 to Amler, 158 for 4. So Surrey trail by 181. Partnership is worth 78. Northamptonshire bowling coach Chris Liddle, who's not averse to a little perambulate around the boundaries. Great one for a lap. He's doing so now. Just having a chat with Josh Cobb out there on the boundary. It's going to be Proctor continue. Starting his 8th over. We still have 31 left in the day.
Yeah. And the light's fine at the moment. Floodlights are on, but there's no shadows of players anywhere. Oh, Rob Keogh started again now.
Yeah, doesn't he?
He started and then stopped about half an hour ago. Now he's started. This one looks a bit more committed to me, this warm-up, as Proctor is in. Oh, it's Cameron Steele, beats him on the outside edge. Steele's just had a little push at that. He's cross with himself as well, is Cameron Steele. He's just rehearsing letting the ball go. It's one of those tempting gaps between slip and gully.
You want to wait with Rob Keogh. I mean, he's going through the sort of the arm and neck part of the warm-up. You need to watch for the sort of the chubby checker, let's twist again job. That'll be coming soon.
Look forward to that. Over the wicket comes Proctor. This is clipped away nicely by Cameron Steele off his pads. Down towards long leg. He'll take a single, will Cameron Steele. He'll move on to 36. 159 for 4. Just keeping an eye on Rob Keogh, but he's having a bit of a bowl now as well, up to save. Let's just see what he does now. He's wandering back to his fielding position at backward point. No, there's been nothing else so far. There's been some neck movement, whirling of arms. Now they're dropping Amelia Gay all the way down to the third-man boundary rope, just inside that third-man boundary rope for Amler. Short ball from Proctor. Amler's got right on top of this. Pulls it away out towards Josh Cobb, out there at deep backward square. They'll get another single. One more to the total. 64 to Amler, 160 for 4, and Cameron Steele comes back onto strike once again, and Amelia Gay comes all the way back into the gully position. Steele settles over his bat once more on 36. Proctor's into him. Again, forward he comes to a good length ball. Cameron Steele plays it straight back up the ground to White. Yeah, a little bit of spin would sort of make sense at the moment.
I think so, yeah. I just need something different to happen. Now we've got the high kicks.
Good Lord.
He's like the opening of the old grey whistle test, isn't it, at the moment?
Wow. And the whirling of the arms as well.
But we haven't got the chubby checkers yet.
In over the wicket once again goes Proctor. Forward goes Steele. Good looking shot.
Sumptuous.
Just drives it away through the covers. Check drive for 4. It's a lovely shot from Cameron Steele. Everything's right about that shot from Cameron Steele. And it whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. He's on to 40. 164 for 4.
Yeah, he's looked really comfortable today, Cameron Steele. I've not seen too many play and misses. I think Hashim Amler's the one who's survived more of the LBW shouts that we have seen. And yeah, looked really good on the drive and just kept it really simple, really.
He has.
That was as good a shot as we've seen today.
Yes, it just leant on it, absolutely whistled away to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Great shot. 164 for 4. Steele on to 40 as in again goes Proctor. Steele's in behind this one, just pushes off the back foot out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, 164 for 4 then. Surrey, this partnership now worth 84.
Yes, that's right.
And 64 to Amler, 40 to Cameron Steele. Just having a little look. It looks like we might be getting a bit of spin now because Rob Keogh looks like Eva Gray's coming into the attack.
I was just watching Luke Proctor use his forehead sweat to shine the ball, and it made me think, I reckon we're never going to go back to seeing when you use saliva on the ball. Obviously a thing brought in after COVID.
After COVID, yeah, no, very good point. Yeah. Well, of course, you weren't allowed to use that either, were you? That's where the old headbands came in. And you saw Stuart Broad's never taken his off. The old Nighthawk. He still bowls with his headband on.
Maybe he sleeps in it as well.
He might do. He might do.
Now it is going to be Rob Keogh, as he mentioned, so spin, or first time in the match. Surrey didn't employ any.
Cameron Steele, just a little bit of his leg spin.
Oh, of course, they did. Beg your pardon. Yes, of course
definitely
they
the
did,
first
yes.
bit of off spin.
First bit of finger spin.
Yep.
Yes, he did bowl a few overs of the wrist spin, didn't he? Actually didn't land them too badly. It is going to be Keogh with a slip in place from the David Capel in, flights the first ball up to Amler, who turns it away out to deep square. Zabe comes in off the boundary to field, and one more to Amler, 65 to him, 165 for 4. Just idly looking at Surrey's highest fifth wicket partnerships against Northamptonshire, as you do. A long, long way to go before they get to the record. But the record was in one of the most extraordinary matches surely ever played on this ground. Flighted up, next ball from Keogh, whipped up to short mid-wicket by Cameron Steele. A bit of fielding there by James Sales. 288 for the fifth wicket is the Surrey record against Northamptonshire. As Keogh is in again, forward defensive goes Steele, pushed out into the covers. 288 between Alan Peach and Andrew Duckett here in 1920, the match in which Percy Fender made his 35-minute century and 666 runs scored in that day's play. Lovely on drive by Cameron Steele, using his feet nicely, drives up to long on, where Lizard Williams fields in front of the Spencer Pavilion. One more to Steele, goes to 40, 165 for 4. And around about 400 runs in the afternoon session between lunch and tea. Keogh in again, just a little bit of grip there by the look of it, as Amler plays very watchfully, drops it down almost in the crease on the onside. Vasconcelos comes round to retrieve. Keogh in again, quicker ball, turned round the corner by Amler, go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps by Jack White, misses fairly comfortably, but Ben Sanderson was backing up, so what, three singles off the over, 167 for 4. Amler is 66, Steele is 41, the partnership is 87.
Over 600 runs in the day.
666 runs scored in the day, yes.
Wow.
Jack Hobbs didn't get very many of them, he was out fairly early on. But
Extraordinary, isn't it?
well, the over rate was, of course, a bit different to what it is now. I did do some research on this, and there were a lot of overs bowled in the day. I mean, Northamptonshire made 306, and then Surrey replied with 619 for 5 declared.
110.4 overs.
In 110.4 overs.
They were way ahead of their time, weren't they?
Alan Peach, 200 not out off in just over 3 hours. Duckett, 149 in 2¼ hours.
Here is Proctor coming in over the wicket to Amler. Plays that out into the offside and there's no run.
Percy Fender famously 100 in 35 minutes, 113 off in 42 minutes, 5 sixes, 16 fours. And
extraordinary.
Northamptonshire made over 400 in the second innings, and Surrey finished up winning by 8 wickets in the last session on the last day.
The master was made a 50, I think.
Yep.
As in over the wicket then is Proctor. Forward goes Amler, punches this one straight back up the pitch, and Proctor does the fielding off his own bowling.
But 1,470 odd runs in the match. You know, the punters who paid their sixpences would have had
The
their money's
stat I
worth.
can never get my head around with Jack Hobbs, Sir Jack, is that he made 100 hundreds after
After
his
his
40th
40th birthday, yeah, I know. It is amazing, isn't it?
Absolutely extraordinary statistic, that. As Proctor is in over the wicket and forward comes Amler. Plays this one solidly down into the leg side.
The great thing about that Fender 100 here, the record-breaking 100, was that it doesn't add up in the scorebook. Because the Northamptonshire scorebook is the only one of the two that survived, because Surrey, I think, got rid of a lot of their records during the war. But the Northamptonshire book is in existence. It's in the record office at Wootton Hall in Northampton, and I have looked at it, and it doesn't add up.
As over the wicket comes Proctor. Forward goes Amler, plays this one out into the offside.
But you can imagine if they were scoring 400 runs in a session, it might have been a little bit difficult to keep up. But it doesn't add up, and there's anyone who's really interested in finding out more about that extraordinary match, there's a wonderful account in the late Richard Streeton's biography of Percy Fender, which is one of my favourite cricket biographies. A wonderful book, well worth a read if you get the chance.
Over the wicket goes Proctor to Amler. Amler, shorter length delivery this time, just covers up off the back foot, pushing it away out into the offside, just indicating there to Cameron Steele, it's just nipped away from him a touch, that delivery. Hashim Amla, well, of course, we had your wonderful scorecard with us yesterday from 1952.
52, yes,
Yep.
still use it to keep the sun off the laptop.
Very, very good idea. Proctor is in over the wicket, and that's fuller of length, driven by Hashim Amla towards mid-off, and there's no run. Good over that from Proctor, maiden over, 167 for 4, sorry.
Yeah, I wonder, I personally would like to see Rob Keogh bowling again this over. That they've started with a deep backward square, cow and a long on and a deep point, and I think in his first over of the innings he could start with long on up and just kind of, maybe not to Hashim Amla because he looks well set, and obviously Cameron Steele's going well as well, but even if he comes halfway up and just says, tempting him over, if you want to go over the top you can go, just try and create a little bit of a wicket-taking option rather than that easy single down the ground.
Still a slip in place as Keogh starts his second over and forces Cameron Steele onto the defensive. It's just noticeable, we saw it with Luke Proctor earlier on, I think we're seeing just the odd delivery, not bouncing as much, but the ball's getting a little bit softer. And batters sometimes just not bouncing as much as they think it's going to. Having to jam down on it. Next delivery is played solidly enough out into the covers. Proctor fields and there's no run. Keogh in again, turned onto the leg side this time by Cameron Steele, but James Sales is in there at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, at the moment, as Eva was saying, long on back, deep mid-wicket back, deep backward square back, deep cover back. Next ball played defensively back down the pitch by Cameron Steele.
Yeah, there are singles there if they want them, aren't there, at the moment?
Here's Keogh again. Bowls to Steele, who's pushing forward out into the covers. Fielded out there by Luke Proctor. And there's no run. 167 for 4, so Surrey 172 behind. Flighted up and by Keogh, swept by Cameron Steele, but only goes as far as safe save at deep backward point, deep square rather, who throws in, and in doing so almost throws himself off his feet. It goes into the gloves of Vasconcelos. That's 2 more to Steele, 43 to him, 169 for 4 at the end of the over. And I'm thinking about what you were saying when we came back on the field after tea, Churchill. You were saying then that we shall know by the end of this session which way the match is going to go, and this was a hugely important session this is. Well, so far Surrey have played this very, very well indeed, and only 170 behind. I suppose the old thing, isn't it? Add 2 wickets and it becomes a totally different game. But at the moment, these two really are playing it very, very sensibly.
They are indeed. Hashim Amla will be on strike here to Luke Proctor. Right arm over the wicket goes Proctor, and Amla's taking this off the stumps, just going to whip it through a straightish mid-wicket, but actually gets it a bit too straight. And Sanderson bends down and picks up. Wendell, it's not the most enthusiastic waving of his flag from Wendell over there away to our right, but he is waving his flag at the moment.
I think it's a wave of exhortation rather than celebration, isn't it? He's trying to get them going.
He might be putting it down for a second here, I think. Have a bit of a rest as Proctor's in again. Forward comes Hashim Amla once more. Pushes this one down towards mid-off and there's no run. I'll be interested to see who comes in next for Surrey. I think it'll probably be Tom Curran. And then Jordan Clark at 8, I would have thought. As just the one slip, third man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the long leg. As Proctor is into Amla. Amla driving away through the covers and away for 4. He was a little away from his body there, Hashim Amla, and it was upish. But it's through that gap between the cover and the backward point, and that has whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. And nicely put away by Hashim Amla. He moves on to 70. And Eva Gray, this partnership has moved on to 93.
Yeah, I think you could just feel that coming from Amler. There had been a couple that were slightly full of length, and that one on the up. But I think, yeah, you could feel that he was kind of eyeing up the big boom and drive, and yeah, just got his hands through that one with a bit of width.
Grumblers here, you probably just heard the cry of come on the Ree. As forward goes Amler, pushes this one away out into the offside, and there's no run.
It took me a large chunk of yesterday to work out what he was actually shouting, but I did get there eventually.
It's a lovely hymn.
I don't think as a Surrey player we've ever said that.
No. So as I say, it's a lovely hymn. It's just remembering the words to it. Fairly difficult. There's 4 of them. As over the wicket goes Proctor, short ball. Amler's up on his toes. Turns this one out towards deep backward square. There's Cobb to do the fielding. Another single for Hashim Amler. He moves on to 72. Apologies, moves on to 71. And Surrey move on to 174 for 4. This in reply to the 339 from Northamptonshire. Floodlights are on. They've been on, well, since tea, actually. And at the moment, I think we're okay light-wise. Waits again does Cameron Steele. Field doesn't change now as Proctor's into Steele. Steele's forward. Plays this late again out into the offside. And Safe comes round to do the fielding. And there's no run. Peter Hartley's out from behind the stumps just to check where that front foot of Proctor is landing. A loud barking dog can be heard around Wantage Road.
I don't know if it's in the ground. You don't see too many dogs in the ground. I'm not sure if they're allowed.
Over the wicket comes Proctor. Forward comes Steele. This one straight back up the ground again. So end of the over from Luke Proctor. Lovely boundary in that over from the bat of Hashim Amler. We are surrounded by lots of houses, aren't we? So
yes,
I wonder whether the dog's in the back garden.
Might be one of the back gardens over in Clark Road, maybe, which is the road that runs down to the right-hand side of this ground. Look at that Fender match again. Surrey, just found my notes on it. Surrey went from 160 for 4 at lunch. As Keogh comes in, bowls short, attempted cut by Hashim Amler. Doesn't make contact, goes into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos. Hasn't played too many false shots, that was one of them. 160 for 4 at lunch to 574 for 5 at tea. Keogh in again, blocked by Amler.
They were way ahead of their time, weren't they?
Well, they were. And Fender made 93 in half an hour up to tea. Next ball is driven, and he's going to run Hashim Amler because it's not stopped cleanly by James Sales in there at short mid-wicket. To dive again on one of the old wicket ends, which is never a lot of fun. It bounces off him and runs up towards mid-off. Amler to 72, 177 for 4. Clipped away by Steele. Next ball, this time very well fielded by James Sales in there at mid-wicket, but it really isn't fun, and he hasn't got any of the elbow protection or anything there, but it is pretty abrasive on those wicket ends. Is Keogh in again, clipped round the corner by Steele. This time goes to Jack White just behind square in one saving position. He does just that, saves the single, 177 for 4.
Yeah, I think a couple of grazed elbows and knees out there during this game.
Keogh in again, flights that one up, appeal for LBW as Cameron Steele looking to just whip it away through the onside, looking to clear mid-wicket, and didn't look a bad shout, having watched the replay. He was hitting close to off stump, but I think it hit him in line. Probably just enough doubt as to whether it was done a little bit too much. He might have missed leg stump. Anyway, it's not out. End of the over, 177 for 4. Amler is 72, Steele is 43. Surrey trail by 162.
I think just a temporary lapse in concentration there. I'm not sure what two fielders out there. Massive boundary. Bit of turn we're seeing from Rob Keogh. Just a little bit of, loss of concentration from Cam Steele.
Yeah, I think he saw it above his eye line and his eyes lit up, and he tried to launch it towards the Taco fan.
And you got your wish, Eva. Jack White back in.
Yeah, and he looked a little stiff and sore about 20 minutes ago. But he's back into the attack now. Here's Jack White doing a bit of stretching below us. Hashim Amla will be on strike on 72, 177 for 4, Surrey. White right arm over the wicket, hair flows behind him. This one's whipped leg side by Amla. And in it goes to mid-wicket sails. Is he a wearer of an Alice band or a headband? White? I can't make out whether he is or he isn't.
Yeah, I think
for his long hair.
I think he does wear something. I think, yes.
Can I borrow your binoculars?
Just to keep it out of his
the
eyes.
important things.
This is quite a sight.
Yes, it is. It's a dark headband he's wearing. As over the wicket goes White. Forward goes Amla. Plays this one studiously again into the leg side. Straight there to Sales. So yes, it's a sort of Federer-esque headband for White. He's bowled very nicely today. He's 2 for 26. Picked up Ryan Patel and Ben Geddes. Amla on 72. White is over the wicket to him. Amla's forward, thickish inside edge. We'll get a single out towards deep backward square. I'll hand to Mr. Rad because it's a 5 o'clock update.
It is, yes. We'll be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two into their 5 o'clock news. 178 for 4, so 161 Surrey trail by. Still, in theory at least, 24 overs to go in the day's play. Lights have been on since just after tea. Here's White in again, bowls to Cameron Steele, plays it out into the covers for the energetic, safe Zabe to field. Zabe, Northamptonshire's other spin option. His left arm spin. Keogh's bowled 3 overs for 6 so far. They'll have a decent shout for LBW in the previous over against Cameron Steele. Here's White, turns at the end of his mark. Rocking shouldered approach as he comes in and bowls to Steele, pushes it out into the covers once again. Zabe fields and there's no run. The problem, I think, as far as the light goes, is that I just don't think it's going to get a lot better. It's fine. I think it's fine at the moment, but it does look a little bit gloomy over to our right. Has been there pretty much gloomy all day for a large part of the day. Here's White in again. Slip in place. Bowls a lovely drive by Cameron Steele out through the covers. It's a long chase for Luke Proctor out towards the longer boundary. He's reeled it in about 10 yards in. It's good fielding for Proctor. Keeps it to 2. But that is the 100 partnership for the 5th wicket between Hashim Amla and Cameron Steele. Steele is 45, Amla is 73. 100 partnership has come up in 28 overs, so they've more than doubled the score. Scored at what, just a touch under 4 and over. It's pretty good going. Century partnership really brought about a considerable transformation in the nature of this match, and in terms of the momentum, which was all with Northamptonshire at 80 for 4. That's now been reversed. Northamptonshire now urgently need a wicket, get themselves back into this game. Here's Keogh bowling short outside off stump, cut away by Amla down to deep backward point, fielded out there by Josh Cobb. Goes to 74, 181 for 4. Northamptonshire's bowling coach Chris Little continuing his lap down at the far end, heading back to the changing room. Keogh in again, bowls to Steele, drives, and that's beaten extra cover, and it's running out towards the boundary. And it's just reeled in a yard or so inside the rope by Tom Taylor, who's on his 12th man. Luke Proctor really angry that he missed that one. It costs a couple of runs. Surrey 181 for 4 in a century partnership now between Hashim Amla, the South African great, and Cameron Steele, who's on 47. They were 80 for 4, Surrey, now 183 for 4, and Northamptonshire urgently needing a wicket. Earlier, Northamptonshire bowled out for 339 and then had Surrey 4 wickets down for 80 with 2 victims for Jack White, 1 apiece for Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor. But since then, it's been Amler and Steele who've dug in, played really well, despite some disciplined bowling by Northamptonshire. And I say it's a partnership Northamptonshire need to break fairly soon. We've still got, in theory at least, 22 overs left in the day's play, 183 for 4. Surrey trail by 156. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton. Keogh continues, bowling to Amler, plays it up to James Sales at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Bit of turn, slow turn, but there's a little bit of turn there for Rob Keogh now.
Here's Keogh in again, and just worked away into the onside by Amler. Emilio Gay unusually finds himself out on the boundary. You don't often see him doing the boundary rider duties, but he's doing so at the moment out at deep mid-wicket, sends in his return. And they're through for another run, and it means that Hashim Amla keeps the bowling. 74 to him, 47 to Cameron Steele, 184 for 4. So Surrey trailing by 154 runs. Yorkshire have started their second innings against Essex up at Headingley. They are 17 for no wicket, so Yorkshire still 74 behind, and also in Division 1 at Edgbaston, Warwickshire 161 for 7, replying to Somerset's 219 all out, so still 58 behind.
Could be a low-scoring thriller.
Could well be.
White, down below us, comes right arm over the wicket to Hashim Amla. Amla is forward and pushes away into the offside.
Abandoned for the day at Hove, where they've had some rain down there. Worcestershire 289 for 2 in reply to the Sussex total of 220. At Lords, still off for rain as well. Middlesex 286 for 5, replying to Glamorgan's 214 all out. And at Grace Road, Durham 141 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 202 all out.
Can you tell us the score from the England Legends game in a moment?
Yes,
defending
okay.
76. As White is in, and Amla whips this behind square on the leg side, and we'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Amla's on to 76, and Surrey move on to 186 for 4.
Well, they've got a wicket.
Excellent.
Sri Lanka are 24 for 1 at the end of the 6th over, and Tilakaratne Dilshan stumped Mustard bowled parry for 15.
You can imagine that, can't you?
Big
He
charge.
was probably standing next to Steve Parry by the end of it. Well, of course, played for Surrey. Mr. Dilshan is looking to drive here is Cameron Steele, toe end of the bat. Really did give that a right old go to Cameron Steele.
Well, one of the few players you say in cricket history who've lent their name to a stroke.
Absolutely.
The old Dilshan scoop.
Yep, the Dill scoop. Extraordinary, really. But yes, well, I think they'll do well there. The Legends to defend that. You never know. Waiting once again is Cameron Steele. Here he goes driving again, out there towards extra cover. It's interesting with Cameron Steele, isn't it? When he check drives, times it beautifully. That one is just going after it a bit more, a couple of times now, and hasn't really timed them.
Yeah, I spoke about it earlier that it has looked difficult to time, and I think we saw with Rob Keogh try to play a few shots when they got 8 or 9 down, and I think, yeah, when you go hard at the ball, it's definitely harder to time, whereas we've just seen a few kind of clip off the pad to touchdown to third man that are easy.
As White's in, beats the edge. That's a good length delivery. It's just the way White's bowled all day, actually. He just plugged away on a good line and a good length. He's been impressive today, he really has. That was a good one, beating the edge, genuinely beating the edge there at the bat. Was White.
Yeah,
Good
we've
bit
not
of bowling.
seen too many of those today.
No, we haven't.
I'd agree. I think he's been the pick today, hasn't he, the Northamptonshire bowlers, without a doubt.
Looks pretty loose at the moment. He's in over the wicket again to Cameron Steele, who's forward and playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. End of the over. Is it just me or has it got a bit gloomier?
I think it may well have done. It just seems as though the lights are having a bit more of an effect now, doesn't it? And seeing those little sort of star-shaped shadows starting to be cast. I mean, the thing to say about Jack White, to say, particularly from somebody who's come into county cricket fairly late, he's been excellent this year, and he's very rarely, and I don't think at all, is he say he's really gone round the park. Hence the fact that his 22 wickets going into this match in Championship cricket have come at just 22 runs apiece, including a 5 for 14 against Lancashire here. Now Tom Taylor's trotting off, Ben Sanderson's back on, Keogh continuing for the David Capel end, bowling to Amler, who was looking to try and play that away on the onside, and it just held enough to go off an outside edge out into the offside, fielded by Proctor, and there's no run. Keogh in again, flighted up and driven on the full by Amler. That's a little bit of a gift, and Amler isn't going to pass up that opportunity, drives it away sweetly through extra cover for 4. Amler up to 76 and Surrey to 186 for 4. Lovely shot. I know it was a full toss, but it's just very aesthetically pleasing. 190 for 4, beg your pardon. The score's just gone up. Amler to 80. Encouragement for Keogh from his teammates. That's down the leg side. Good take by Ricardo Vasconcelos, as Amler was looking to try and nudge it away down behind square for more runs. Vasconcelos not only took it, but the bails off as well. But Amler hadn't lifted a back foot.
It's a great bit of keeping.
I was saying to Eva earlier, as that next ball is nudged into the onside by Amler for a single. It should be just a single. Wasn't picked up cleanly by Jack White, but no damage done. One more to Amler, who's 81, 191 for 4. I was saying to Eva earlier, when Ricardo Vasconcelos came into first-class cricket out in South Africa for Bullant, as Keogh is in and again nudged round the corner, worked round the corner really by Steele down to White at backward square, and there's no run. Because he was a left-hander who kept wicket, there were comparisons made with Quentin de Kock, which I don't think pleased Ricardo enormously. Here's Keogh in again, driven up to deepish mid-off, where Sanderson fields, but there's no run. End of another over, 191 for 4. With Amler on 81, Steele on 47. The partnership has reached the dreaded Nelson, 111. Keogh's bowled 5 overs for 15. Not to hasten to add through any animosity towards Quentin de Kock, but he just didn't really appreciate the fact that he's being compared to another player. We just want to be
yourself.
The first Ricardo Vasconcelos rather than the second Quentin de Kock.
Yeah, and it's a tough one to be compared to as well, isn't it? Quentin de Kock, because he's a hell of a player.
Seems to be one of the most naturally talented players around.
Yeah.
Wonderful to watch when he's going, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are seeing a bit of turn there from Rob Keogh, so I just wonder whether it's worth having a look at some left-arm spin at some stage.
Safe save, of course, as White comes in over the wicket to Amler. Amler's in behind this, just pushes away out to Zaeb. They're extra cover and there's no run.
I agree entirely, even, and I think one of the reasons for that is that because it's not bouncing a great deal, and we've seen the odd one sort of keep low, but just scuttle through a little bit, because Zabe tends to bowl, can bowl anyway, just fire them in a little bit. It might be useful. Just try and undo the batsman with lack of bounce. Worth a try.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Northamptonshire need to make something happen.
White's coming over the wicket now to Amler, and Amler's again just working a straight ball into that mid-wicket region. Won't get a run on this occasion as Sales comes round to do the fielding. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that de Kock is one of these who was brilliant at cricket, brilliant at hockey, brilliant at rugby. I remember Herschel Gibbs. Well, he had trials at Tottenham Hotspur.
Really?
Yeah, he was that good at football as well. So they all sort of tend to play golf off scratch as well, don't they?
Which is sick.
Sickening. As over the wicket once again comes White, and this is punched by Amler off the back foot straight out there to safe save. Cover, and there's no run.
We might see less of that nowadays because young cricketers get kind of picked up so early by counties, and it's quite common that you see people were involved in academies from 16, 17, 18. So yeah, obviously at that age you're probably still encouraged to play more than one sport, but yeah, I think it's unlikely that we'll see people play international or county or whatever in other sports.
Over the wicket once again comes White, punched by Amler down the ground. I was thinking, Last one I can remember is Jeff Wilson. Played fullback for New Zealand and then played one day international cricket for New Zealand as well. But I think he was spot on there. I think now, if you're sort of in an academy setup, you've got to make a choice at some point, haven't you? Whether it's going to be cricket, rugby, football, whatever, golf, tennis, tiddlywinks. As White's over the wicket once again. Forward goes Amler, just nudges this down to the left of Keogh at backward point. He uses his foot to do the fielding on that occasion. There's Rob Keogh. And they'll pick up one more to the total.
Well, again, you look back through the records and you can, going way back, you see the number of men who played both professional cricket and professional football, and also played first-class cricket and top-quality rugby. And now, as you say, it's a real rarity.
Yes, it is. Over the wicket once again. Oh, comes White, and looking to pull this was Cameron Steele. It's a very good take from Vasconcelos. It's hit his pad, because if that had been bottom edge, that would have been a terrific take from Ricardo Vasconcelos. But again, it's one of those that hasn't bounced as much as Cameron Steele was expecting. And it's a really good take from Vasconcelos there. Away to his left-hand side. End of the over. And it's 192 for 4, but cracking piece of keeping that.
It was. He for all of that, he doesn't often give the impression that he's thoroughly enjoying keeping. He's got a super pair of hands, and he obviously very quick and nimble. But I think just he hasn't been helped out enormously by some of his teammates' throws today, which have been a little wayward. Yorkshire have lost a second innings wicket up at Headingley, 28 for 1 in their second innings, so still 63 behind Essex. Here's Keogh, about to start his 6th over from the David Capel end. Bowls a quicker ball, turned into the onside by Amler, who's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket. Emilio Gay fields Amler to 84, and Surrey to 193 for 4. 19 overs to go in the day after this one. It's 5:15 local time. Here's Keogh in again, and that's slapped down the ground by Cameron Steele. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing stroke he's played, and he's played some gorgeous shots, but that was just a little bit sort of last over of a 50-over game. But anyway, gets a single up to long on, 48 to him.
I think he wants to go over cow corner, but he's just sort of at the last minute checked himself there.
There's Keogh in again, bowls to Amler, who pushes it out into the offside, fielded there by Proctor, and there's no run.
It's almost as if he got halfway through it. He thought, actually, I better not do this.
Better of it. Keogh in again, bowls to Amler. Now that turned a little bit, and it's again nudged into the onside by Amler for a single. Three fielders converging on it. James Sales gets there, sends in his return, but it's one more to Hashim Amler. 84 to him, 195 for 4. Surrey. Keogh in again. Bowls to Steele is bowled, and that's turned a lot. It also hasn't bounced. It's kept a little bit low. It's hit off stump, and the partnership has been broken by Rob Keogh. And we were just saying that the odd one is turning a little bit for the off spinner. That one definitely did. Having watched it on the replay, it also, as I say, didn't bounce a great deal, and Steele played a little bit firm-footed. It hit off stump. He goes bowled by Keogh for 48. Partnership is broken on 115, and Surrey 195 for 5, and Northamptonshire needed that badly.
Yeah, that's interesting, because that's a good bit of bowling. Cameron Steele's played wonderfully well there, but that one just hang back to it, and it just spun sharply. And as you said, Radders, I think that just kept a little bit low, scuttled onto him. It's been a terrific innings that from Cameron Steele, but that's a big breakthrough. That partnership was worth 115. And it means that Surrey are 195 for 5. But Eva Gray, that's interesting, isn't it? Because that one did. We were just saying it's beginning to turn. And that one did turn for Rob Keogh.
Yeah, definitely. And I think he looked a little bit shocked about how much that had turned, actually. But yeah, good signs for Northants, I guess, playing 2 spinners and going into the back end of this game. If it's turning this much on day 2, then it'd be interesting to see what day 4 has to offer. But yeah, Cameron Steele just slowed down a little bit over the past kind of 5 or 10 overs really. He started his innings going quite close to a run of ball for a while, but just kind of got bogged down a little bit in the 40s.
48 off 93 balls with 6 fours for Cameron Steele. So he has been and gone.
Jordan Clark.
And it is Jordan Clark coming to the crease at number 7. 1 ball to face in this over from Rob Keogh. 115 in 33 overs, that partnership for the 5th wicket between Amler and Steele. So no half century as a birthday present for Cameron Steele, very well though he played. Important partnership, but now Northamptonshire will be looking to make it a double break as Keogh comes in to finish the over, and pushing forward Jordan Clark out into the offside. Fielded by Luke Proctor, and applause for Rob Keogh, who's picked up a wicket in his 6th over. 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. And Surrey at the end of the over, 195 for 5. Hashim Amla still there on 84. Jordan Clark yet to get off the mark, and that was Rob Keogh's 26th championship wicket of the season.
Yeah, and interesting, because it did turn, and it did, as Eva Gray says. Cameron Steele looked absolutely shocked by that, but I mean, just gone to play it, spun back through his defensive shot and hit the top of his off stump. So White to continue down below us, coming right arm over the wicket to Hashim Amla, and Amla's forward, pushing that one down into the backward point region. So Jordan Clark, 382 championship runs this season, 103 50s. Very handy. Here's Jordan Clark with the bat. Positive by nature. Always think that when he walks out to bat, it looks like the grown-ups have turned up with Jordan Clark. But it's him and Jamie Overton together. Absolutely terrifying from here, seeing those two together. White is over the wicket once again, and Amler's forward, playing this one back up the pitch. White does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run, but sort of what Surrey will be saying to themselves, Eva, is exactly what you said. If Clark can come in and contribute, Curran can come in and contribute, and Amler keeps going the way he is, that's another way of sort of building your first innings total.
Yeah, definitely, and Atkinson can bat as well. Saw him at the Oval get 60 odd.
And over the wicket again comes White, just looking to force off the back foot is Amler, but what Northamptonshire have done well here is they've just stopped the singles as well at the moment, haven't they? Amler and Cameron Steele there for a while look very comfy. We're just knocking the ball around the odd boundary here and there. Just stop the singles as well now of Northamptonshire.
Looks as though Lizard Williams might be limbering up for another little spell.
White is over the wicket to Amler. Amler forward he comes. Pushes this one away up towards mid-off. Can just see what that wicket does for a bowling side. When you've had a partnership, just now they're a bit more lively out there, a bit more vocal. I think White takes a bit of credit for that wicket as well, because he's kept it very, very tight from this end.
Well, it's like Lewis McManus was saying earlier on commentary about keeping it dry, as they say, and that's really what White has done pretty much to perfection today. 2 and over he's gone for.
He's in again. Short ball, punched by Amler. That's a lovely shot. Past mid-off. Luke Proctor will have to go chasing back. And hasn't tried to hit that too hard, Hashim Amler. It'll just be 2. Just got up on his toes. Punched it to the left of Proctor. 2 more to Amler. He'll move on to 86 now. Surrey 3 runs away from what would be a first batting point. And Northamptonshire 1 wicket away from what would be a first bowling point. But again, Amler just super placement as much as anything. He doesn't often hit the fielder if he's playing aggressively. Hashim Amler as short ball whipped off his hip by Amler. That's going down towards Williams. That long leg. Be able to get that shoulder a bit looser now. Hurling the ball in over the top of the stumps. 1 more to the total. End of the over. Amler keeps the strike, and Sorry, 198 for 5. But that's what the really good players do, isn't it? Either they don't often, when they're playing aggressively or trying to get a single, they don't often hit the fielder.
Yeah, definitely. He's so precise about where he wants to hit, as you say, those attacking shots. And I guess it just comes down to if you're going to play one of those scoring shots, then you want to get value for it. But it takes a lot of skill. And yeah, he's been superb all day at it. But I've just seen Jordan Clark practice about 7 forward defensive.
He likes practicing that.
Amler on strike against Rob Keogh. And that first ball of the over is turned out to mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded there by Emilio Gay. Slip in for Amler. Deep backward point. Man in on the perch. Short extra cover. Reverse sweep goes Amler, and he's nailed that. And he's going to run away for 4 down below us. And that's, again, really clever batting from Asim Amler. Made up his mind fairly early and executed beautifully. It is the 200 up for Surrey. It brings them their first batting bonus point of the innings. It takes Asim Amler into the 90s. 91 to him, 202 for 5 Surrey.
It's just a quality piece of batting, that Hashim Amla. It's a pretty safe shot in the fact that there's nobody there, but you still have to execute it.
Keogh in again, bowls to Keogh, bowls to Amler. A little bit of bounce on that one, and he just turns it round the corner to Jack White, saving the one at backward square. And there's no run. Keogh in again, fires that one in a little bit quicker to Amler, who comes right across his stumps. And that was almost French cricket, as he just managed to get a bat on it and nudge it out into the onside. But the bounce just becoming a little bit erratic. Turned away by Amler, the next delivery out to deep square. Zabe is now just in front of square, coming in off the boundary, and they're through for a single. Amler to 92 and Surrey to 203 for 5. Brings Jordan Clark on to strike. To get off the mark. Keogh in bowls to him, and that's down the leg side, and that turned a little bit too much, really. And well, the gentleman down below suggesting it ought to be a wide. Well, in a white ball game it would have been, but as dear old Brucey used to say, not in this game.
No.
End of the over. 203 for 5. Amler is 92. Jordan Clark yet to get off the mark. 17 overs to go. And I'm with you, Churchy. I think it's just starting to get a little bit gloomier, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if in the not too distant future
the old Megatron's out.
Yes, just didn't have a little look at the light.
Well, they took their meter reading yesterday, so they have a meter reading, don't they?
Yeah.
I think we're going to get a bit of spin down below us as well from this indoor score then, because Saif Saib coming into the attack, so we're going to get a bit of left arm spin now. Interesting, this Eva Gray, in that it is turning a touch now. And
yeah,
that was a cracker, seeing it again to get rid of Cameron Steele.
Yeah, I just wonder whether Rob Keogh in that last over fired that one in straighter, because he was certainly settling into a bit of a rhythm outside off stump with the turn that he is getting. So following up that, Hashim Amla chose that reverse sweep because he was in that channel, and it just gives you more room to free your arms and get it down that vacant region. So yeah, just keeping him honest a little bit by firing that one in straighter maybe.
Interesting thing here is if Surrey, we get these overs in and Surrey bat them and get through them, new ball will be available straight away tomorrow morning.
Yep.
So that's interesting as well. So Saif Saib is into the attack. To bowl his left arm spinning over, slip a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover mid off, mid on, short straight mid wicket, deep backward square and a short fine leg. His first ball short, and it's cut by Amler out towards sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He tends to fire it in there, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He's taken 1 championship wicket this year.
Left arm round the wicket and then just fizzes it in. Jordan Clark yet to get off the mark. 204 for 5 Surrey. So comes around the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's forward and just pushes this one forcefully out towards extra cover. And there's no run, and he comes down to do a bit of gardening. Jordan Clark wearing his short sleeve sweater. Right-handed, of course, as Safe Zaeb's in, and he's forward again. Jordan Clark just pushing this one away. It's been a absorbing day of cricket, this. It really has. I mostly have been this season in the Championship. There's that dog again as forward goes. Jordan Clark plays this one back up the pitch.
I think Zaeb will be just trying to target that front pad here. Just a bit of round arm, sliding on with the arm rather than that outside edge. But he will obviously ideally looking for that bit of turn. But yeah, mainly looking for that front pad.
Tosses that one up and driven by Jordan Clark. Sales does the fielding. He's been having a bit of a stretch himself as Sales. As Zaeb's in and forward goes Clark. Just pushes this one away out towards extra cover. End of the over. 204 for 5 and a single off his first over. Safe Zaeb. But I suppose with spin on as well, they'll keep an eye on that light meter reading, but I suppose with the spin on it might take them a bit longer to look at it.
Zaeb's one championship wicket this year was Paul Walter from Essex, who was doing a terrific job of saving the match for Essex on the last afternoon at Chelmsford way back at the start of the season, and he just managed to slide one through to bowl Walter for 93 and give Northamptonshire a little bit of a sniff. 264 for 6 at that stage, Essex, but they managed to hang on at 328 for 9.
Tall Paul, as he's known.
Tall Paul, that's the man. He's a big unit. Bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. Well, it is going to be
Paul.
It's very inventive.
James. It's like, was it 2 metre Peter for the Kiwi batter, Peter Fulton?
That's right, yeah. 2 metre Peter.
2 metre Peter. James Sales is indeed coming back into the attack. Bowled 2 overs for 16 early on. Just a radar not quite tuned at that point, but got a chance to make amends here. Bowling from the David Capel end with the Ken Turner stand behind him, the old indoor school here. With a slip and a gully in and a forward short leg as Sales comes in and bowls wide and full to Amla, who just lays a bat on it. Goes out to Josh Cobb coming in from deep point, and they're through for a single. Amla to 94, 205 for 5.
I think this is quite a good time for James Sales to bowl. Yeah, he was a little bit erratic earlier on in his 2 overs, but yeah, he came in when Cam Steele was hitting it nicely at the beginning of his innings. So yeah, he'll be looking to kind of settle in a little bit here and see if he can get that early wicket of Jordan Clark.
As though Somerset might get a first innings lead against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 180 for 9 now, still 39 behind Somerset in that Division 1 game over in Birmingham. Clark on strike and hit on the pad by James Sales as he's aiming to play that away on the onside. It was going over the top and missing leg stump. It wasn't really a particularly concerted appeal. A little yelp of excitement rather than of anticipation. 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side. Deep backward square, a long leg. Still a slip and a gully in and a backward point. Forward short leg, mid wicket, mid off, mid on. Sales in again, bowls to Clark, very full again on leg stump. Missed attempted whip there by Clark. He is hit on the pad once again, but once again also clearly missing leg stump. Wendell's the flag's waving again. But as I say, I think it's more to try and buck them up a little bit rather than any great celebration at the moment.
Just looks a little bit rush for pace here in those first 2 balls, I think, Jordan Clark.
Here's Sales in again, bowls to Clark, and again, yeah, absolutely. Just tries to jab down on that, and that ball honing in on leg stump. He works it away slightly hurriedly into the onside. No run.
Brilliant bit of work from Emilio Gay at short leg.
Wasn't it? It was very impressive. Fielded on the bound, shied at the stumps. Missed, but very quick work.
Yeah,
good in.
He's
just a talented all-round. We say about him being out the boundary rider early. He's been excellent in second slip, but he's also far too good for his own good at forward short leg. That's very, very short from James Sells, and it's called a no ball. and rightly so, sailing over the head of Jordan Clark. Absolutely no way he could play that. Goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who gives either James Sales, the umpire, or both the double teapot. 2 more onto the total, 207 for 5.
Or just cricket in general, or just for the day he's had behind the stumps.
May well be. His Sales in bowls to Clark, who this time does get a run as it goes down to long leg. Fielded there by Jack White, coming in off the boundary. 1 more to Jordan Clark. In fact, 1 to Jordan Clark. He's off the mark. 208 for 5. 15 overs after this one.
I don't think we're going to get 15
I
overs.
don't think we're going to get 15 overs in. It's coming over quite dark now, over to our right, which is from the west, which is where the weather seems to be coming from. His Sails in again, bowls short and ducked underneath it. Hashim Amla goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that is the end of James Sales' over. 4 off it, 3 overs for 20, 208 for 5. Amla on 94, and Jordan Clark has made a single.
The other thing is with Sales going short at the batters, it's going to just perk up the umpires as well. So it's fine at the moment, but it just is not going to get any brighter. That's the thing, and even I know that the longer you go into the day, the darker it gets.
Very good. Can I make a note
Yes,
of that?
yes. So it's not going to brighten up. That's the thing. Write that one down.
Scribble that one
in
down.
your meteorological column there, Andrew Rad, in your notebook.
I'll get in for wisdom next year.
As round the wicket comes Abe. This is driven by Jordan Clark up towards mid-off. Proctor does the fielding. And there's no run.
He's gone hard at that, hasn't
He
he?
has. Well, that's the way he's aggressive by nature in everything he does. Jordan Clark forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And I've always said this, the way he sets up and bats, it reminds me so much of the late Tom Maynard. It really does. As Zeb's in again, forward goes Jordan Clark, pushes this one out towards extra cover. It really is that aggressive stance, and he's trying to come at you the whole time. Forward he comes here and just clips this one nicely into the leg side. They'll get a single. And that will bring Hashim Amla on to strike on 94 here. In a lovely innings again from Hashim Amla. Zeb's into him, and Amla's just working one into the leg side. That'll roll in towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Sanderson doing the fielding there. Amla waits with that bat raised one more time. Zeb's into him, and he's forward and just pushes this neatly and tidily back up the pitch. To save Zeb. Nice tidy over from him, just a single off it. Now there are on the board 13 to go today. 14 apologies, 14 to go today. 209 for 5. So as we were saying, if Surrey get through these 14 overs, that new ball will be available straight away tomorrow morning. Are those sparrows?
They're a little bit big for sparrows. I'm not quite sure what they are. Whether they starlings.
They're heading up to the floodlight. Yeah, they've just flown straight into the floodlights,
now
settling on the floodlight.
A few more are coming in to join them. Here's James Sales starting afresh over to Jordan Clark, who's punching that ball just short of a length out into the covers, fielded by Rob Keogh. So yeah, 14 to go is going to be the best part of an hour, isn't it?
We've all settled on the floodlight pylon.
They are.
There in the right-hand corner as we sit in the ground. It's warming them up.
I was going to say nice and warm up there.
Right.
That might be the thought. The dog's not very happy, wherever it is. Sales in again, bowls to Clark, who whips that away down to deep backward square. They think about a second, but there's not 2 to save Zabe, who's probably got the best, or one of the best arms, certainly in this Northamptonshire squad. And that was an inch perfect throw right over the top of the bails to Ricardo Vasconcelos. And sensibly, they'd settle for the 1. Clark to 3, 210 for 5.
It really did whistle that straight over the top of the stumps, didn't he? I think Vasconcelos said, "Bit more of that, please, everybody."
Just do nicely. His Sales in bowls to Amler, who's punching that away off the back foot out into the covers for Keogh to field. I was going to say, oh no, there we go again. Another one that's had Vasconcelos doing the old goalkeeper job to try and pull it in. It's a single. Takes Amler to 95, 211 for 5. Sales back at the end of his mark. Still a slip and a gully in and a forward short leg as Sales bowls short, pulled away by Jordan Clark. He's going to get a single down to deep fine leg. Jack White sends in a better return to Ricardo Vasconcelos. One more to Clark, who is 4, 212 for 5. He's within a scoring stroke, Churchy, so take it away.
Well, it was almost like a tennis shot, that, from Jordan Clark, wasn't it, to get it down there to a fine leg. So, Hashim Amla is on 95, 212 for 5 as in comes Sales to him. He's up on his toes and he'll just push this one down towards backward point for a single. There's a cry of beautiful after that shot from Hashim Amla. Is shouted round the ground, echoey shout of that. 213 for 5 now. Brings Jordan Clark back on to strike on 4. Sales is over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's driving. That's a clever bit of batting from Jordan Clark, in the fact that he's just got his bat foot a little bit more towards leg stump to open himself up. And then that short arm jab of a drive, really. And that whistles off to the boundary rope. It's a typical Jordan Clark shot, that. And Jordan Clark, his first boundary, joins Hashim Amla, who's on 96 in the middle. 217 for 5, Surrey. Jordan Clark moves on to 8, but nicely put away by Jordan Clark.
Yeah, very risky, that. Something that we see a lot of in the white ball game, so a little bit of that coming over into Jordan Clark's red ball repertoire. But yeah, very full ball, so done well to get his hands through it. And as we've been saying, he's kind of come in and looked to play aggressively, which is good for Surrey and also good for Hashim Amla down the other end.
So Seth Saib will be bowling to Amla here on 96, Hashim Amla. He gets a ball that's pretty flat delivery from Saib. It's just pushed down the ground by Hashim Amla. Safe Saib left arm round the wicket. Amla just waits for this, takes this off the stumps. Well, he does play it late. Northamptonshire know that. He's taken that off the stumps down into the leg side for a single. That will move Hashim Amla on to 97. And to strike comes Jordan Clark, just beginning to see the shadows of the players from the floodlights now by their feet. It's forward goes Jordan Clark, and another cry of beautiful after that defensive shot from Jordan Clark. So somebody in the crowd's enjoying this passage of play at the moment. If Saib is in again and Jordan Clark is forward, turns this one off the stumps. In there to Josh Cobb. In there at short mid-wicket. Jordan Clark on 8, 218 for 5, Surrey. As that is far too short, and this has been clubbed by Jordan Clark for 6. Well, really, it wasn't going to go anywhere else, even at this stage of the game. Halfway down, and Jordan Clark has just stood there and swung it with the bottom hand flat over mid-wicket for 6 runs. And Jordan Clark will move on to 14 and 224 for 5. And that ball's going to have taken a little bit of damage there because it sort of landed in the car park. So I think it's bounced on the tarmac, hit the wall and come back. Saib's in again to Jordan Clark. Here he goes down the pitch to Safe Saib. He's completely lost his shape on that shot. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it. He's looking to come up towards us there was Jordan Clark. I think that 6 got him quite excited with the next shot. End of the over. 224 for 5. It was reminiscent that of Jade Dernbach. His 150 in first class cricket. Remember this Radhas Chamindavas here? And he pulled him out over the stand and into someone's garden.
Oh, yes,
that was his
yes.
150 in
Here we-
First class cricket. All the umpires are getting together now for a bit of a chat about the light, with Amler on 97. And if we do come off, we won't get back on, because it's, as I said, and with my meteorological hat on here, Eva Gray, it's not going to get any brighter. And yeah, they have their meter reading from yesterday, don't they? It's right old performance this, balancing the old meter on the stumps. So let's ease up a bit more time. It gets a bit darker while we're doing all this. So, of course, was it around about this time yesterday we came off, actually?
It was almost, in fact, it was almost exactly
Identical.
this time,
Yes.
about 5:45.
Well, you can see the shadow, in all seriousness, you can see the shadow of the players now. And umpires Hartley and Lloyd are going to take the players off. It's the same time as yesterday, and the crowd can say what they want to, but the fact is they took a meter reading yesterday, and if it's the same as that or dip below it, they have to come off now, and that'll leave Hashim Amla 97 not out and Jordan Clark 14 not out. 2:24 for 5. That's not officially the end of the day by any stretch, but that's been an interesting session. That final session, Surrey started it 114 for 4. So they've added 110 for the loss of 1 wicket. And that's definitely Surrey's session.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And it just sets it up very interestingly for tomorrow as well, does it? Well batted Hashim Amla,
Yeah.
97 not out.
Wonderful knock from Hashim Amla. Great patience, great skill, neither of which comes as any surprise to anybody that's followed world cricket in the last decade or so. Amla 97 not out off 201 balls. He's been out there 4 hours, 20 minutes, and he's hit 7 fours so far. Jordan Clark, in contrast, 14 not out off 24 balls with a 6 and a 4. Some of the punters down below us, I think it's fair to say, are not terribly happy with that decision. But as you explained, Mark, them's the rules.
Well, no, they are, and there's no point shouting, "Oh, this is ridiculous! They could play in this." This is exactly where they came off last night, and there is a meter reading, and if it drops, it doesn't matter who's bowling. If it's on that meter reading or drops below it, they're off.
Well, we have, in theory, another 12 overs to go. As I say, I would be surprised if we got back on, but it's not totally beyond the realms of possibility. However, we shall hang on here, obviously, until we get any sort of decision. For now, while the umpires remain out in the middle, taking up soaking up a certain amount of abuse from
one person, I think.
I think it is one person. Yeah, who's very, 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 very irate down below us. The umpire's still out there with the
Dear.
with the ground staff, and I think maybe it's a couple of members of security may be going to have a.
Somebody might just go and sit and explain how cricket works.
Well, that'd probably be quite a good alternative. But I think they may be cabling for reinforcements.
Yes.
Anyway, we'll see. 2:24 for 5 it is. Surrey trail by 115. We'll just take a break now. Obviously, as soon as there is anything to tell you, whether it's good, bad or indifferent, we will do so. For now, from Montage Road, it's goodbye. Wantage Road, just very briefly to say that play has now been abandoned for the day. The umpires have decided, I think, much as we thought, that no further play is going to be possible today because the light simply isn't going to improve. So, 224 for 5 at the close. Surrey trailing by 115. Hashim Amla will sleep overnight. 97 not out. Jordan Clark on 14. We'll be back on parade just before 10:30 tomorrow morning. Hope very much you'll join us for the third day of this enthralling County Championship Division 1 match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. For now, have a very good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.